can see in Niger, it is widened because when it talk about daily consumption of firewood up to some high kilogram, so about 93 for 23 million people. You can imagine, if people have to be fetching firewood every year, you see there's going to be a serious problem. But this technology is going to contribute to limit this this issue of fetching firewood unnecessarily. And also, this project will also help in electrifying rural households, and also this is a way of trying to replace electricity that is almost absent. And I believe that we can easily brighten the household, and children will be able to learn even at night. And so this biogas also allows us to use pumping machines in rural farming areas. Like I said already, aside from biogas, we also have the possibility of having organic fertilizer that is environmental friendly, and to actually boost the production in our farm areas. And already you see that women do not have necessary access, like we have said here. They do not have access to the land, but at least they now get to use the small spaces within their household to farm. And so this project offers the possibility. We also have the capacity building, because we have also a kind of liquid fertilizer that can be used in future, and also this allows us to use a kind of pesticide that are environmental friendly. To buy pesticides that have been imported, they are very costly and they are not still in good quality. But this biopesticide that we are producing are environmental friendly, and it's very accessible to, and also very good for our birds in the farm. So it is something that has multiple opportunity, which of course is contributing to the development of the local communities. The next slide, please. So this is just to let you to say thanks to you. At the end of my presentation, as you can see on the pictures here, life is beautiful with this biotechnology that we are trying to put in place, and this offers a lot of opportunities. Thank you very much.
Yes. You can do better for Sanusi. If you listen carefully to our three innovators, you would see that there is a nexus or a connection to link together and also to scale. In Sanusi's presentation, you would see in one of the pictures a poultry farm. If you also listen to Peter, one of his solutions also will be useful to the poultry industry. For Catherine, you would also see that both Sanusi and Peter can also supply her with biofertilizers for some of the raw materials for our snacks. Unfortunately, Obed did not give us the snacks to also have a review. I hope Catherine would give the panelists theirs as well. Yeah, we have listened to the innovations from young people. If you look at the NDC, the government of Nigeria also at some point was going to blend our crude oil with ethanol. with some form of innovation. 63. This is also to reduce the level of combustion and then the emission of greenhouse gas, transportation being one of the highest emitters as well. And what I did as a young person, and I was supposed to be gotten from cassava. Nigeria is, if I'm not mistaken, the second largest producer of cassava in the world after Brazil. And the cassava industry is valued at over $5 billion. As a young person, I tried a couple of innovation ideas as well. And then where I got stuck was where I was supposed to get further innovation to process ethanol, and it would cost me around $30,000. I didn't know how to source $30,000 because this has to come from China. This could be the reality of some other young people. But we have young people who have taken the initiative and the bold step to even start with what they have, with the little support from Care International, and also PACJA has just given these same young people the opportunity to share their ideas, and I believe that there will be some connection to scale some of these initiatives and innovations we've listened to today. I'm going to open the now. I've been told I can take just 3 questions. Can I get a second mic, please? 3 questions. Don't explain your question just like Philip would say. Go straight to your question, and then you would get response. I wanted just 3. You will be 1. Francophone, you will be 2. So we'll mix it up. I wanted young people. I'm going to go to Jamila 3. I'll take 2 more. 4, 5. If you're please, yes, 1. If you are 5, we could take more questions.
Ok, bonjour tout le monde. Moi, je voulais demander à Catherine, au niveau de son projet, c'est quoi le rôle de la société au niveau de Ubuntu, le rôle de la société? Et de saluer de passage à Abdoulaye, parce que son projet est très intéressant, parce que nous, au Sénégal, au niveau de la communauté, la plupart des gens de la région de Matam et de Kaolack utilisent les mêmes produits, et parfois il y a des conséquences sur l'utilisation directe de ces produits, mais avec les transformations que le projet de l'ONG d'Abdoulaye fait, c'est très bon. Je pense que c'est un bon projet que le Sénégal va, entre guillemets, utiliser à long terme. Merci.
Okay, thank you. I think that was a comment with a question to Abdoulaye here. Oh, okay, great. 2. Okay, to Sanusi. Okay. Sorry, excuse me. 2. Yeah.
Merci bien. Ok, moi c'est Mamoudou Ouedraogo du Burkina Faso. Alors, je voudrais tout d'abord remercier Kier pour cette présentation qui inspire plus d'un, et dire que par rapport à la première présentation, et au niveau de... J'ai peut-être une question pour l'ensemble, parce que c'est des moments d'apprentissage et nous devons aussi apprendre sur les difficultés rencontrées. Et que ce soit la présentation de Obed et de Kassalina, que ce soit la présentation de M. Bassi, ou également la présentation de mon frère Sanoussi. Alors je voudrais savoir quelles sont les difficultés que vous rencontrez sur le terrain et comment est-ce que vous arrivez à solutionner ces difficultés-là. Ça, c'est une question qui s'adresse à tout le monde, particulièrement à Kassalina. Alors je sais qu'elle est dans l'agroalimentaire, et nous savons aussi que souvent dans les entreprises agroalimentaires, il y a une production de déchets. est-ce que votre entreprise prend en compte l'économie circulaire de sorte à ce que les déchets que votre entreprise produise soient recyclés, ou bien en amont, est-ce que vous utilisez des emballages biodégradables pour éviter la pollution de l'environnement? Donc je me limite à là. Merci bien une fois de plus à CARE.
Thank you, Mamadou. Please, straight to the question in the interest of time. To the lady, the lady. Mamadou's question is to everybody on the panel, including Obed.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My question is to Abdullahi. Using available resources for provision of energy. So now, after training the women in the community on how to use, because we do something similar to that, but the issue now is sustainability. How would the women continue producing that biogas, or there is one briquette for cooking? Do you support them? Do you empower them on continuation of the project? And to Casalina, thank you very much for that. In Nigeria, especially in Kano State, there are lots of young people that are innovative in terms of making snacks, all ideas. But the issue now is, you made mention of that lack of role model in innovation. I believe that most of the people in the urban settlement, when they go to this community, rural community, and they see young people that have ideas on innovation, instead of supporting them and putting them at the forefront, they steal that idea. That's what they do. They steal the idea because they have access to social media and every other thing, and they will now claim they will be going back to the rural community to get ideas, and they will use it for the benefit of themselves, instead of putting that young person that owns the original idea and putting her so that the people will see her and appreciate what she do. That's what is happening in the innovation settings, especially I'm speaking from Kano State, where I come from. Thank you so much. And also, do you use only natural products for the production? And also somebody asked about, do you use preservative to keep them for so long? Thank you.
Thank you, Jamila, for that question. To Katerina. Okay.
Thank you very much, the panelists. And my question goes to Catherine. Thank you so much for the work you are doing. I would like to, in the course of your presentation, you mentioned internally displaced persons, right? That you're working with them, and also in host communities. And considering the issues around land access and ownership, I would like you to throw more light how you've been able to get internally displaced persons to be part of the project, how they access or even own land, because you're talking so forests. I mean, the concept, the way I understood it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Give it to Mike, so we'll get one from this angle. For the rest questions, please help me write it down. I'm coming to pick them up, and then we'll have the panelists respond to you before the end of today. Mike, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. And let me start by appreciating the panelists by just saying that we are reshaping the narrative because the cross-cutting narrative has been that young people are not interested in agriculture, which is not true. And we've seen that young people play a different role within the food system value chain. But when it comes to land ownership, that's where the issue is. But that's what we are insisting and saying, that young people are not interested in agriculture, or they are not seeing. But the truth is that the snack you are eating, or whatever food that you are eating, a young person must have played a role, either transporting it to the market or preserving it. That be said, I just want to know from Caterina, how do you intend to outscale your innovation to a bigger market? Because it's a very good innovation, well packaged, but you see you need to get value for money and also break even and get profits. What kind of innovation, what sort of supports will do such a meeting expose you to ensure that at least you do proper outscaling, not only just in Uganda, but because you can hear the lady from Kano is interested to work with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mike, for going straight to the point. Before I give you all 2 minutes each to respond to all these questions, permit me to read just this question that came from the audience. Also, please help me write down your questions. I'll get them. So this question is from Dr. Maina Wambugu from Kenya. So he's saying Africa has a young generation. Generally, majority of them in the Gen Z category, they are not necessarily inclined towards farming. What are you doing to bring more young people in the field, not familiar to them or have no interest? What are you doing? I think that includes Obed as well. So please, 2 minutes each, you would respond. Obed would come last.
Thank you all for your questions. I'm going to get right into it. The first question I wrote down was, what is the role of society in our project? I am because we are. This is why. So these snacks, I could have made them in my 3-acre farm. I could grow these foods and make the snack products that I make. However, that is not the way of our culture. So I bring the community in by involving them in production of the ingredients, in production of the products themselves, because we need workers. When you're dealing with, for example, those of you who ate banana, what you don't know, dry banana, there's no machine in the world that cuts dry banana into those slices. So it needs human hands to actually process a lot of the food the foods that we deal with. As we scale, that means we will be creating more jobs for the youth who might not necessarily have land to go and dig and plant these crops. So we're not only helping smallholder farmers, but we're also creating jobs in manufacturing. And ideally, we're also inspiring other young people who see our growth, who see us here. When I post about this, there are people who saw me when I started with just a pumpkin. So my story is supposed to be inspiring to these youth, to encourage them that there's different angles with which you can come into the agric sector without necessarily picking up a hoe. And also the food forest, actually, you only dig once ever in the lifetime of a food forest, and that is when you're planting. After that, it's a no-dig method. It's just harvesting and chopping and dropping for mulching. The challenges that we have faced in our business, as a young woman in business, the barriers are real. I may speak like this, but I face the same things that a rural woman would face. When you go to a bank, they ask you questions like, where's your husband? Are you sure you can manage money? Many of them will try and pick you up in the bank. It's just frustrating. So financial challenges have been my biggest constraint in growth, because I don't want to take on debt in order to change the world, because as the world is improving for the better, my life will not be, and that is not sustainable. So I was very glad to hear that, everyone agrees that grants should be made available for youth innovators. For food waste, we don't use wasted food. What happens, Uganda is a pearl of Africa. We're blessed by nature, but that blessing can be a curse because we produce so much and then we're like, well, if it's not bought, then it's thrown away. I'll give you an example of pumpkins. Pumpkin seeds have a longer shelf life and they're very valuable. So you will find pumpkin farmers actually just extracting the seeds and throwing the pumpkin away if they can't sell it. So by processing that pumpkin into the product you ate today, I am saving it from going into the landfill. The ingredients that we use, our product is refined sugar-free, chemical preservative-free, dairy-free. It's all natural products. We connect all of those natural products to assist each other, much like a food forest, to create the final product. How are you working about land access? Working with CARE International has helped us handle the land issue. So personally, we're working with smallholder farmers in the refugee settlement area who have been assigned plots. Those plots are very small, so that's why we're choosing the food forest method, because it's intensive and you can maximize the value of a small space. while creating nutritional benefits, economic benefits, and climate change resilience. How do you break even? How do you scale? By working with smallholder farmers, for example, you would not believe it, but when I buy a pumpkin in Uganda, in Kampala, I pay 10,000 shillings. The farmer who produced it gets paid 500 shillings. Our goal is to put our factory in the area where the people who grow the produce are, so that not only will they also work in the manufacturing, but it will reduce logistical costs. As you see, our product is dehydrated, so it's easier to transport a dehydrated light product than to transport 1,000 pumpkins and mangoes. But yes, we definitely need to scale up, and we're looking for support, financial support, because products like mine make money by being produced in volumes. If we cannot produce volumes, we will not break even, and we will get out of the market. So financiers out here, I hope you're hearing me. Those forests will not survive if I'm not buying the ingredients to make products out of them. What am I doing to attract young people? Being here, stepping up, speaking out, speaking up for them when they can't, being their voice. Thank you very much. I hope I answered everything.
You can do better. Round of applause to Catherine. There are a lot of questions, and this conversation will continue after.
Ok, merci. Donc, peut-être la première question liée aux difficultés dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre de ce projet. Surtout, notre première difficulté, c'était au début du projet, parce que la communauté ne croyait pas. Comment est-ce qu'on va avoir du biogaz, etc., etc.
Response from Obed, the question that was directed to him.
Thank you. I don't have to speak much because the innovators have already spoken, and CARE, our role is just to we are an intermediary. We do not actually do it, but we support innovators like Sanusi and Catherine to do what they do. But of course, one of the key challenges that we faced in the initial stages is coming up with innovations or solutions that are probably not scalable. And why we realize that before you innovate or before you scale solutions, you first of all need to do a thorough sort of analysis to understand, work with communities to be able to understand the challenges that they are actually facing. So we introduced a model of innovation called human-centered design on innovation, where you first of all take time to understand the actual challenges with communities that they're facing, and you work with them to be able to ideate, to prototype and test those solutions and eventually be able to scale. So this, I think, has really worked for us and has been able to address some of the challenges where you come up with a solution thinking that is going to work with the community, yet that's not what the community wants. So it really needs to begin from the communities themselves, define what works for them by really addressing or defining the challenges that really they face. So another thing is about capacity. Innovation sometimes can also be complex, or it also needs capacity. And through this, we've been able to have like a flexible donor, the NIDA, who also allows us to work with, for instance, innovation partners like the private sector who have the relevant capacity to be able to engage with communities to provide the skills and this has really been able to address some of those challenges. So I would like to stop here because of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Obed. Interesting to see and hear that CARE International also promotes community ownership, seeing that the ideas come from them and then you help them to scale. We thank you. There are 4 more questions that you have shared with me. I'm aware that PACJA has also ensured that this conference is also live. The questions you have shared, we would get answers from the panelists that you have addressed them to, and then they will be shared on the PACJA website, so you can follow the conversation as well and see responses to your questions from our panelists. Once again, I want to thank you for showing interest in asking questions. Apologies that we could not take all the questions because of time constraint. During tea break as well, you can reach out to any of the panelists and also share your questions. But for this, you will definitely have answers and then follow it on PACJA website. Thank you once again. My name remains Loki Abeng. Our panelists, I think they can also get pictures. And then I'll hand over to Philip. Yes, can we get a photo, please, with our panelists? I think I've been told that I would need to hand over to Mr. Eugene.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good morning. I hope we're enjoying our time here. The last days always seem more hectic than they should be. So I'm going to be leading an interesting conversation, and we're going to try to see how we can bring the just transition discourse into this debate. As we are all aware, addressing the climate crisis inevitably involves changing the way we use and consume energy. In part because fossil fuels, as we all know, are at the root of this problem, contributing about 3/4 of all greenhouse gas emissions. And so if you wanted to make an impact very quickly, it makes sense to go to where the problem really is, and that's reducing emissions from fossil fuels and other energy forms. The problem is that when you do that, you almost affect all productive sectors that rely on some form of energy, including agriculture. And so the just transition conversation needs to also be discussed in the context of the adapting and resilience building that we want to see in the agriculture sector in Africa. And so I'm going to be inviting a panel to have a conversation with them around these issues. But before we do that, allow me to provide some context and background, and so that it's less of a lecture and more of a conversation. Also allow me to sit down, and my panel will join me at a later stage. Now, the first thing I want to do is to provide maybe some kind of framework. How do we create a linkage between energy access and adaptation in agriculture? So this is really going to be more of a conceptual framework rather than the proposal of solutions, something to help us think around, to enable us have a more meaningful conversation when our panel comes up. So the first thing to note is that, number one, flipping through my notes quickly. Give me a second, please. Good. The first thing we want to note is that access to reliable and sustainable energy and building resilient food systems are two critical pillars of the socioeconomic development and well-being of the African continent. The discussion so far has focused on how strategic agriculture is on the continent, but there's a second problem, which is that of energy access, that also affects the capacity of the agricultural sector to be resilient. And so we're trying to establish what kind of linkage might exist between two challenges on the continent, and what are some of the best ways of addressing them that enables a more resilient to other factors, but resilience to climate shocks of agriculture sector. And so the first thing we want to quickly look at is to think about the current state of energy access in Africa. Number one, if you take electricity access, and I think this number is quoted as often as anyone has the opportunity to do so, is that the vast majority of Africa don't have access to electricity. About 600 million people, that's about half the population of Africa. But also that 75% of the global population without electricity is in sub-Saharan Africa. So which means that energy poverty or lack of access to electricity is actually an African problem. Every other part of the world is way ahead of Africa when it comes to electricity access, if you took only electricity access. And the situation becomes more complex when you include things like clean cooking and other sustainable forms of energy needs across the African continent. The second thing is that there's a rural disparity in energy access. Even the little energy access we have, most of it is concentrated in urban areas, which therefore means that the vast majority of the populations of Africa that live in rural areas are those without access to electricity. In some countries, it's about 80% of rural communities without access to electricity. And this is where our agriculture is happening. This is where our food production is happening. And so we begin already to see that there really exists a linkage between our capacity to produce food and the level of access that we have to energy resources, especially electricity. There are a number of challenges that account for this. The first one is infrastructural limitations. In most of our countries, the grid is not big enough. In fact, most grids were built around industrialization. So you will find that most of the grid concentrated around areas of industrial production, however limited those are. And in rural areas, even though we have a high concentration of populations, they are not considered productive centers. And so we find that these parts of our countries don't have sufficient infrastructure for production and for distribution of electricity. The second challenge is that of affordability. Because electricity and energy is not yet fully considered a right, even though in some places it's an utility, but it's still driven by market interests. And so the pricing doesn't reflect the buying capacity of most of the population. So that even in urban centers, where we have high access to electricity, it's still too expensive to make full use of electricity. Now, you can imagine how the impact that has in rural areas, where the vast majority of the energy needs in rural areas are not met because it's too expensive in places where there's electricity. Take the example of drying corn with electric dryers. Most rural communities, even if they had electricity, will not be able to dry their crop or even refrigerate and cool their crops because it's too expensive. The third challenge is the environmental impacts of the current production system, which is heavily reliant in most of our countries, or in some of our countries, let me not say most, on fossil fuels. Most of the power plants, with the exception of those that rely heavily on hydroelectric, are driven by fossil fuels, coal and heavy diesel. If you take a few countries that have faced energy challenges in the past, they have tried to make up for the excesses by not moving towards renewable energy, but by moving towards a diesel-powered energy plant. If you take the example of countries like Cameroon, for example, in spite of the fact that they have a huge hydroelectric power potential. Now, what is the state with resilient food systems on the continent? I'll quickly go through that. It also has a number of challenges. The first one is that of food security. Food security remains a pressing challenge for the African continent. I think we have been having that discussion up to this point, that we still are unable to feed ourselves, but not that we are unable to feed ourselves, we are still dependent on others to feed ourselves, and therefore we expose ourselves to instability in food supply. And the good example happened only a couple of months where we saw how the war in Ukraine directly affected access to food in Africa in spite of the potential that we have to produce. So on the continent we have a food security problem. Food security here meaning that our ability to exercise full sovereignty over our food production systems and our ability to produce enough, but also our ability to have control over the production and distribution of food. The second challenge is the kind of practice and productivity that we have on the continent. Number one, the vast majority of our agriculture sector, it's been said by others already, is rain-fed. So it's highly susceptible to variations in climatic conditions. But number two is that it's also still very rudimentary in terms of the tools and the equipment that we use. Even small machinery is still not, I'm not talking about industrialization, which is something else, but mechanization, which could involve using small machinery to continue doing the kinds of sustainable agriculture that we are known to do. So mechanization is really not a bad thing. What may be a problem, which I know Robert was already looking at me thinking I was going in that direction, that industrialization brings, because these are two different things. We should bear in mind that industrial agriculture and mechanized agriculture are two different things. And the second challenge, and I think the third challenge that the sector is facing is, of course, climate variabilities that are affecting the capacities of communities to produce food. And then there's a challenge of post-harvest losses, that even when we succeed to produce food, we're losing most of that food because, one, we cannot process. Number two, we cannot take out of our farms. Number three, we cannot store. Most vegetables cannot last more than 48 hours once they have been harvested, and that becomes a problem. So these two challenges we are dealing with this morning. And the question before us is, how do we link these two and then address them in an integral manner? So let me offer very quickly a few examples of approaches that have successfully implemented a small approach of energy access and resilient food systems. I'm just going to take an example from, let me go to Senegal. Yes, in Senegal, there actually is a program, there's a program where the introduction of solar-powered irrigation has revolutionized agriculture. So we now see an example where through policy and practice, we try to interlink access to electricity, but also applying access to electricity to agricultural production using solar energy. In Kenya, the example here is that of addressing the problem of post-harvest loss, which we have indicated, by using off-grid cold storage. So how can you go to a community that doesn't have electricity and be able to install a cold storage facility that enables farmers to hold their produce for a little longer and make a better bargain with their buyers? You can think about applications in the dairy sector, for example. You can think about applications in the fish production sectors, but also fruits and vegetables. How cold storage can be a huge game changer for communities, especially when they're staying alone. In Nigeria here, there are a few programs that are using integrated farming and biogas production. And this is a very interesting example in that on the same farm, you're not only producing crops, you're also producing energy, but you're redeploying that energy to enhance your production of crops. And it's a kind of cycle that instead of the cycle we are more common with, which is the one that drains you, it's a cycle that actually enhances you. So the more crops you produce, the more waste you generate, the more you're able to produce bioenergy, the more you're able to redeploy that in your production, and that cycle can enhance itself to the extent that you can sustain it. And the last example is wind-powered grain mills in Ethiopia, where wind energy is used to drive grain mills. So these examples show us that it's possible in our continent to integrate energy production and agricultural resilience and adaptive capacities in the face not only of climate stresses, but other stresses such as market forces. The example of the war in Ukraine and how it torpedoed the market and affected us on the continent. But now we want to deepen the conversation, and I'd like to invite two prominent speakers to join me here to expand this conversation. First, let me invite Thomas Opande at WWF. Thomas is the energy lead for WWF Africa. He's based in Kampala. Thomas, please join me. I'd also like to invite to join me here Onukobe. That's Kenneth Chukwa. Kenneth Chukwa, is he here? I haven't been introduced to him, so I'm now taking a gamble. Yes, Kenechukor Onukwebe, Solidaridad, West Africa. Sorry, I'm assassinating your name. Even for an African, Nigerian names can be very tricky. 8-syllable names. And so I'm going to start with, thank you so much for joining us here. I want to start with you, Thomas, and ask you to share your perspectives on how you think we can ensure that access to energy, which is really the pillar of your work, and the question of a fair transition in agriculture can take into account gender disparities. How can we enhance those three things? For example, number one, access to energy, just transition, and in that process, enhancing the reduction of gender disparities.
Yep. Thank you so much, Eugene. I will not dwell so much on what you've said before, but we all know that energy access in Africa is doing very, very badly. We are the only continent in the world with less than, more than 70% without energy access. And we also know that despite that, we also have another challenge where we have about 70% of the African communities depending on agriculture. So it's a very huge paradox. And out of the 70%, women are, of course, again, suffering the most when it comes to doing the energy work. Most of the agricultural work we do in Africa is manual. And we all know that most of us men, we go to urban areas to search, and we leave our women in the village, and the women in the village are expected to produce food. And that means that if we still rely on human power or animal power, that really undermines our productivity ability in terms of production of food, processing of food, storage of food, distribution of food, and marketing. And that is particularly where energy really comes into play. We know that we've been independent for so many years, and our almost 50, 60, and we are still struggling with energy. So we can try to have appropriate measures, such as putting more investments and putting more energy and efforts in off-grid renewable energy. And in this case for agriculture, I think like my brother Eugene has said, we particularly look at more energy for productive use. And that now comes into play. The small machinery that we have into the farm, we try to make them as portable as possible and mechanized using renewable energy. We've all seen very, very small agricultural machines like solar-powered posho mills, solar-powered water pumps, solar-powered harvesters, biogas for cooking. And this would really make life for our women very, very easy, because women, it's something that we cannot doubt are the key people in our energy, in our efforts to increase our production in energy, in our efforts to increase reduce post-harvest losses, in our efforts to do agri-businesses. So it is very, very important that we include women, and then we look at all the avenues that we have to be able to increase energy for productive use. The bigger paradox is, how do we do this? We all know that our policies are not very favorable to women, and when we talk of energy for productive use, and particularly off-grid, we talk about affordability, because we all know that machines, and particularly the modern so-called renewable energy solutions, are a little bit expensive, particularly at the capital cost. So how do we do this? There are several alternatives that have been tried in various places. I will try to talk about what we do at WWF. We call it increasing finance to renewable energy, and this is linking financiers, microfinances, to provide loans and credit to particularly renewable energy initiatives. In this direction, particularly focus on women, where women are prioritized, working with women group, common interest groups, and then they can be able to access loans and pay slowly as they access renewable energy products. Number two is skilling women, because most of our women are still inclined to doing manual work in the farm, doing things manually, which all of us, including us men, are. So we need a lot of skilling to know how to, the importance that the machine gets, how you can use the agricultural machine for conservation, tillage, post-harvest losses, storage, production, etc., so that they can add value to our work, less time, more time for the family and children, and of course, post-harvest losses by using like refrigerated solar water refrigerators, etc., and of course, pumping water using solar panels. Another thing lying on the platform is also how to put women as role models. There are many women, not only in Africa, but in other parts of the world, who are doing this, are very strong, and have really benefited on productive use of energy. And there is quite a big opportunity and possibility for linking them peer-to-peer learning, so that our women can be able to benefit and be at the same level with their other women counterparts in other different countries. I will not talk much because I think we have limited time, so yeah.
Thank you so much, Thomas. I'm going to come back to you with some follow-up questions, but I want to first hear from Kenny. And one of the things that is at the back of our mind is energy optimization and switch through the that can be implemented in the agricultural value chain. And he just spoke extensively about mechanizing production and distribution, but that requires energy. How can that be possible? What are you doing? What insights can you share with us on how to operationalize that in the real world?
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Eugene. Yes, thank you very much, Eugene. And colleagues, it's a pleasure indeed to be here with us. One of the made energy optimization is that look at two strands or two issues. One factor is our understanding of what energy is within the African context. When you speak about energy, the first imagination that comes to the mind of everyone is about power, is about something that brings light off. And so the other factor that's a critical issue is the externalization. You try to externalize of energy rather than seeing that it's something part and part of our lives. The air we're breathing and the way we work, even the energy, the power to work we are doing. And so within the context of what we do, by the way, I work with Solidaridad, West Africa, and I'm here in Nigeria. And so one of the things we have done is to support processes that will help to demystify the access to energy and effective and efficient use of energy for agricultural processes, food processes. Because essentially, if you do not deal with these two, as you'll find that you will be, while trying effectiveness agricultural processes, the food processes component is suffering. Now, you look at both. He's talked about mechanization. Mechanization is required in both strands. And to be able to see that energy is optimized using mechanization, for example, we need to be able to deal with basic things around access, who uses energy. So in terms of the current or conventional or traditional practices makes every one of us to be a culprit of the fact that we depend heavily on the use of very crude methods, create more challenges in the environment rather than help reduce some of the basic things is mentioned around the greenhouse gas emission, and even create water inefficiency, soil use inefficiency, and a couple of other things like that. So within Solidaridad, to be able to resolve this, there are two technologies that we are pushing at the same time. One of them is clean energy, clean and efficient energy cooking. And then the second one, climate smart palm oil production, what we call palm oil processing. So, two, the challenge in our cooking systems that is heavily dependent on fuel wood. But in the meal processing, the same scenario plays out where you find that people who process palm oil are also heavily dependent on fossil fuel wood. So where do we go from here? In the processing of food, we depend on crude methods and we use a lot of water than we could use. In the process of oil, the same thing goes on. There's a water that is wasted, and then the soil process is also, thank you. The soil environment and vegetation are also affected. So what do we do? In the case of energy efficient cook stoves, we have partnered with some organizations, and we began to identify a couple of communities, starting with cocoa communities in Nigeria, about 3 states where we started pushing clean cooking energy. And the next stage where we are going to is to enable those who are going to use these cooking stoves to be able to produce the cooking stoves themselves without thinking of importing it. That's one. Number 2, the source of energy for such cooking stoves also has to be indigenous. It doesn't have to depend on a briquette or something that has to come from somewhere else to be able to enable these women to access sources of energy. And so we're also training them to be able to utilize wastes from agricultural production to produce briquettes and as food. In the case of the oil palm oil processing, what we have done is to look at, do a kind of troubleshooting of the entire processing value chain, and then realized at what points and in what situations you will be able to see women or men who are involved in those processes finding either drudgery or that the use of the energy, the sources of fuel is creating a lot of gaseous, this into the atmosphere, and then we worked with them to be able to identify which of these processes within that value chain we can troubleshoot and create effective and efficient use of technologies. In cases, what we have done is to introduce technologies that will enable them depend less on fuel wood. So in this process, like you can see on the slide there, fiber comes from the processing of palm oil. So that fiber is converted into briquettes. And so instead of depending heavily on firewood or fuel wood, we now go ahead to say, make use of these briquettes from fiber as sources of energy. And then the equipment that they are given requires them to use lesser quantities of water, so there's water efficiency as well. And then within the same process also, because palm oil processing, check across Africa where palm oil processing is done, you see a lot of women who are involved, but they depend on men to be able to help them operate some of those heavy equipment. So in this case, this equipment are also being that we are giving to them enables the women to also be able to use the equipment without depending so much on what the men can do for them. I'll stop there, and then maybe some questions can lead to more input. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we get two things here. The kind of conceptual thinking that is needed, a kind of transformation that is needed to create these linkages between energy access and resilience in the agro-food sector, but also demonstrate it's possible on the continent. But the question I want to ask both of you is, what kind of policy changes are needed to enable this, but also to scale some of these concrete work that is going on based on your experiences and your expectations from policy? How should policy respond to all of this to be able to increase the impact of not only this kind of thinking, but this kind of concrete work that's going on? Let me start with you, Thomas.
Thank you so much, Eugene. Particularly with the kind of policy changes we need to start looking at more how we can cascade from on-grid to off-grid. Because on-grid, as much as it is good, will supply very good electricity, but it has proven to be very, very difficult to put electricity in rural areas. The reason being that we have really, when you follow the privatization path, then profit comes fast. In rural areas, the affordability to pay is very low, number one. Number two, Africa is a very, very interesting continent because we are very sparse. You find one home here, you find another one there, you find another one there in rural areas. And that really means electrifying them is very, very costly, and yet they will pay so little. So in the national planning, that kind of electricity connection is not prioritized. So that means that there is need for government to put in a lot of subsidy, a lot of resources, so that such kind of homes can be able to be privatized. And for us here, particularly with this thematic area, we know electrification and access to energy is very key to mechanizing the farm produce. So that is a big challenge. That is why we find that in rural areas, our electrification is very low. Number two, as I said before, we find that there is most African policies, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, only the Kenya Electricity Policy talks about Agenda Act. I have not seen that in any other policies that I've been looking across. So the focus of the government in other places is to provide electricity, but nothing succinctly talks about gender. And that really means the women are missing out, and that means that provision of finance for women-led SMEs to be able to connect is really, really difficult, because we know, I don't know how to put this, but the African culture puts it that I am here as Thomas, I marry so-and-so as Mrs. Thomas, she will leave her home. When she comes to my home, my family will not allow her to use the family collateral unless I use it. So then she's stuck. She doesn't have collateral to get credit in a bank to invest. And if at all I give her that collateral to invest, then she will invest in the family land, which she can access again but not control. And that is a big, big problem when we are talking about women-led enterprises and how we can improve women's lives. So what at WWF we have tried to do is we have a very big, interesting program in 3 districts in Uganda, Kasese, Rukunjiri, and I forget the name of the other district. And there we have a mini grid for fishermen, fisher communities, 10 landing sites. So the mini grids provide storage for the men, fishermen, because women don't go to the lake. And then what do the women do? The women also connect to this mini grid for their vegetable processing and vegetable storage and have parallel productive use. Then we have arrangement with the MFIs where we also stand as guarantee so that they can be able to provide financial access to women-led enterprises so that women within these landing sites would be able to access finance, which is particularly geared to renewable energy for productive use. Thank you, Eugenia.
Thank you so much. What kind of policy change is needed to scale things up?
Yeah, thank you again, Jen. I think our policy changes should begin to look at taking advantage of community-driven solutions. That actually has proven to be effective in a couple of and a lot of other policy initiatives within agriculture. And so community-driven solutions that will take advantage of, one, mini grids, mini hybrid grids. We cannot run away entirely, although it's expensive, but we cannot run away entirely from such opportunities and potentials within how to harvest the energy of the sun, how to harvest energy from turbines that are, water-driven energy producers. We cannot run away from the fact that there are alternatives to fuel wood to be able, so it has to be community-driven. And so if there is any policy that we should consider, there should be core investments, not only by public resources, that is by government, but also a public-private sector-driven, community-driven solutions. Policies that will enable private sector to invest in community-driven solutions. Policies that will encourage the government to indeed live up to its promises to support and the goodwill, to support community-driven solutions that will enable households to access mini grids that are available, that can be deployed, that is accessible to them. Whether it's a blend of solar power and heat from water turbines to be able to power some of the equipment that are required at household or farm levels or at the food processing levels. This is still very key. And I think that the more we look towards that direction, I think the faster we'll be able to get to where we're going. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we conclude, I want to invite you into the conversation now. If we have a microphone, we can take a couple of questions and additions. It just doesn't have to be a question, but you can also share an insight into the conversation. So let's get a second microphone around the room. We're going to start on this side of the room, and we're going to take 2 hands per row so that we have a total of 6 people. I'm going to use my discretion to decide who those 2 hands are. So I'm going to go right at the back. There's a lady at the back. There's a lady at the back. Yes, the one right in front of you with the microphone. We'll start with her. Let's put down our hands. We are going to get the second person once she has spoken. Please go ahead and ask your question. If you're making a contribution, let it be short and straight to the point.
Ok. Bonjour à tous. Je suis Fatoumata Diallo. Donc, ce sera une contribution que je vais faire par rapport à l'intervention des 2 panélistes, et je les félicite vraiment pour leur présentation. Et c'était par rapport aux questions foncières concernant le genre, parce que nous sommes réellement confrontés à ces problèmes-là qui sont de plus en plus récurrents. Et enfin, on va dire que nos lois dans nos pays ne sont pas vraiment à nos faveurs. Donc aujourd'hui, je souhaiterais faire un plaidoyer pour que chacun d'entre nous ici ou encore les panélistes qui sont là puissent nous accompagner à ce qu'on puisse harmoniser nos réalités en fonction des lois que nous avons dans nos pays pour faciliter aux femmes d'avoir accès à la terre et pouvoir exercer convenablement les questions sur d'exercer leur activité sur les questions d'adaptation, que ce soit sur l'agriculture, les questions des énergies, pour faciliter vraiment notre implication. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. And that's a very interesting one. I'm going to give the floor. But I think the question I may want to ask the rest of the room and we think about is how can we bypass this perennial problem of access to land for women? While the laws are not yet changing, what exists that we can take advantage of? Just be thinking about it, and if you come up with an answer, we'll have you on the floor to just share your thoughts. But let's take one more from this side. I'm taking the first hand that went up, and it's the gentleman.
I have the microphone
here.
On me.
That's not the criteria. Okay. I'm really sorry. There's a gentleman right in front who has his hand up. I can make a good dictator, you know.
Thank you so much for the wonderful panel discussion. I learned a lot from it. Mine is actually a contribution, and especially when it comes to access to energy for cooking for women. Since 2018 till date, my organization has engaged in training women living in grassroots communities on briquette production. And we've evolved from just training them because we understand that there is limited impact we can make. And based on the funding available, we've been able to support some to begin business to ensure that there is sustainability in what we've been doing, and we've trained over 2,000 women directly. So still training it. Then in 2021, we take a policy direction to see how we can really make the impact more pronounced in the state. Then we did a policy advocacy in Kaduna State, where we engage people in grassroots community, train some, and come up with a documentary. And in line with the documentary, we did a research where we come up with two things: policy brief and fact sheet. And these two policy documents, we were able to use them to engage the state government, which in the end led to the which influenced the state environmental policy review, and also increased budgetary allocation to clean cooking. I think that's a really good milestone we've been able to achieve. And when you're talking about policy initiative, we can, as a state.
If I may interrupt you, because you're saying something interesting. What lessons did you get from your work? I think that will be a more helpful contribution to the conversation. You've done all of these great things, but what are you learning that you can share with others in 2 sentences, maybe?
Okay, good. One of the things we've learned is that these people in the grassroots community are ready to change, but then there is no training for them and access. And one of the most important things that we've learned is that when you're talking about access to cooking and you're bringing, say, cooking stove as a solution, we have 2 problems: accessibility and affordability, right? And this problem, for you to be able to solve them, you're saying the local cook stove that is efficient cost around 5,000 or 6,000 from our findings. And even at this rate, people are finding it difficult to purchase. And you see where affordability comes in. And even when they can do that, not easily that they can access buying it. So what we propose, or what I can propose as a solution, if government or federal government as country can creative that train these women within their community, taking a community-centered approach where they can begin the production themselves, and also creating a mechanism or a financial, a simple way that.
Thank you so much. The microphone is protesting because you've held it for too long. But the 2 things you're saying there, improve affordability, provide incentives to make it more affordable, and involve accessible. Let me go back to the gentleman exceptionally, from whom I seized the microphone, in 2 minutes if you can, and then we'll come to this part of the room. Please just make a concrete contribution. Don't tell us about the wonderful things you're doing. If you have some very powerful lessons to share, that will be helpful.
The little I have to say is, so many good things I've said out of this place. But you can see very well that African countries are confronted with a lot of security challenges. I'm in the country, like here is my country. I'm in a place where people even find it very difficult to go to farm because of headers, farmers crisis. So many good things I've said, but nobody mentioned the issue of security challenges that we are facing that push most of the farmers out of their farms. That is my little contribution.
Thank you so much. We're going to come. There's a lady here in blue. Just come to the front. She's almost jumping out of her chair.
Thank you very much. I want to contribute on the issue of land, to share what we've been doing. Maybe it will be of assistance to others that are also facing the same challenge. In our organization, we've actually been doing advocacy around women access and control of land. We've understand that sometimes a woman can have access to the land, but she cannot control the land. She's only allowed to till the land, but you cannot even plant cash crop that can last for 2-3 years and begin to harvest. So we've been doing, we understand that is a customary kind of a law. So we have resolved, I shared yesterday that the women of Africa, all over Africa, were facing the same challenge. So we've confronted African Union by climbing the highest mountain in the whole of Africa, which is Kilimanjaro, to tell them what the women are passing through. And we're so lucky enough that that time the African government, all of them were having their conference. When we came back to our respective countries, we've been advocating and engaging with the traditional rulers who are the custodians of this land. And it has given us a very huge success. We've been telling them, you know, this issue of land inheritance, if you are born a woman, when they are sharing inheritance in land, you are not included. We asked them, is it a sin to be born a woman? They said no. Then what is the problem? And this has made some of them to change. Presently in Nigeria, some of the women are considered, they may not give them 50-50, but even if it is 20%, they give you as a woman. To us, is a success. Secondly, as a woman also, if I give birth to a female children, a female child, I should be able to tell my husband, please, our inheritance should be shared equally to our children, not saying this one is a woman and this one is a lady and is a boy. And this thing is working. We have to start at the community level. And some of the traditional rulers are now saying, okay, instead of even giving the men the land, they will sell it and marry more wives. Let's give it to the ladies. They will use it to produce food to feed us because we feed the nation. I think advocacy and lobbying is just the way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That's brilliant. Is there any other hand? Yes, there is. On this side. Yes.
Oui, merci bien. Je vais parler en français. Je suis conseiller chef d'IDAS du Centre écologique Albert Schweitzer de Burkina Faso. Alors, j'aimerais intervenir un peu par rapport à l'accès à l'énergie. Depuis, quand on parle de l'accès à l'énergie, j'ai l'impression qu'on s'oriente beaucoup vers l'énergie électrique, c'est-à-dire l'éclairage, ainsi de suite. Alors qu'il y a l'autre forme de l'énergie, qui est l'énergie thermique, qui est là, qui peut être bien exploitée pour nos pays. En cette période de changement climatique, on se rend compte qu'il est difficile de produire. Avec l'insuffisance des pluies, on produit difficilement. Et ce qui arrive et ce qui va arriver bientôt, c'est l'augmentation des pertes post-récolte. Pourquoi j'ai dit pertes post-récolte? Il y a des spéculations qui mûrissent, qui sont à maturité avant la fin des périodes de pluie. Et les pluies viennent souvent un peu dans les périodes. Je prends par exemple le haricot dans certains pays où dès que ça commence à maturité, si vous avez une pluie dessus, ça gâte un peu l'ensemble de produits. Alors, il faut donc trouver des solutions pour le séchage et pour la conservation de ces produits pendant la période hivernale. Et ça, c'est très important. Et pour cette contribution, le solaire thermique pour le séchage est une très bonne solution. Malheureusement, on se rend compte que les gens, il n'est pas beaucoup promu en Afrique. C'est la même chose pour le maïs, ainsi de suite. Si nous avons des difficultés pour produire et que nous en perdons ce que nous avons produit à la fin de la saison, je pense que ça pose un autre problème. Yeah. Donc pour notre sécurité alimentaire, je pense qu'il y a des technologies énergétiques qui nous permettent justement de conserver nos produits à la fin. Et pourquoi pas, l'énergie solaire thermique permet de produire, avec les petites centrales à concentration, de produire de l'énergie électrique aussi. Pourquoi en Afrique, on ne s'oriente pas vers cette technologie? On va dire c'est cher, c'est vrai. Merci. Mais avec le problème actuel des solaires photovoltaïques, je pense qu'il va falloir avoir des orientations bien précises pour le développement, l'accès à l'énergie et l'orientation de cette énergie-là dans nos pays. Et ça, je pense
Très
que
bien, merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Je suis d'accord avec vous. C'est une question qu'il faut regarder. Mais il faut aussi dire que l'emphase sur l'électricité, c'est parce qu'avec l'électricité, on peut faire tout ça. On peut éclairer, on peut sécher, ça peut être utilisé comme une source d'énergie thermique et tout ça. Mais je suis d'accord avec ce que vous êtes en train de dire et je crois qu'on a souligné certaines de ces choses dans nos propos. Je vais prendre encore 2 personnes de ce côté. Il y a déjà quelqu'un avec le micro. Je prends le monsieur avec le micro. I'm going to come to you. We take one more. No, just go ahead, and I'll come to you. I'll come to the front since he already has the microphone.
Thank you, moderator. A quick one. I think that it's very good to keep on sharing the experiences that are very healthy and good. Every single project, micro project, whatever, at any level, is supposed to throw up lessons. And it's good that you're asking questions about the policy implications. But we should remind ourselves about the fact that, especially in agriculture, if you need a number of factors of production. When you lose out one of them, you lose out as a farmer. So if you get land, you can get all the other things. If you don't get market, you lose out. But again, if you get market, but you are not able to save money, it means that come the next year, you go to the financial market, right? Or you look for some loan, which has a cost. The point that I want to make here is that we should be documenting all the micro experiences that we are getting with a view to formulating specific policies about energy, agriculture, finance, and so on and so forth. But here again, the key question is, to what extent can we get policy coherence? Because if you get it right in the energy policy, and then you get it wrong with the financial and banking and interest rate related issues, not to talk about the complicated land questions, we will still be saddled with problems. So we should see the usefulness of what you are doing as well as the limitations in order to harness what there is, that the social movements we are building can contribute to the solutions that we are looking for. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So there is policy coherence, but there is also policy integration, right? It's a combination of those, just so that we, yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Now you see, the thought I had is gone. But anyway, it's not the first time that electricity decentralization is doing that. We should learn from history. FDR, before the war, post in America, he introduced what was called rural electrification. And you know the Tennessee Valley Authority is a very clear example. Tennessee was one of the most backward states in America. and the government, and I must emphasize, government set up to electrify most of the rural areas, you know, the Iowas and all that. And at the end of the war, you remember, they was able to now, when the economy picked up, be able to produce milk and so on and feed the Eastern Board. So government must be at the front. You know, this World Bank speak, you are saying, you know, the private sector, they won't get it. The guys that must be put money there is government money, public money. Now, technology, I think Africa is a very diverse place. Very, very diverse, even culturally. So in my view, I think let's be situation specific. In terms of technology, Norway, you know, they've demonstrated from mini, pico, hydro, small scale technologies. I think that's where we need to start. What is feasible? For instance, I know in an area, you look for a catchment area, and you ensure that the rainfall and the water flows in that catchment is okay. And then you put a pico hydro there. But it's managed by the community. So let's not broad spectrum these things. Let's be situation specific. And I think for me, that's the way to go. And then, of course, you can see whether it's hydro, where it's feasible to do the solar and so on. But let's be specific to our situation. Otherwise, these broad spectrum approaches may not be good for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And while we get two more people from that end, I think the solution to that is that in these kinds of conversations, we bring out general principles, but understanding that the local context will detect what is necessary. We cannot be prescriptive in this kind of conversation. And so, unlike what Thomas thinks, I think we're going to have a combination of standalone solutions to grid solutions. We're never going to have a situation where it's either grid or decentralized. It's going to be a bit of all of those things. Hybrid. Thank you so much. Let's take a couple of 2-3 people. We need to close in 5 minutes. So if we can get 2 people from this end, 2 ladies. Yes. The hands of 2 ladies in the front. The one with the microphone can go first.
Okay. Thanks so much. My name is Santa. I would like to contribute to the discussion in the sense that energy transitioning needs to be aligned to relevant sustainable development goals so that now we can receive more support, and because now more people, when they're involved in this the challenges, it becomes easier to find sustainable solutions. Number 2, I think when developing developing programs for rural electrification or supply of alternative energy to the rural communities or rural setups, it's important to collaborate with the communities so that now they can identify needs that they have, and the project or programs that are developed are aligned to the needs that they have and are responsive to the problems and solutions that they have. Number 3, I think also there is need to have reforms in policies in regards to energy supply and proper governance so that now there is transparency and sustainability in terms of policy reforms that are responsive to people's needs. Yeah. The last point is this need to collaborate or invest in research. Research gives information on what is the salient issues that are communities, and it also offers recommendations that are sustainable to the problems that are affecting the people. That way, the solutions are real-time and are also incorporating the feedback from the communities that are experiencing this challenge and will be enjoying the solutions. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. On that same row, there's a lady who had her hand up at the end. Who's our mic coordinator? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mine is around technology transfer, and also just to look at when we're talking of energy transitioning, there's a lot of technicality, and I think I would ask Thomas to kind of comment in terms of how look at establishing or building up innovation technology centers that really encompass these technologies that brings together even our indigenous knowledge in the energy, so that there's kind of that bridging the gap. I mentioned this because we've seen in terms of the same, we talk of research and all that, but then it has kind of, we've seen some feasibility study that I can pick from back home in Zambia in terms of having a feasibility study that has taken 11 years just to look at the geothermal. So maybe are there initiatives that will just have certain technology centers? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Exceptionally, one person from this row to create balance. We took 3 from each of the rows. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, we are working with a number of communities to help them transition from diesel power to either hybrid or solar power, especially in the water sector. But I think we seem to be having a huge problem because especially after huge capital investment, at best what we've gotten is 60%. And what we've noticed is that it has more to do with the technical capacity and also the quality of the products that we get in Africa for solar. So what can we do, number one, to improve the technical capacity of the people in Africa to be able to install these as we transition? And number two, of course, how do we ensure quality assurance of these products that we are getting, mostly from China, which don't meet the standards? Yeah.
Brilliant question. I'm going to invite Thomas and Kenneth to comment and generally on all of the issues that have been raised, but there are 2 specific questions that you can start with. This time I'm going to start with you.
Thank you very much. I'll start with the last question. And the thing is, like I did mention, if you talk about a policy initiative or formulation, we cannot run away. In fact, for a long time, it's been top-bottom approach. Every policy that will succeed must be community-driven. It must be locally developed, formulated, initiated, and implemented. Then, what kind of energy? If you look at it, if we stop externalizing energy sources or sourcing, in other words, thinking that anything that has to do with alternative energy to fossil fuel must either be from China or from Europe. Once we begin to stop thinking that way and see that the energy sources that will help drive energizing agriculture in Africa must be indigenous because of our cultural orientation. Because even our food processing this thing has its cultural slant. In certain places, you wouldn't cook rice with gas on the gas stove, and people will accept it because they want to perceive and have that feel of the smoke from firewood to make the rice palatable, for example. So every energy option that we have to go for must be indigenous. And so we look at what capacity we have, and then we ask ourselves the salient questions about how do we upgrade what we have. Solar system is universal. Water system is universal. Can we have a blend of this? That's why I said mini-grid systems, looking at the cost of energy sourcing, mini-grid systems prove to be very, very effective. But such mini-grid systems should also be hybrids. In other words, it should look at how to upgrade from what is locally accessible, affordable, to, you move up a bit to what now will help to remove the drudgery and the emissions into the environment that we are trying to tackle. A couple of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thomas. And if you don't mind wrapping your final thoughts on the conversation.
I will talk about energy and talk the whole day. So I will just say very quickly what I can. Whoever wants to follow me can follow me. Lunchtime and tea time, continue the session. So, number one is about government, and my brother here was giving very big example of Tennessee. That is the way we need to do in Africa, I agree. But unfortunately, Africa, we have a lot of small-scale farmers, and we're having a lot of land issues like as I've been talking about, that we are having challenges to have big-scale farmers. And that really means trying to electrify farms and the government to do deliberate connection for non-commercialized farming is not viable for the government. We have a lot of other priorities. So I cannot, because I'm part of the government and I've never been part of any energy planning at the State House, so I don't know, but that is my very quick assessment. Number two is my brother and sister talks about technology transfer. You talked about quality of equipment, and you talked of being expensive. I'll give you a very, very interesting example of, I think, China, why they have been very, very successful in this. If you look at the China electricity policy, you pay more for the house, domestic consumption, against the commercial consumption. Why? Because they are promoting industrialization. In Africa, it's the opposite. Industries pay more and houses pay less. And everybody on the African grid pays $10 to $20. And that means most of our electricity companies are barely surviving and have to borrow money from the government to continue surviving. Technology transfer is a very, very controversial issue anyway. That is a policy that you will never win. Because for you to be able to develop technical qualities, you must have systems in place, which we don't have. I have been privileged to work with Sweden, and I have seen how they set up their systems. You look at all Swedish universities and Central European universities, they are connected to their companies and tech companies, which are funding parallel research within the university. And once you get a patent, it is owned by Volvo, it is owned by Saab, it is owned by somebody. And then they give you this amount of money so that you can be able to upscale your small technology into industrial production. Our universities don't do that. So then the result is that these patents we are talking about, technology transfer, are owned by private companies and not owned by governments. So what can we do as Africa? We have to look at how our universities, and the government is responsible for this, how they can be able to expand the university education beyond the theories we are learning into practical implementation and see how we can be able to expand. And that is one big reason why you find we have economic disparity between Africa and the West. Because the West, we all know that Congo is one of the richest countries in the world because they have minerals, but they are not able to use it. And we all know that Denmark, Austria, Germany have no minerals, but they're the richest countries in the world. Why? Because they come to Congo, take the minerals, produce an iPhone, and we buy it for $1,000, and pay us $10 for our minerals, and we're happy. So nobody has stopped us from manufacturing our own iPhones in Africa. We just have to start, how do I put it? Start from zero. Once upon a time, I think about a year ago, one day I was driving, and a very interesting story started when I was driving and I parked my car. They were saying how the Chinese people on BBC managed to go to the moon. So the way they did is that the China government sponsored somebody. You have to take, for example, 100 good students in Abuja in their primary exams and sponsor them to go to America at that age and give them scholarship and support them through the embassy clandestinely as spies. That is what they did, and they will be able to penetrate, get an American passport. That is the way the Chinese did, and the guy eventually became one of the design engineers of NASA. And then now he was siphoning the technology, and he was caught for espionage, put in prison, finished his prison term. Then when after that came, after the prison term, took him to China, paid him what NASA was paying him, and he headed the Chinese space industry. Tell me which African country has does that. We all end up going to Europe when we are 30. And you don't have a local passport, you go as an international student, you have limited courses to enroll to, because you will not enroll in NASA university to study going to the moon. You will all enroll in doing agriculture, CRE, history, geography, and then you come home. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And thank you. That's enough, all the time we had for this conversation. But to sum things up, the point we're trying to make so far is that there is clearly a linkage between resilience in the agri-food sector and energy access. And that energy access, however you define it, whatever form it takes, would do a number of things for the food sector. It could reduce its vulnerability, it can increase its adaptive capacity, and ultimately it's going to build resilience in the sector. And the recommendations we are hearing from all of the contributions is that we need a policy response that understands these linkages, but that can define solutions that are suited to specific contexts, because those solutions are going to vary depending on the cultural context, but also the spatial context could also be different. So thank you so much for joining us in this conversation. A round of applause for everyone, including us. And I think we want to stop here, and Philip is going to give us an indication of what's next. Thank you so much. I think there is always a photo shoot at the end of the panels. Where are the
cameramen? You face that one, but just step around here. That's when you'll get a good photo of you. Do not fall off. We don't have an insurance package. That must have been an stimulating session. I can actually see the energy, the engagement. The two sessions were extremely powerful. We still have our time date. We can recover it. I'm optimistic we can actually recover it. We'll take a short break of 20 minutes maximum. Once 20 minutes done, we will have Professor Chinedum moderate another interesting session. Remember, that session was on just transition from an energy perspective, which is part one. But we want to move to broad-based conversation on just transitions across all the sectors, or across all the subsectors in agriculture. So once we are back, brave yourself for that, take tea, but stick to 20 minutes. After that, we'll just start. Thanks.
2, 2, 2. 2, 2, 2, 2. Testing mic 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2, 2. Testing mic 1, 2, 2. Testing mic 1, 2. Testing mic 2. 1, 2, 2, 2. Testing mic 1, 2. Testing mic 1, 2. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Testing mic 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Sound check 1, 2.
let's all settle, and those who are just next to the doors, we request you enter. Those who are slightly outside the venue, please do your consultations quietly, because we want to begin another interesting session. Remember, right from the second session of today, we started to discuss just transition, and we dealt with the first part, which is actually transitions within the energy sector, looking at the role energy is meant to play within the agriculture sector. That's where we actually began our process today. If you are consulting inside the room, please sit. Hello? If you are doing consultation inside the room, please sit. Hello? I can see some people standing and doing consultation inside the room. Please sit, because we need to have meaningful discussions. We have a gentleman and a lady consulting at the back. Please sit, because we need to have meaningful discussions. We are here for the second part of the just transition conversation. And this part is much more broader, because it looks at the transitions and what they mean beyond the energy sector in a much more broader way. And it also begins to look at what do transitions mean, and the conversations around transitions, what kind of shape are they taking within the global negotiation spaces, and what kind of decisions are being made within that particular space, and how do these decisions imply to us in our current state and into the future? What do those decisions really mean to us? And what kind of adjustments do we need to take outright? And what kind of pushback do we need to undertake from our level? And what kind of political positioning do we need to undertake collectively as a continent to ensure that we are able to not only take advantage of the decisions that are being made in COP processes, but also be able to push back on some of the decisions that are likely to be injurious to our interests. I'm not the moderator. All that time is wasted, because it's meant just to set the tone. The moderator for this particular session will be Professor Chinendum Manjiuba, his former Vice Chancellor, Alex Ekweme, Federal University, Ebonyi State of Nigeria, and he will be doing this alongside other distinguished panelists that he will have the pleasure to introduce to the podium. Give a clap to Prof as he takes the floor to deal with this complex question of just transition. Thanks.
Thank you so much, my brother Philip, for setting the tone and providing guidance. We will proceed as usual in a very business-like manner. Before saying anything, I'd like to invite the very excellent panelists who are here. Robert Mutami, our friend and colleague who we are very familiar with, will be the first to speak, but he will do that online. Those who are physically present here, I have the honor in inviting. I invite Angelina Mensah from Ghana. I hope she's here. Please, let's appreciate her, clap for her as she comes in. Angelina is a negotiator from Ghana, and she'll be speaking from that perspective and highlighting the response measures and what we need to take from this going forward as we look towards the COP28. Welcome, Angelina. Please sit down somewhere there. Okay. Then I invite another lady, Mary Nderitu. Mary Nderitu is Director, East Africa, Trans-Africa Agribusiness Solutions Limited. Where is Mary? Yes, please come up the podium. Thank you. Thank you. Please, I know you are all very busy looking at your laptops and your appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome, lady. Okay. May I also ask up the podium Jonathan Lanidune. Jonathan is program manager, Fair Trade Africa, West African office. Thank you, Jonathan. I think they're not clapping for you enough. They would have wanted to bring one more lady. Sit down. Thank you so much. So then the next will be Mr. Dayuko Ogala. Dayuko Ogala is from the Center for Fish Production Research and Skills Acquisition. Please, let's appreciate him as he comes in. You never know, he may bring some fish. Thank you. Then let's also bring in somebody from with a youth perspective from the African Youth Commission, Keith Adere. Keith, please come up here and let's also appreciate him. I'm not sure if Kingsley Ofe is here. Are you here? Oh. I was hoping you are not here, so we will not outnumber the ladies. But since you are here, please come up. Okay. Thank you so very much. Okay. So I think that is that'll be all, because I'm not sure that Professor Egusi is here too. So, dear colleagues, we go straight to business, and I'd like to welcome you, dear panelists. As much as possible, I would wish that you have your interventions in a manner that creates opportunities for interaction or for people to make contributions to the issues. While we will not start with robots right now, because we'll technically work out that, like I said, online, we will start with Angelina Mensah, and we'll want to learn from you what it's like for a negotiator in that room that not many persons will come into, on the issue of framing transitions in the agriculture sector from a sector-wide perspective, and how Africa should engage in order to safeguard the agricultural sector. So thank you, ma'am. Please, let's appreciate Angelina as she comes to.
Thank you very much, Professor, and thank you for introducing us. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank PACJA for giving Response Measure the space to share with you what we do in response measures. Some of you, it must be a new term to you. Some of you might have heard it, but it's just hearing it. But this response measure is at the heart of negotiations. It is as old as adaptation, even older than adaptation, as old as mitigation, and it's something that we are not really aware. I would like us to understand what response measures is and its impact on the agriculture sector, especially those of us in entrepreneurship who are into farming, who are into export and import of product, agriculture product. Response measures is one of the areas of international climate change negotiations, which deals with the social, environment, and economic consequences of impact of implementation of mitigation actions. When we talk about mitigation actions, what are we speaking about? We are transitioning into electric vehicles. That is a mitigation action. We'll be transitioning into wind turbines, solar panels. These are all mitigation actions. And what response measure seeks to do is to find out the impact socially, economically, politically, geopolitically on on countries, on communities, and economies. Now, this response measures refers to a range of actions, policies, and measures that countries who have undertaken or signed on to the convention and into the Paris Agreement, the Kyoto Protocol, look at. We have actions, policies, and programs such as subsidies to promote low carbon development, border carbon adjustment or carbon labeling. Depending on how they are implemented, response measures can be classified as unilateral, bilateral, or multilateral, and their impact could be either domestic or cross-border. As I explained further, you realize that some of these measures, we've been hearing something called CBAM. I don't know whether any one of us is familiar, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, which was set up by the European Union. We may sit in our homes and in our countries and we think, forget it, but it has greater impact on us. The previous discussion, we're talking about policies. There are more than 100 policies internationally that impact on agriculture. Ghana did a study on response measures on 8 sectors, and 12 sectors were found to be impacted by 80 response measures from international policies. And one of them is CBAM. One of them is the IMO, and so many of them. I'm sorry I have a bad cold, so my voice is not as I would. Now, the policies implemented will have positive or negative impact. And this positive impact, the convention seeks to minimize the negative and maximize the positive. So, as I mentioned, some of the measures, we also have to look at measures like cap and trade schemes, trade-related measures, standards, and labeling, which can actually impact on employment, growth income, economic, environment, health, and food security, which agriculture is a major component of that. I would just swing into a major policy action by the European Union called the European Green Deal, which came about in 2021. And it is a measure. It is an internal measure. How does that impact on us? It has cross-border impact as response measures would like us to look at it. It is a set of long-term policy initiatives that define European Union's climate strategy to reach net zero emissions by 2050. In so doing, they've developed this roadmap for sociological transition to a low-carbon future and building blocks for economic strategy. Now, how does this impact on Africa? It impacts on Africa and in agriculture in the sense that there's going to be a decline in European demand for fossil fuels alongside rising demand for cobalt, nickel, and other critical minerals for energy transition, which will greatly affect global markets and by implications the economic of oil-dependent and mineral-rich African countries. I don't know, fortunately or unfortunately for Africa, all our minerals are underground, and we need to get those from the ground. By doing so, we need high-intensity energy. We need carbon dioxide to do that. And so when we have the CBAM, any energy that we have extracted and we add value to it, they will count the carbon intensity, greenhouse carbon intensity content, and will be charged with it. So Africa is always in a catch-22 situation. When we add value, it is a problem. When we don't add value, it comes back to us at a very high cost, and we become consumers of our own product, which we could have done that. So this is what we have to understand, that the response measures is looking at some of these critical trade measures that European Union and other developed countries are putting in place, which may impact greatly negatively on our production, on our agriculture systems, on our import systems. Another area we can be looking at, for example, they have something they call Farm to Fork policy package, which the European Union aims to become a leader in setting sustainable global food standards. Now, compliance with these standards as a condition for accessing European markets. So if you do not comply, your goods cannot go into those markets. And how many of our farmers have that kind of money? Europe has all the subsidies that they have to give to their farmers. We do not have those subsidies. Our farmers have to rely on rain-fed agriculture. Agriculture is the mainstay of most of the countries in Africa. Now, if we do not actually look into what response measures is going to impact, then we will be at a very, very big loss. It's very important we take this critically. PACJA, you call yourself knowledge brokers, you are advocates, and you should be lobbyists in getting some of these information, pushing this agenda in the negotiation corridors for us to have a very good deal for Africa. How will Africa manage its response measures in the agriculture sector? Now, before I go to what we can do, another area that I mentioned, that is the critical raw materials, which is on the ground. And this ground is also land for agricultural produce. So let's say you are producing cocoa like my country in Ghana. And in that land, you have abundance of gold, abundance of nickel, cobalt. At the last discussion I heard us talking about taking cobalt from DRC and using it to make phones and selling it to us at exorbitant prices. Indeed, yes, but that land might be an agricultural land. That land might be a fertile land, but it's also containing minerals, critical raw materials. Now, let's say we want to go into the wind turbines. We may not have it in the seas. We may have it on the land. So a lot of agricultural lands, dry lands, for example, in Ghana, it is the northern sector that contains the dry lands, which is the food basket of Ghana. So if they are going to clear that for turbines, this is what we call unintended consequences of response measures. We are trying to do good, but in our way to do good, it's going to impact on so many sectors. Now, within the response measures negotiations, we have something called the work plan. The work plan looks at just transition, which was just discussed. And you cannot discuss just transition of the workforce without not looking at economic diversification and transformation. They go hand in hand. Now, with economic diversification and transformation, you need to look at the tools and methodologies that you need to assess whatever policy, whatever measure or instrument you've put in place. Without that, we'll be lost as an African country. We can say we are doing the cooking stoves, yes, but what empirical studies have we done that those cooking stoves, as a mitigation measure to enhance ambition, is positive or negative? We have assumptions based upon it. And it is very critical that response measures is calling us to make sure that we actually do some studies for us to be able to take action. I'll go on to what can we do as an African country, because I have a lot of speakers. So, as I mentioned, the European Green Deal is an internal policy instrument, but it has potential global spillovers, which will reach African countries in view of the strong economic and historical ties between the continents. And some of these will be on finance, technology, and standards. So what do? We need to have our own narration on just transition. How do we want to see the just transition? I just read a title saying just and graceful transition. Graceful is not a language in the negotiations. So if you want us to have it, you have to lobby the corners for us to have that graceful. And what is the interpretation of graceful transition? I love it. It's very important. But it is not a language that is being used in the negotiations. So we need to have a language. We need to have our own narrative in what the transition that we want to have. We have to forge genuine partnership in sourcing raw materials. We need to, European Union and other countries need to speak to us as partners. Not that they formed their, their standards, they formed their policies, they formed their measures, and then they throw it to us. I spoke about CBAM. CBAM is now, it's in practice now. It's being used, it started 1st October. And I wonder how many of us are aware. Those of us who are going to export our flowers, our beautiful Kenyan flowers, South Africa, the carbon content will be measured and it will be charged. How profit can we make out of it? So I am pleading with all of us to take response measures very seriously and see how best we can, as a knowledge broker, as activists, as lobbyists, and as advocates would help us to be able to manage this. I'll pause, and then when we come to the question time, I'll speak about the way forward that we can do. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, my sister Angelina Mensah from Ghana. It's always something of value to have negotiators with us and to present their perspectives. And as she was speaking, the Director General of the Nigerian Climate Change Commission walked in. The chief negotiator, as a negotiator, was speaking. Dr. Salis, I welcome you. Well, thank you. You ended by calling us to take response measures very seriously. Very unique contribution you've made. You also have called on PAGJA as a knowledge broker. Philip, I'm sure you picked that. PAGJA as a knowledge broker should be engaged with the subject of the response measures. Quite a lot of very valuable contributions and lessons you put for us to consider. Response measures are the heart of negotiations. It's older than adaptation, as old as mitigation, and not to talk about the very recent loss and damage. You want us to focus and understand what we mean by transiting. What is it we're transiting into? You picked out what already seems to be the focus, including solar, and you classify that as mitigation actions. So I could sense that you are saying that not enough adaptation measures are yet on the table in this. And of course, you clearly presented the issue that is important, that response measures impact on communities, that we be cautious of that and in what we do. And clearly, response measures refers to what countries have signed on to, starting from Kyoto and Paris. I think the listening audience will have a lot of things they've learned and what they will have to raise at some point when it's our time. So we'll now move forward, and maybe we'll deal with the ladies. And I'd like to be signaled when Robert is ready online. But we'll go to the other lady. And it's my pleasure to invite Mary Nderitu to, I'm sure that'll be quite a nice voice, because I heard Angelina say her voice was not so nice because of cold. So perhaps if that voice was not nice, I wonder what it's like when it's nice. So, but maybe we hear a nicer voice. And dear colleagues, please let's welcome and appreciate Mary Nderitu. Welcome, my sister. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I want to call attention to all of us because I'm going to disrupt your thoughts. And my way of disrupting is my way of bringing something different, and a different outlook to our adaptation. And one of the things that I'm going to follow through after after Mensa, she talked about the negotiations. And as much as she talked about negotiations, the question would be, where is the private sector? Now, I come in as a private sector. The company I work for is Trans-Africa Agribusiness Solutions, a company that is established in Africa, that has an office in Ghana and has an office in Kenya. And one of the things that Trans-Africa does is a lot of research, is to help SMEs, what we call small and medium enterprises. It also helps in business, because behind the Trans-Africa we have 75 business organizations behind it that it brings together as a focal point to drive the issues of agribusiness. And so as a solution, I stand here knowing that I have really crisscrossed a lot of issues that are raised at different subsectors. And so now we are going to look at critical elements and subsectors. And by that transition, we are looking at, first and foremost, what is this that we are calling critical elements? And the critical elements we are looking at here is, first and foremost, is the food systems that we've been talking about since Tuesday. And the next one, we're also looking at the other critical elements in agriculture transition is climate smart strategies. Then we are looking at also integrating the women empowerment within that. Why do I pick women empowerment? Is because it has been known that we have about 86% of the women at the rural area working in the farms. Now, again, we are looking at also biodiversity as a critical element. And here, when you look at biodiversity, we are looking at an area that is integrated pest management, integrated farm management, and also integrated landscape management. Then again, we move to the youth. And the youth here is why the question is, why are our youth seeking visas to go to the US? And apart from the US, which other? I picked the US because that is the cut that is going on. We have most of the people getting visas to get there. Why is our youth leaving the African continent while we have we can disrupt the area of agriculture as private sector and have a lot of youth picking up a lot of businesses there? And we also are looking at the digital. And the digital aspect, we are looking at intelligence, looking the AI, the technology, looking at IoT, ones that are now the next frontiers of driving our agribusiness. And then looking at also the sustainable development goals, like Venta had talked about earlier. And what we are looking in agriculture on sustainable development goals. How do we really monitor and evaluate what all we are doing within our area? And not only looking at the community, we need to look at it from the bigger perspective. And so the last bit is the system thinking. We need to look at agriculture as a system, and we need to disrupt it as a system. So that when we look at it as a system thinking, you look from the beginning as a value chain, and why that's where we are here, looking at the value chain, and value chain from production to consumer. And with that in mind, then you'll be able to really focus your agriculture and help in adaptation and sustainability of adaptation. Now, the 6 components that we have for Africa is mostly the crop farming, where we have the cash crop and the food crop, the animal production, fish rearing, and forestry, agroforestry, and so on. But coming to think on the sensitive sectors that I will talk about is the food system. And here I'm not going to talk about any of that. I'm going to ask what private sectors are here. When you're looking at adaptation, we are looking at farmers. But farmers, we want to look at in the food system. What are we looking at the beginning is the seed system. I believe, and we want to ask ourselves, when we are talking about having good seeds, the first thing that you ask, do we have certified seeds? And where do we get those seeds? We might get them in two ways, the traditional system or the many that we buy from the agrovets. And when we buy from the agrovets, are they certified? Who brings them? Is the private sector. Okay, so the question is, when we talk about adaptation, we can't wish away private sector because private sector will be there to bring in the seeds. The next one that they will also bring in is the, first and foremost, is what we call the fertilizer. And when we talk about the fertilizer and any other, either water fertilizer or any other fertilizer, they will bring it. But the question is, again, our soils. Who does the testing of the soil? Most of the people will take it to the private sector, again, because they have a laboratory to do that, to do the testing. Again, not that, we go to the research institution, again, to test the soil, so that the person tells you, your soil type is this, and so what you are applying is NPK or DAP, or any other fertilizer that will increase, or organic fertilizers. Again, when you're doing organic fertilizers, what do you need? Organic certification. Who gives organic certification? Who helps you in making sure that you get that? Is the government. Government works together with the private sector. So what I want to really make you really understand is that when we are talking about adaptation, really we need totally private sector to be there. And the next one that we'll be looking at is even on the growing of your adaptation. Like now we have the Zai pit, what Wedragos they have in their country, that we have bananas that are growing in those Zai pits. Okay? And apart from that, we have different types of farming methods. And the farming methods, you have the drip irrigation. Who brings the drip irrigation? The private sector. Again, who is helping in provision of some of these tools that you will get? Is the private sector. Mechanization. So we are moving from, the next slide please. We are moving from the hoe, using you're digging using your hoe, to the mechanization. And if you're using mechanization, you can still do manual, but you will use that gadget which you follow, and also it's a mechanized item. So what we're saying is that the question is, what is private sector going to do within your adaptation? What talks are you having with them in each and every area of adaptation? Which node of adaptation are you looking at? And the next one is a digital and online. Why I've brought it at this position is because you can be able to really have your seed and track your farming using the digital system. We have very many digital systems. We have set up one in a farm, in a big farm in Nairobi. And one of the things is that it tracks even the moisture content within the area where the farm is being done. It tracks the temperature. It tracks even the way the length of the crop from the time it comes from the ground upwards. So we are saying we have to really disrupt our thinking.
And the question is, somebody will ask me, we don't have money to input these systems. No, there is money. The question of adaptation is not about money. It's about what solution do you, or what business idea do you have so that you can approach the right people for either joint venture or be able to present your business case so that it is also implemented. The other thing that I would also bring in is on the drying. Now, the drying again, when you harvest and you dry, the items like we are seeing there, we have the gabion and we have those. That again, you procure from the private sector, then you come and set it up. So remember, everything that you're buying to help in your adaptation growing is still the same thing. You also, so we are looking at the transportation. Again, that's also part of private sector where they do the aggregation. Either you have one person, let's say for example, one person is farming, you may be able to have 2 acre, 1 acre, and you're producing maybe 1 sack, but the private sector will come to the farm gate or to the aggregation center and pick everything and carry and take it to the market. And as they take it to the market, so it becomes easier for you. Again, adaptation also, we cannot wish away the private sector. So when we have the processing, they carry, they take it to the processing. And the processing, the next slide please. The processing, we have different processes that take place. So you'll have the juices, you'll have the peanut butter, you'll have any other kind of product that you'll get. Either partially processed, semi-processed, or fully processed. And now there also comes in what we call the packaging. Because those products, again, you'll have to buy them. You have to either import them if they are not produced within the country, or if you cannot import them. Again, the next one, the next photo there shows that you, previous still. The next photo shows that you have to have your certification. And that's where I will follow on what Mensa has talked about on the issue of the Green Deal, financing technology as standard. Now, our organization is very key because we do what we call the food safety, food standards measures. And we help most of the private sector understand what is this that you need to know about food safety, food standards, and what is what we call this phytosanitary measure. And it's good that we have the fair trade here. They also do the same thing. So meaning that as much as each person is producing, they have to produce with the standard in mind. Even you when you're doing adaptation, you need to be thinking about when I'm producing my seed, when I'm also growing my crop, is it as safe for me and for my neighbors and for the market to be able to use? What kind of equipment? Where am I storing it? How am I harvesting it? How am I transporting it? And so on. And so we are saying, we are looking at that aspect as part of really something to think through when you're looking at adaptation. Because if we don't look at adaptation as a value proposition from a business perspective, then it will be the normal thing of doing adaptation. You're growing, tomorrow you have seeds, tomorrow you don't have seeds, but then you're not making it as a business. Then we are looking at how much, the next slide, we are looking at what out of that, what makes a very high export out of this continent, and within also with this continent. We have products, especially the maize, the sugar, and also the wheat. And again, remember the question about us having to import the wheat from Russia, from Ukraine, from wherever else. You ask, why not have to produce it in our countries? What is it that we are not doing? What is it that we are not disrupting enough for us to be able to produce? Then also, we move, next slide. We are moving to now markets. So the access to markets is what we have there for now. And this is what our mostly people within our villages think, that we will take it to the next shopping center and we will have it to the people who are there. So we'll have different markets sitting. This is our system as it is of now. And we are producing very good, like the sweet potatoes. That's a variety of sweet potato. But I would tell you that a variety of sweet potato, if you go to Europe and find how much it sells, you'll be surprised. Just 1 kilo or 1 pack of it. So what are we doing ourselves is that however much we are talking about adaptation and being able to address the climate change, the question is, are we doing enough? What can we involve? Who can we involve? And the question is, are we involving our private sector from finance, microfinance institutions, fertilizer producers, agrovets? Do agrovets that you go to buy from, do they understand? And if they understand, what are the channels that you can make them know, or let maybe the people who should be able to query what they are doing understand? Because there are some systems that they know that they have to go through. Even their certification, they are certified, the licenses be revoked. So the question to me is that, move to the second last, private sector, how to make adaptation a business case and a business model, or a business model. Having a value proposition for what you are doing, the product that you're producing. Now look at what the lady from Uganda did. Her value proposition of that product. Okay? It may make a lot of sense when she produces, but when she was beginning, it was not making a lot of sense. But she had to put quite a lot. But when you have a product, it is a private, it is an institution that would finance, even other joint ventures will come to you to even invest with you. Then we look at adaptation support as is a grant-based system. But what we are saying is that as a grant-based system, you are at the mercy of donors, you are at the mercy of other development partners, but you're creating a dependency of communities. The question would be, when would we now move from dependency to looking at what do we need to do and stand on our own? Yes, you can depend for a while, for 1, 2, 3 years, but not for long. The thing is, think business. Transition to business as an agriculture. Then, so you're looking at the FDIs, foreign direct investment. You're looking at joint ventures, return on investment, and social enterprises. The last one. So the question also I'm also asking is that we, as the, giving an example with something that we are doing right now, the industry, what we call the Industrial Academia Platform. We have 6 organizations that we are doing a challenge fund. What we are saying a challenge fund is going to different universities and registering through the website, universities, and asking different TVET institutions and universities who is a student who feels that they would want to join together. So they come in and apply as 6, and then they go through an 8 session of what we call a challenge. And that challenge, they come, we connect them to different companies. For example, we have connected them to one called Millie Farms. We have others called Millie Bakers. We have also Macro Daily in Kenya. We also have another one that is doing poultry. We have KPL's Kenya Power and Lighting. We also have one that is doing geothermal. Geothermal going to be used as part of using that energy to detour it back to supporting the agribusiness along the Rift Valley region. So what we are saying is that you're going back to the academia, you're connecting them back to the private sector, and the two of them work together with the students to develop a challenge where they are solving an issue which is of gap within, or where the companies have seen there need to be something that will be supported. Yeah, so with that in mind, you find that you're preparing the youth. Give me 1 minute, please. Give me 1 minute, please. So you're preparing the youth in academia for thinking totally out of the box from what they're doing in their campuses to now what the industry is providing. And now the research institution, we have the help in the seed. So what we are doing is also working with research institutions to ensure that whatever the product they are providing, you pick it up and you do commercialization. And how we do commercialization is linking up to different types of private sectors that can be able to work as SMEs and giving them seed capital to start now doing the commercialization of those pertinent or patented products that they have already produced. So again, what we are saying is that work around as an ecosystem, as a circular economy, has to be able to do the adaptation for climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. No, don't worry. Thank you so much, Mary. I think you left us with a number of very critical questions. Are we doing enough? How do we make adaptation? How do we make a business case for adaptation? I'm sure there'll be quite a lot of reactions listening to someone from the private sector. And some of what you have said hidden in those acronyms like ROI, return on investment. I'm sure Robert's listened very carefully, and I expect him to have a lot of reaction. But there are quite a lot of lessons in your presentation, quite rich indeed. And like I said, I expect quite a lot of reactions from this because the private sector. But I like the way you've widened the scope of our perspective of agriculture, bringing in a lot about the post-harvest systems, the marketing aspects, and those kind of things, processing, transportation, packaging, and so on. Opportunities for younger people to get involved and how they'll be able to do that. And also raised the fact about our inability to have and sustain subsidies. But I'm sure they listen to you. Let's appreciate her again. And thank you. So let's move to the panelists who will not have to apologize for poor voices. We've had very nice voices. We'll go to the gentleman. And Jonathan, I'm going to invite you straight on. Maybe this time, the global value chain. So let's appreciate and welcome Jonathan Landine to talk to us about global agricultural value chain. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. So I think when Mary was speaking, I was just thinking whether the private sector has been just to us as smallholder farmers. So my name is Dr. Jonathan Langnidune, and I'm with Fair Trade Africa, and then part of the Fair Trade like global movement. And what we seek to do is to ensure trade justice and address inequalities. So when I was asked to come and speak on the just transition, I was just thinking, so do we really have a just system? Or do we aspire to have a just system? And what comes to mind is that there is a future. We can always aspire and we can work towards it. So I want us to understand when we say just transition in agriculture global value chain, what are we looking at or what are we talking about? And in the first day, one of the panelists said that leave no one behind. I want to take that as how I see just transition in agriculture value chains at the global level should move. It is important because we need to ensure that we are all participating. We need to ensure that smallholder farmers are having a say at the global stage. We need to have a just transition. To me, we are all part of the system. We are all part of the global economy. So if we are all part of the global economy, it is right for us to advocate or to seek for a just transition that ensures that as smallholder farmers, we are able to participate and participate well. As farmers and workers, we are being squeezed and exploited. I don't want to say by the private sector, because the private sector people are here, but the private sector are playing a key role in terms of trying to ensure that the smallholder farmers are producing to meet the system. But how just is their payment system to these smallholder producers? So as I said, what must we address when it comes to just transition? We have to address the issue of, or try to reduce the level of inequalities, where we provide opportunities for smallholder farmers, we provide opportunity for women, we provide opportunities for all actors in the value chain to be able to participate and their voices being heard. We have to bring them to the table, negotiation table. We have our negotiators here. How often do they involve smallholder producers at the grassroots to pick up their thoughts and view and take them toward the negotiation? Or do they invite these smallholder farmers to be part of the negotiation table? So just transition also want to ensure inclusion and participation. We cannot have a just transition without inclusion, without participation of those who are key and involved. So having talked about that, what are the goals? What are the key goals of a just transition? We want to ensure that there is decent job for everybody. Jobs are decent, there is social protection and inclusion. And we are trying to address the climate justice crisis. What will be my recommendation for a just transition? Key to my recommendation is we cannot have a just transition in a politically insecure environment. Take the case of Africa. We have a lot of insecurity around us. And that cannot promote just agricultural transition. We need to have a stable economy. We need to have a stable political environment to ensure inclusion and participation. And as stakeholders, it is our responsibility to work towards that. The big brother in the country, the government must initiate sincere policy dialogues involving all stakeholders to be able to arrive at a solution that is just and then advancing the cause of women rights, land rights, food security, and the crisis. What PAJA is doing is commendable. we need a lot of civil society organizations, trade unions, to continue to play a critical role in organizing farmers so that we are able to advocate together to ensure that we have a just transition at the global level. And one thing that is dear to my heart is the issue of a minimum price. When you take farmers, at that level, they are the only group of people that cannot guarantee their price. So a recommendation I'm going to make is for us as advocates to develop a system or to push for a system that ensures that farmers in Africa have a minimum price for their commodities or their food products. That helps to secure their livelihood. And once their livelihood is secured, then it helps to be able to bring about just transition. So I will end here, and then if there are questions in the discussions, I will take it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan. That was quite cute and very straightforward. Thank you for making sure we don't forget the smallholder farmer, even when we discuss the global value chain and also the subject of just transition. You went ahead to mention what you call the key goals of just transitions, and then you made some recommendations. Commended Pagja, and you see a big role for civil society to continue to speak and advocate for just transition. And you ended by playing up the issue of guaranteed minimum prices for farmers. That's something that you expect there should be policy interventions on, because by your understanding of that, that secures livelihood and assures just transition. Thank you so much. I think these are quite engaging things, and I believe there'll be questions for you. People have opinions about the subject of minimum guaranteed prices and how you run that and how you operate that in the kind of policy space that we have. So we move over to Ogala Daiko. The beautiful thing about the diversity of Africa is the diversity in languages and names. And we're all struggling to call each other's name correctly. Ogala. We have Ogala in Nigeria. Are you Nigerian? Oh, really? Okay, so I was right then. Please, let's appreciate and welcome and encourage Ogala to speak to us about nutrition and safe nutrition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm to speak on securing nutritious, safe, and healthy food in a just transition in agriculture. Now, the topic itself confronts us with two major challenges. Now, because it's talking about securing. Now, two things are involved there. Number one, the fact that we to access nutritious, safe, and healthy food. Then number two, the fact that if we are able to access this safe, this nutritious, and this healthy food, we should be able to sustain it. We should be able to continue to have it at our disposal. So the first thing is to access it. The second thing is to sustain the accessibility. Now, you and I are aware of the fact that the world population has been growing and will continue to grow. As we speak, there are about 8 billion persons on the face of the earth, and it has been estimated that by 2050, over 10 billion persons would exist on the face of the earth, including you and I. What that means is that food production will continue to increase, and you know also that our food are basically produced from agriculture. Now, the food is produced and that nutrition is gotten from food does not mean that that food that gives nutrition is, does not mean every food that we eat gives is nutritious, is safe, or is healthy, even though the food that we produce is intended to provide us nutrition. Now, it then means that we ought to strengthen the synergy between nutrition and agriculture. The relationship between both ought to be seriously strengthened so that our agricultural outputs will meet the primary target for which it was initiated. Now, when we are talking about just transition in agriculture, I am beginning to think that it is as though we are going back to what we left. Now, let me explain. When the human population was less than what it is today, say about 1 billion, say in the 18th century, you and I know that the food demand was less than what it is today. And as a matter of fact, almost everybody or those that ate the food produced what they ate. But as the human population began to grow, the need for industrialized agriculture became very pertinent. And that was supposed to be a solution to the growing human population began to be a challenge to us. What I mean is that we began to switch to industrialized agriculture because we wanted to produce more food for the growing human population. Unfortunately, as we speak today, over 2 billion people on the face of the earth go home hungry or are food insecure almost on a daily basis. Now, that is also as a result of the industrial agricultural practices that we are engaged in. You also know that it is this industrial agriculture that is responsible for the extensive deforestation, species extinction, depleting our oceans and freshwater resources. So we thought we were coming to provide solutions to the growing need for food because of our growing population. Unfortunately, it's looking as though that is beginning to give us more problems. Now, how do we begin to think of securing nutritious, safe, and a healthy food, even in a just transition agriculture? Now, the first thing I think we can do is for us to continue to encourage this agroecology, which is what it was before we transited this way. Now, it may be very difficult to encourage it, but possible on a long run. The beneficiaries of what we are proposing resist it initially, but after some time, when we begin to see the benefits and all of that, I think it will be worth the changes. Then number two, we should give attention to producing food than producing more food. What do I mean? When we concentrate on industrialized or industrial agriculture, what we are interested more is producing more food so that our population that is growing every day will be. Unfortunately, we are producing more food at the expense of people's life. Then we should also restructure food system based on production consumption philosophies that prioritizes sustainability, decarbonization, and the wise and fair use of human, financial, and environmental resources. Let me also say that even though safe and healthy foods, they are not cheap. Safe and healthy foods are not cheap. But I feel that there could be subsidies by the government to reduce the cost of production so that it also affect the prices of food that we get in the market. You remember that recently for the Nigerian people, subsidy was withdrawn from fuel and all of that. If such subsidy can be redirected, say, to food or agroecology food production, that could reduce the cost of the healthy foods we need to eat to stay healthy. There are countries that when you go out to buy food, you discover that the organic food are more expensive than the ones that are produced under GMOs and all of that. So if we have subsidies by the government in our food production system, I think it will go a long way to help us secure and secure nutritious and healthy and safe diet. Then policymakers and programs can help create nutrition-sensitive agricultural intervention that will help improve diet quality and improve health for generations to come. Let me end at this point by saying that the problems of our food system are systemic. They require a combination of governmental efforts and actions, labor unions, grassroots movement, civil society organizations, and all of that to deploy social support and implement policies to create a just transition in agriculture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ogala. I could pick up something I've not heard a lot said since we started, and that is the population dynamics, the challenge of population. And I think it's something many persons can be very have very strong views on population. And I was almost getting, I almost thought I was going to hear you say, if we reduce population by half, we'll end all these discussions about emotions. But luckily, you didn't say that. So, yes, very interesting things. And I want all of us to start preparing for very strong interventions, because if you listen carefully to the presentation so far, there are things that are should be sufficiently disruptive of our general understanding of this theme, starting from the very first one by Angelina, and then on to Mary and the private sector, and then to the value chains, and then the population one. We may not deal with everything, but a very tough thing. So start preparing as we move on to Kingsley Cancer. That's not cancer, is it? No. Kingsley Cancer. Don't mind me. Kingsley Ofei. Talk to us about just transition again and the communities and people. The people matter. The people are central. Please, let's appreciate him as he makes his contribution. Thank you very much. Correct us. How's your name?
Thank you very much, Prof. My name is Kingsley Ofei Cancer. I'm a Ghanaian, and I have a vocational, professional, trade union background. In fact, I was very happy when I got an invitation to make an intervention on just transition, and I decided that I will begin by drawing attention to the fact that the concept of just transition emanated from the labor movement, and that in 1997, when the International Trade Union Confederation went to Kyoto, I think that was the third COP, and they mooted the idea of a just transition, the conference participants booed at them. And it was very, very embarrassing. I've just lost mine. My laptop went off. Never mind. I think I'll manage it. In fact, it may be better that way. One, the just transition that we are talking about for agriculture and communities of people is a very delicate one in Africa. There's a lot of diversity when it comes to agriculture in Africa. There are the plantations, there are the small owners, there are the medium scale, there are the herders, fisher folks, and so on and so forth. That aside, another thing I think we have to bear in mind has to do with some contextual issues. And here, I would like to challenge us to rethink many things about how we are proceeding with agriculture on the continent. Because indeed, we have CADEP, and there was this Honorable Sam, I don't know the name, Honorable Sam in his opening address, Odugbo or something like that. He said that CADEP holds a lot of potential, but so far it has been impeded by corporate interests. And it's one of the things that I noted on paper. Because in 2009, I was one of the signatories to the CADEP Compact in Ghana. And we thought that it was going to deliver on many promises. But to date, we are recording increasingly more food importation into Africa. How is that possible? That between 1970 and now, we've been recording more and more food imports from year to year onto this continent. Meanwhile, this is a continent where most of the people are agricultural workers. Something must be wrong. Now, but that's not the whole story. There's an even more disastrous dimension to this story. We have been importing more and more of the inputs that we use in agriculture. In other words, because we want to address our food production problems, we say, let's import more seeds, let's import more fertilizer, let's import more agrochemicals. And that graph has also been going up over the years. There must be something wrong with the thinking, with the conceptualization. Absolutely. Because I don't even come across many studies that are making that kind of comparison between increasing food imports, increasing fertilizer imports, increasing agrochemical imports, increasing seed import. And a number of people, including Dr. Otene, have drawn our attention to the dangers that confront the continent. For goodness sake, there is something fundamentally wrong with the content and direction of agricultural policy on the continent. And if we do not address it, nothing is going to work on this continent, because food is fundamental. On the just transition, there are many mechanisms that are siphoning wealth from the rural areas into the urban areas, and more so from the African countries into the industrialized countries. One of them. Just note the fact that from year to year, when you track the inflation figures of farmers' produce, the inflation figures are single digits for most African countries. Now, when you track the inflation figures for non-agricultural produce, it is a double-digit inflation. What it means is that year after year, with that kind of scenario, it may not be exactly that, but it's generally the picture. Year after year, the farmers are actually subsidizing the wider society. That is what is happening. It has implications for what we call subsidies, because in fact, it is rather the farmers who are subsidizing the rest of society. One example, cocoa in my country is sold on a world market at a certain value. Only about 10% of that value goes to the farmer. But not only that, when you look at all the agricultural value chains, the percentage of the ultimate value that goes to the farmer, if you take for banana, cocoa, coffee, tea, is always less than 10%. That means that the siphoning of wealth from agricultural workers to other groupings does not happen only at the national level. It's even bigger between us and them. So, for example, many years ago, 10 bags of cocoa could buy one vehicle. Now, 100 bags of cocoa is needed to buy the same vehicle. Something is wrong. Right? So, we need to get these things right. We have a number of principles that we are working on to deliver on just transition. I'm using the word deliver, but we know that it all depends on our ability to mobilize and organize and realize that negotiations alone and the technical arguments alone do not work. We need to mobilize and put power behind it. In fact, that is supposed to be the last statement that I make, Prof, about the importance of power and mobilization in determining the outcomes that we are looking for. But a quick one, for the principles, broad principles, the principle of inclusion, the principle of participation, the principle of equality and equity, the principles of social dialogue, right? Those are some of the broad principles. Now, is for all working people, if they have to get a just transition. But operationalizing them is the challenge. And I believe that when it comes to questions time, if there's time, I may just take it. Finally, because the time is gone. We should take note that there are many concepts that we are using in our development discourse that we have to review and revise. And there is enough evidence to show that those concepts are outmoded and moribund. They don't fit the scheme of things. One of them is the concept of subsidy. Right? The concept of subsidy. Yeah, when we say we are subsidizing the farmers, we are creating the impression that we are doing them a favor, when in fact we are robbing them of their values and wealth. That is the first point. The second point is that technical arguments, we have to get them right. The evidence-based, advocacy is necessary. But by all means, we must know that at all levels, global, regional, national, it is the ability to organize and mobilize people behind the interest that we are advocating for that decides on the day, ultimately. I thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan, for that very short but very powerful presentation, which you delivered after your laptop stopped working. That tells us technologies can disappoint at any time. But I think that I personally would want to engage you. We don't have a lot of time, but really, really powerful statements. Something fundamentally wrong, right, with our understanding of African agriculture. That's very powerful. as well as the fact that some concepts that we're using are obsolete and need to be revised. I'll take you up on that. I really wish we can have more time to get around. But let's take the very last one, and because he's a youth, he's going to do power. And he's going to do it in a short, very short period with power. Youth power like a dynamite. And 5 minutes. So let's invite Kate Adere, the youth perspective on just transition. Powerful 5 minutes with the power of the youth. The youth is the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. I will make use of the power 5 minutes. I endeavor to use 4 so I can donate power minutes to you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. My name is Keith Andere. I work with the African Youth Commission, a Pan-African youth network that champions meaningful engagement of young people through policy engagement and policy advocacy, as well as knowledge transfer. In my view, I will link just transition into 2 developmental agendas that we do have in Africa: the Agenda 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the Agenda 2063, the Africa that we want. And in both cases, these development agendas look and play a critical role in terms of energy for it to leapfrog to the next level. Looking at Africa's Agenda 2063, for us to build a prosperous, peaceful Africa, then the youth are at the center of its development. And so I'm going to borrow the definition or what just transition actually means from the ILO definition of it, which speaks about providing and guaranteeing better and decent jobs, social protection, more training opportunities, and greater job security for all workers affected by global warming and climate change policies. And for us in Africa, this cannot be said any better, because I think it places youth right at the center, of education, right at the center of capacity strengthening, which is training opportunities, and of course, job security, as we all know that a majority of Africa's population is youthful. So history has shown us repeatedly that issues of justice and inclusion must be at the heart of transformation, looking and borrowing from the Africa transformation strategy, which of course my colleagues have talked about digital transformation and the use of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and other emerging technologies that we're already seeing on the continent. So this also applies to the climate action. So as we tackle the climate crisis, if the green transition is not handled fairly and equitably, the chances of civil unrests are high. We've seen this play through the Yellow Vest movements in France and the civil unrest in Chile and Ecuador. Just as one of the main reasons why just transition is needed, especially here in Africa, where civil society, youth activists are also very, very increasingly calling for justice and bold climate action. Because 70% of staggering Africa's population, especially those from the sub-Saharan Africa, are under the age of 30, some say 35, others will cascade it up to 40. But nonetheless, it's very important to make most of the green growth to create decent job opportunities must be a priority. And agriculture plays a very fundamental role in terms of delivering employment opportunities, because 60% of arable land in the world is actually in Africa. So our greatest opportunities for jobs, for food production, sits and actually lies in Africa. And I think one of the speakers yesterday highlighted that food is actually in our culture, and the need to export food sometimes relates to who we are as Africans. And so there is urgent need to define a uniquely African vision for just transition for the region, to make sure that the process of greening Africa economy doesn't worsen the already existing inequalities. We've seen how digital technology has also, provided an inequality, especially for those within the rural areas, young women, and those coming from conflict areas as well. So in our view, we see that Africa already has rich energy and mineral resources. You know, we've seen extraction of lithium, graphite, cobalt, nickel, copper, and very many other rare minerals, all of which still provide new opportunities for green transition. And so Africa is at the right center to utilize some of these minerals that we already have here, using our own indigenous knowledge to make sure that we use this as alternate sources of energy to transform and to leapfrog Africa's development agenda. Many people are still facing economic instability and lack access to education, while the growing gap of digitalization among the developed and developing countries continue to grow, like I have highlighted. Amongst the threat of COVID, even though we feel it's over, but we continue to live with some of the impact and traces of COVID that left with us since about 3 years ago. And climate change is rapidly speeding up as more countries are facing food insecurity and natural disasters. So we are seeing that the impact of COVID-19 is still here with us and has already brought about new challenges and new dimensions, including even our way of working, where some of our workings are now virtual, but digital technologies and energy scarcity, which form the bigger part of the ecosystem of the digital transformation that we are looking for, is still creating an inequality and exacerbating the gaps that are already existing before COVID-19. And so young women and youth, especially those from the lower income countries, are particularly at a disadvantage. Low-income economies and regions that already had limited access to technologies before COVID, the pandemic, have been struggling even more to provide proper educational resources and skill training for the youth. So in the context of just transition, there is a threat that youth from lower income economies will be left behind due to lack of the digitalization and heavily impact the African youth. For countries to meet the SDGs by 2030, which I think we are right at the center of SDG 2030, so the mechanisms needs to be scaled up to merge the future of work and climate change while having meaningful youth engagement and participation to ensure that the world is on the road towards inclusive recovery. While we're having local vision of the just transition is important, it shouldn't be used only as a support for political slogan, but rather to be accompanied by concrete actions. It is also vital to build linkages along the green value chains, that green jobs doesn't just mean, short-term, maybe construction work or high-tech jobs that we are already seeing, often undertaken by experts. So we are borrowing a lot of technology from the global north, to come and bring down mechanization around agriculture and so on and so forth. Where is the opportunity for local-led solutions as Africans, but also as a long-term secure employment in sectors that contribute to the national development? And very critically, most of our governments, most of our African economies really and heavily rely on agriculture. And so the responsibility for building sustainable value chains and employment is largely with decision makers, notably the imperative of coherent and consistent policy. So one of the biggest challenges around this is funding. And so we are saying that to attract funding, it has always been a start and stop approach, especially on renewable energy programs on the continent, which has made investment in manufacturing on large scale not viable, especially financially. And so investors need a long-term outlook to make long-term commitments. It is imperative, and we are calling on the African countries and member states to develop blueprints that offer a clear vision of a place of renewable energy in their energy mix. It is also vital that African governments facilitate the power transmissions between African countries to widen the market for investors, including strengthen mechanisms for pooling of power and to make cross-border trade of locally manufactured parts and equipment accessible and affordable. We are also looking at the international financials and the role that they are playing, and saying that they must also pay a greater attention to the imperative of human rights protection. This is especially important in the context where weak governance can result to infrastructure and extractive projects, having a negative impact on communities, particularly through environmental damage. The right to clean environment is actually enshrined in more than African countries. As I conclude, it's equally important that energy access and the dignity of decent work extends to protection of also the right of workers in both formal and informal employment along the value chain, especially in the extraction of green minerals. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for doing that in 5 minutes. I hope I'm right. Okay, the ball is in your court. I believe you have lots of things going through your mind since we listened to these ladies and these gentlemen. We advise, however, that we try to bring out things that we've not heard about, especially things that can be quite engaging and hot from Angelina's presentation. She said, among so many others, that we need our own definition of just transition. Do we need our own definition of just? Yes, from our perspective. Mary, very powerful positions. I believe people have things they want to engage you with and ask about the role of the private sector. Luckily, Bob is out, especially to rely on the market for seats and make business cases. Jonathan's presentation on the role of smallholder and powerful presentations, suggestions, including instability and insecurity that no just transition. Ogala's population, Kingsley's historical background, and something fundamentally wrong with agriculture, inflation in agriculture lower than inflation in other sectors, and then finally the youth and just transition. What does it mean? World of justice and inclusion and food security. So let's have your reactions and questions, and we'll just take a few because we need to be out of this place. We need to end in 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no, more. I thought I finished. Okay. Okay, bring down your hands. All the ladies who have questions, raise your hand. The ladies. 1, 2, 3. Am I right? No, ladies. No, ladies. 1, 2, 3. Nobody here. 4, 5. What a wonderful world. World of women. We take only 5 questions, all from women. Then we can decide whether one dinosaur question will come. So number 1, the first lady there. I hope the men don't hang me today. You know the microphone? Who's going to do that? Three ladies there. 2 the other way. That's it. Start there. Please be specific on the question, and then you listen and you know if that applies to you. We'll have to be out of here in 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Shampiana. I'm from Kenya, a proud alumni of Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice by PACJA. So my question is directed to the youth perspective. Keith, in your line of works, in regions with a rich tapestry of indigenous agricultural practices, have there been any ethical considerations surrounding the collection and application of indigenous knowledge in modern agriculture, particularly by youth who are non-indigenous? I ask this question because sometimes we, the youth, have innovations that sometimes leave out the indigenous practices that have been used before. So are there any ethical considerations surrounding that? Thank you.
That goes to Kate. The last question, that question is to you on indigenous knowledge and agriculture. The next one, the next lady there.
Thank you to the speakers. So I think I would direct this to Mr. Jonathan Lanidine, or any of the panelists can take that. So my question would be that, or rather it would be a suggestion.
A question, please.
Okay, a question would be that, would there be a need for a standard regional pricing framework for agricultural products, and something that guides farmers' input into the global economy to make sure that farmers generally don't bear the brunt so much, and then there's something that is of standard that they can always refer to and is not negotiable.
Thank you.
Otherwise.
That's for Jonathan.
Thanks.
Any need for a regional pricing framework? Number 3, the third lady.
Ok, merci. Ma question va à l'endroit de...
In French. Huh? Speak French, yeah? Speak French. Allez.
Ok. Donc, ma question va à l'endroit de notre panéliste qui nous a présenté un panoplie de techniques innovantes sur l'agriculture smart. Ma question va sur la technique du biofertilisant, le biopesticide. Et je souhaiterais savoir, par exemple, pour 1 hectare de terrain à protéger, quelle quantité de biopesticides nous aurons besoin pour utiliser sur ce terrain, à quel coût et à quelle quantité, mais également à quelle fréquence est-ce que nous devrions utiliser ce biopesticide-là. Je vous remercie.
Who is that question addressed to? Excusez-moi, madame. Who is the question addressed to?
Oui. Au panéliste en rouge.
Oh, the previous panel. Okay.
The ladies in
so not this
red,
panel,
yes.
right? Huh? The lady in red. Okay, that's you, Mary, then. What quantity of pesticide per hectare? Eh? Okay. Okay, thank you. The next lady, one here.
Good afternoon. My name is Nonhlanhla Hatebe, and I'm the National Coordinator for PACJA in South Africa. Given that conventional agriculture is resource intensive and primarily monocultural, while agroecology promotes polyculture that is beneficial to biodiversity, my question is whether agroecology is commercially viable, given that commercial viability depends on location, scale, and market demand.
Thank you. If agroecological agricultural practices are commercially viable, and that's for who? Still, for everyone? Okay, that's for everyone. Then all the ladies, there were 5 of them. The last one behind. Huh?
Hello, good afternoon. I have 2 questions. One goes for the person that spoke about the climate, the carbon sequestration. Is it possible, or is there like a gadget that individuals or communities could be able to use in identifying and knowing that a certain innovation is actually reducing the greenhouse gases or in the aspect of carbon sequestration, so that it can be like spread and be told to communities, and it will be easy to mitigate or be resilient more on this climate change action. Then the second question will be for the lady in red who spoke about the private companies and adaptation. would like to know for an innovation company like us. By the way, my name is Ruby Ross from CHC Agritech Africa. We have innovative technologies for, for climate smart agriculture. So I'm asking is there like a one-stop shop or a particular support or maybe a grant that will help or will aid private companies in helping them to make their innovation easily adaptable by, certifications can be expensive, can be tedious, so probably like a guide and a support, something like that it will be easier for adaptation. Thank you.
Okay. Any guide on private firms and adaptation that will make it easier? So those are the 5 questions from ladies. Then we make one very important question from Robert here, an African elder. Come to the front. No, this session is only for the females. The men, you can protest. You are free to protest. The only person is...
Thank you. I think mine are comments.
Oh, comments.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very interesting, the issue of response measures. You know, this thing came up about 20 years ago, and it was Saudi Arabia, Prof. And Saudi Arabia was saying, now look, you guys, if you stop buying petrol, you reduce our income, so you have to pay us. I thought that time the chaps were being cynical, but on hindsight, I think they had a point. And this is what I'm saying. You remember that under the Kyoto Protocol, Japan pledged that they're going to reduce their emissions. And how have they reduced their emissions? Every car which is 5 years old, they export it to Africa and Nigeria, Zambia. They've actually exported their emissions to us. That's their response measure. Shouldn't we be charging them for not only that, the emissions they are exporting to us, these end-of-life cars, but you remember also that those cars have got all those heavy metals. We can't deal with them. So our response measure also should be to charge those guys for what they've done to us. That's one. I remember I brought this up, but people didn't take it seriously. But I think we must take it seriously, that Japan is dumping their emissions on us. So that's the one I talked about. My lady, on that issue, unfortunately, on adaptation.
Mary, the lady in red, Mary.
Adaptation, actually it was a Sharm el-Sheikh decision, I think 35, Augustine was telling me, that adaptation must be funded. It's in the text of that. So it's not like they're doing it a favor. It's a policy decision of the COP, Sharm el-Sheikh. The issue of food and nutrition. That is the food and nutrition we've always eaten. Until 1970s, at the end of the war, Monsanto, DuPont. Monsanto actually was created in 1913, and they were producing those chemicals that they were killing people with. Mustard seed, and of course in Vietnam, remember Agent Orange. So from 1970s, after they've been killing us with these chemicals. That is why now our soils are all killed. You can't have any good food. So the issue is a policy issue. And it's not even a transition. We should just simply say no more chemicals in our soils, no more fertilizer. Then we can go back to our health food. And you know what it is doing to us, cancers, ladies with all sorts of cancer issues. So on that one, we should not even say transition. We should simply say policy decision 0. My brother, you know what happened. The World Bank stopped us from growing our food, cocoa and everything. And we went into commodities for export. My sister, I went to my village in 1976. There was food everywhere, bananas and so on. You know what they told them from Zambia? President Kaunda was told to start doing fertilizer. You know, fertilizer is a steroid. When you push it in the ground, productivity goes up. It plateaus and it kills your soils. That is where hunger entered into our villages. It is a policy issue, and we can reverse it. We can reverse it, and that's what you were talking about. The other issue is, let's use the proper language. When you say value chain, that's industrial agriculture. Chains, there's no chains in nature. Nature talks of food web. God's system, agroecology, is food web. It's complexity and diversity. The language you use also determines what you do, my young man, and your digital technology. So I end there, Professor.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you. Please, let's appreciate the elder in the house. It's always good to have an elder around. So now, we're back to you. And you're going to be very smart about it. Quickly address the issues that concern you. And I'll start with you as you go on pressing your phone. I'm waiting. No, sir. Does it concern you? You answer. If it doesn't concern you, pass the microphone. Then so you continue pressing your phone. Very good.
Yes. Hello. Thank you very much for your contributions and your questions. I'm going to talk about the first one, which spoke about standards of regional frameworks. I think that when you look at how standards are being done as a policy measure, it's emanated from parliamentarians. And so we have the African Union parliamentarian. It's about time we got them to look at our narrative, as I spoke about, on just transition, and how standards and labeling could come from our direction. We also have the African Continental Free Trade, which headquartered in Ghana. And it is a place where I think that some of these issues could also be addressed. In response to the pearls of wisdom given to my older colleague, who might have started negotiations before I even maybe started university, what you've mentioned is very, very true. What I have spoken about now, it's all about policies, measures, and instruments. We are in our countries, and our ministers go to sign some measures and policies and instruments, and we jump to it. We don't unpack it. We don't unpack the measures, we don't unpack the instruments, we don't unpack the policies that they have. When I was speaking, I mentioned that almost 80 policies, which are response measures, are affecting only 12 economic sectors in Ghana. 80. These are all international policies. And so it is about time we started mapping out the policies within maybe agriculture sector, or measures in agricultural sectors, instruments in agricultural sectors that impact us. Because the policies and measures come in very beautiful forms. They come in form of grants, they come in form of loans, they come in form of some statement, as you rightly said. In negotiations, the word you use is very important, like as you spoke about value chain. But it's web net that we know, not the value chain that has been used by developed countries. The same way, so many things that we are vying for or we are speaking about, we need to look at the language. What I would like to just finally add is that don't let us just close our eyes to what has been discussed, especially from the response measures angle. It will bite us and bite us hard if we do not unpack it. It is not a simple matter, it's a matter of geopolitics. They've thrown the science away, and they are using economic instruments to get at us. And we need to wake up. It comes in various forms. Beautiful deals, nice pacts. One of them, Article 6, the non-markets. It's so beautiful, we think we are capturing it, but it's come to bite us. Let's shine our eyes, as the Nigerians who say, I'm in your country. Let's shine our eyes and open our ears. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think the lady asked on like standards, which Madam Angelina has just spoken about, but I'll just add a few to it. So there is something called Africa Regional Standards. And the Africa Regional Standards tries to put in place measures and some specific requirements that smallholder producers are supposed to follow to be able to sell at a certain minimum price. But the part I want to talk about is that these standards are really what will drive the process of agroecology. We need to ensure that we are producing per certain standards to be able to guarantee our own health. And for me, where I work, like fair trade, there's a minimum price for all the fair trade certified products. And that minimum price is to take care of cost of production and then some margins for the smallholder farmers so that they are able to stay afloat. So in an event that at the time of marketing, there is a reduction in the market price, then the traders or the marketers are required to pay the minimum price. But where the minimum price, where the current market price is higher than the minimum price, that is where the negotiation comes into play. And that helps the farmers to be able to stay afloat. And one thing I also want to say is that there's a need for African governments to start to ensure that we have standards for our own products. We should have African standards for our own product. Whatever we are selling, even within the African continent, there should be some standards for it. And that standard should serve as a guarantee price, or there should be a minimum price for those products, so as to ensure that farmers do not get shortchanged. Because there are no standards, traders and other private sector players take advantage of that. And then that is what is making a lot of the small producers poor. The other thing that I think somebody asked of the agroecology and then the market, if you look at how the systems are playing now, if you are selling an organic product, you have a higher market. That tells us they are trying to let us go back to the past. And in where I'm coming from, Ghana, we call it Sankofa. So they are saying that let's go back and pick what we were told to in some few years to throw away. We are now asked to go back and then start doing things that we were doing in the past. And that gives a higher market. So those that are selling organic products under fair trade terms or under any other terms, they have a higher market than those that are doing conventional, selling conventional products. So that is what I'll add to it. Thank you.
Just to add on to what he has said, we have talked about, there's a lady who has asked a question on if agroecological is good for the market. I believe yes, it is. And one of the things is that it depends with the markets that you're looking at. And we have both, as he was talking about, and as also Mensa has talked about, we have both the local markets, regional markets, and also global market. Now remember that our local markets is where we are talking about the supermarkets that we have. We also have the regional markets, the cross-border markets, and also we have the global market where you have to export to another continent or to a different country. Then that, of course, when you look at agroecological, it depends with which country that is you're importing to. Now, if each and every country, let's say for example, I come from Kenya. In Kenya, when you go, what happens is that depending on which country you're sending your products to, you have first of all to get the intelligence of what kind of certified products need to go there and what product you're selling there. If it is a horticulture product, let's say tomatoes, or you're selling your apples, or you're sending your mangoes there, then you have to know to what exactly do they need, and what do you need to conform to. Then from there, you be guided by that to know when you're sending your products, how then do you need to. So sometimes we may talk about agroecological, while at the same time, the others are permissible. So it depends which country. So if you're sending to China, if you're sending to maybe Poland, you're sending to the US, depending on where, or UK, depending on which country you are, you need to really understand the standards and the certifications that need to go along with. And your Ministry of Trade and Industrial will be able to help that plus the Foreign Affairs Ministry. So it's always good to link up with them. And if, for example, like Kenya, we have what we call Trade Invest, you can find out in Kenyan Trade what you have to do. And you find that there are some products that you have to go 7 steps, other 64 steps, other 25 steps before you gain that part of export. So to answer you is that it depends which country. So yes, agroecological products are allowed, but also there are others also permissible depending on which country that you're sending the products to. Then the other thing, is that for the lady from Burkina Faso, we talked about, she asked biopesticide, 1 acre. So it depends with what kind of biopesticide it is. There are some that are granular forms, and there are others that are in liquid form. So if you have the liquid form, you have 1 to 2 pints per hectare, while you have the other one is between 700 to 950 grams. So you can be able to have that for your hectare. But again, also it also dependent with the kind of crop. So the bare minimum is that, but depending on the kind of crop is also determined by also the frequency, because when you talk about the farming system, you have to know the crop that you're growing. And when the first thing is the preparation of the land, the tilling of the land, when you're planting, and then after that you have to weed. How many times do you do application of your fertilizer? When do you do your spraying? If you have to spray, if you don't have to spray, if you're doing a pure organic, what do you need to do at which step? So again, that is also advised by agronomics. So you need to really work with agronomics provided by the agrovets or provided by the private sectors that you're selling to. Because what I always say is that when you are selling a product, you need first of all to understand the market you want to sell to before you come back and produce the product for that market. Then the other thing is a one-stop shop for private sector to go to. I would tell you that sometimes it's also dependent with the type of product. Like cash crop, we have, I would say, one of the counterpart of fair trade. We have also the Rainforest Alliance. The Rainforest Alliance has a lot, can give you a lot of information on what you need to on a one-stop shop. And for example, they do certification on tea, coffee, they do cocoa, and also palm oil. And for that reason, you find that depending on if you're sending your tea or coffee or cocoa to a certain area, then depending, let's say Lipton is buying your coffee or you're buying your cocoa, what happens is that they give what we call SISD. That is Sustainable Investment, Sustainable Development. So there's that package and they buy it with a price, there's a premium price that is added onto a product. That product is supposed to go directly back to the farmer to support the farmer, the one who is growing. At the same time, in the middle of that, you find that there is the gap between the market and the producer. So however much prices that you're selling, then you're getting very low. What we are telling most of the producers is to ensure that we form the traceability study so that you can trigger some of these nodes where the money can be able to really be able to
All right, in 30 seconds, I think I got a question from one of the colleagues on indigenous knowledge. And I think generally across Africa, from our experience, there's been a lot of use on indigenous knowledge around agricultural use and agricultural ways, especially where there is a nexus between conflict, disaster, and agriculture, for example. So we see that, you know, in situations where there's post-disaster, there's post-conflict, there's no intention to try and bring back restore the communities as it was. And so people resort back to the indigenous knowledge. How do they circumvent? And this is, of course, also highly influenced by the economic inequality that these people actually face. You will find that in most times, the indigenous people are also not very economically empowered. And so their knowledge is as a result of some of the things that they are lacking, but also there's a huge gap around knowledge transfer, that many of the people who are holders of this indigenous knowledge are advanced in age, and the way to transfer this knowledge, because Africa don't have the history, the ways of documenting our own knowledge and our own history. And so most of this knowledge transfer happens through narratives. And so, the rural-urban migration that has seen many young people being sent to urban areas, whether to seek education, to seek employment, or all other these things create a gap in terms of allowing them to actually learn. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your interest. And let me just say that in two sentences. To promote, to secure just transition in agriculture, we must progressively promote and realize decent work in agriculture. And by definition, my second sentence, decent work embodies secure income and livelihood, rights in work, including freedom of association, safety and health, which impinges on all the concerns about pesticides and agrochemicals and so on, social protection, which is a very critical adaptation instrument, and finally, social dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, and I think we should once again finally appreciate this wonderful panel. Life itself, every circumstance is like the proverbial elephant and the blind man. People contribute from their perspective, and time will tell. Let me apologize to all the men who raised their hands, and I only allowed the women talk. So please, I want to see the ladies applaud this louder than the men. Thank you so much. Where is Philip? We've done our bit. Thank you. If you stand up, we'll take a photograph like they've been doing. Then we'll go. We've done. Men, no man clapped. Please clap for us. Clap for the men should clap. We'll pass that gender test. Thank you.
Thank you much. I think as the team of panelists take photos, I want to make some few announcements. We lost a gadget like this. So check in your belongings. We are not saying you stole. We are saying it might have fallen inside your bag by mistake. So if you check your bag and you find it, please bring it to us. And I'm very honest, because by yesterday we were missing two, and somebody found one in his or our own bag, and they brought it back to us. So we were extremely grateful for that. So if you check your bag and you find one more, please bring it on. We want to take a break, but for you to eat, you must have a passport. And in the morning, some passports were shared. Vouchers, meal vouchers were shared with all who are in. So in case you missed a meal voucher, please see a lady by name Carol, who will be just on the door to issue you with the pass gate to your food. Number 2, which is very important, we will have 3 serving points. We'll have 3 serving points. Let's utilize those serving points judiciously. Let's be mindful about time so that we are able to revert back on time. In our tradition, we keep to 45 minutes. So lunch will be just basically for 45 minutes. Exactly at 3, we pick the next round of discussions. Thank you so much and enjoy your meal. Kyoto declaration, the 10%. And I think I earned for around 8 or 10, not more than 10, that managed to achieve those targets. In its implementation, again, there were tilts in terms of where the money is going and the priorities that it's addressing. And therefore, we need to then look at the climate funding as an additional option, and therefore niche our discussion around the same and delve deeper to look at what are the priorities for us in terms of mobilizing climate financing to scale, to support adaptation, and just transition in agriculture sector. This session is about that. I'm not the moderator again, it's Obed Korigo, who is a senior policy advisor for CARE International. He will be moderating this particular session, backed up by very able and distinct panelists from across various divides. Please give a loud applause to Obed as he takes the floor to deal with the elephant in the room. The elephant is actually climate finance. Thanks and welcome, Obed.
Thank you so much, Philip. Let's clap for Philip. Yeah, as Philip has rightly put it, finance is the elephant in the room. We may talk about very good things, solutions, actions, but without finance, really, it's really difficult to move forward and be able to actualize what we're saying. So this session really is going to look at the solutions. What are the policy priorities? What are the solutions in terms of mobilizing climate finance to be able to scale up adaptation and just transition in agriculture? So to help us really unpack this, I have quite a very loaded panel. I want to take this opportunity to invite Dede Ekwe, who is the Country Director, International Fund for Agriculture. Dede, are you here? Dede? Then we have Prince Israel Oreka, who is the Nigerian Civil Society Framework on Paris Agreement on SDGs, Youth Thematic. Let's clap for Prince as he comes. Next, we have Mr. Nicholas Abuya, who is the Global Program Resilience Advisor for Christian Aid. Nicholas, let's clap for Nicholas. Next, we have Miss Ibironke Olubamise, who works with the GEF Small Grants Facility, National Coordinator, Nigeria. Are you here? Thank you. Let's clap for her, please. Next, we have Dr. Olufunso Sumorin, Principal Regional Officer, AFDB. Let's clap for Dr. Prince Olufunso. And last but not least, Reverend David Ugolo, who is the Executive Director, Africa Network on Environment and Economic Justice. Are you here? David Ugolo? Okay. Do we have Dede here? Dede? So I think we'll proceed in the interest of time. Thank you so much, and we look forward to hearing from you. And colleagues, we know that climate change has really made significant threats to the agriculture sector. And access to climate finance is essential to be able to enable the sector to adapt to the impacts of climate change, and of course, while reducing the carbon footprint. And access to sufficient and adequate finance for agriculture continues to be a significant challenge, especially for smallholder farmers, in particular women, who are disproportionately affected. From yesterday and the day before yesterday, we've talked about challenges, existing challenges, especially when it comes to finance for agriculture. Yesterday we had Dr. Ogala's presentation where he mentioned a number of challenges that we are experiencing, especially here in Africa, which range from, of course, regulatory framework deficiencies, unlimited access to financing by smallholders, dominance of loans in financial inflows, lack of business development and operational skills, lack of actors' failure to document expenditure or under-reporting of action. So these are some of the challenges, and including also insufficient data to be able to track financial flows in Africa. So to be able to also paint this, help us paint this picture, so that we can also look at what are the existing solutions. I would like to invite Dr. Olufonso Sumorin to give us a presentation on why adaptation finance is complex. Why is it complex? Why are the numbers low? So this is really very, very important to be able to understand why is it complex. Why in Africa do we have low numbers so that we're able to know what can we really do differently in order to address some of these challenges. Please, if you can project Dr. Olufonso's presentation. So you have approximately 6 to 8 minutes to be able to paint that picture and help us to have a meaningful discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All right, so in the interest of time, I definitely want to present a storyline, and I like to tell stories. But what is important is that we're just about a few weeks away from the 28th edition of the Conference of the Parties, COP28. And two topics have been at the beginning of COP1 up to since we started COP event. Finance and the science of climate change have been the two most consistent topics. So if we've done finance for 27 COPs and multiple years, and we're still talking about the reason why finance is not flowing, we need to understand what, and we need to probably unpack the complexity around climate finance, but more specifically, adaptation finance, which is of importance to us in Africa. So I've got a few slides to set the scene, and I'm sure that my panelists will get to discuss this in terms of solution. Next slide, please. Now, many of you may know this, but some people probably might not know as well. We've done the analysis of all the NDCs submitted by African countries to look into the priority areas for adaptation. And it will interest you, not surprisingly, that agriculture and food security is number one. And number one adaptation priority sector in Africa, followed by water and the rest. But what is important is for us to understand that currently, between 2 to 10% of Africa's GDP is spent on responding to climate change, which is basically adaptation and mitigation. However, the cost of climate change is up to 15% of GDP. So if you do the simple math, it tells you already that there's a deficit in terms of cost. We're paying more than we're receiving. And I think this is something that we need to understand. But also we need to understand that adaptation is not just about responding to climate change. Adaptation has an opportunity to do a lot of things that are critical to our development. So adaptation, consider that to be the other side of the coin of Africa's development. If we're going to develop, we must adapt. It's as simple as that, because adaptation touches on many things, sectors. Next slide, please. But it's also important to understand. So what is the global financial landscape when it comes to climate finance? What is it like? And the global climate finance landscape is very complex, but let me break it down to you. It's a $700 billion transaction annually. So $700 billion transaction as we speak. It's growing, and for many years. So in 2002, 20 years ago, it was barely $300 billion, or even up to that. But now it's growing, but it's not growing at the scale of the need. We need about $3 trillion annually to respond. What we get is 700 billion. Now, it will interest you to know that only 30 billion out of that 700 billion comes to Africa. And that 30 billion represents barely 10% of the total climate finance flows. But here is what I want to anchor on. 90% of that total flow is going to mitigation, and only 10% globally. Within Africa, it's about 78, 22%. So in Africa, only barely 22% of the total climate finance is going to adaptation. Why is this something difficult? It's difficult, or why is this complex? It's complex because it's a paradox that our policy documents have stated clearly that adaptation is our priority, but money is going towards mitigation. And that's a paradox because money flows in the direction of value. If I spend 100 naira to buy water to drink, a bottle of water to drink, as opposed to buying a cigarette, it is because I have placed value on water to quench my thirst, as opposed to getting satisfaction from cigarette. Do you understand what I'm saying? Money flows in the direction of value. However, our policy values adaptation, but our money in Africa is flowing towards mitigation. And the complexity that we need to unpack. Because if we're going to solve and have innovative solutions, we must be able to understand why this mismatch is happening. Next slide, please. And it's even worse. And look, we've been able to map across the entire continent the differences between adaptation and mitigation finance. In some countries, it's a bit more. In some other countries, it's a bit less. And there are reasons. Now, if you were part of this journey about 15 years ago, you would have been told that the reason we didn't have money, it was because we didn't have policy documents. And from the age of that, we've moved towards NAPAs, National Program of Adaptations. We have moved to National Adaptation Plans. We have moved from the days of national communications to UNFCCC to the days of NDC. We've done all of that, but we thought money will automatically flow. But now we are here. We know that it is not automatically flowing to us. There are things we must do, and we must do that deliberately going forward. Next slide, please. And that is that. And again, we can also unpack, where is the money coming from? Is it public? Within public? Is it national or subnational? And all of that. But what is also important is that the red part, which is private sector, is very small. So that's the first thing we need to unpack. Why do we have very small private capital for adaptation? And some of the answers have been provided in the previous sessions. But also, why do we have, where do we think there are opportunities to grow the finance? Next slide. Now, so I want us to unpack this, because you cannot just say, every time you hear about finance, I want you to keep three things in mind. There's the three questions of finance in mind. There's a first question of adequacy. Is it enough? There's a second question about effectiveness. Is it solving the problem? Is it trickling down? And there's a third question about, is it innovative? Are you doing something new? Are you using new ideas and new partnerships to do that? And so every time, all of these three questions apply to adaptation. Now, the first complexity that we need to unpack is the fact that what we have, as much as it is growing on a yearly basis, is nothing, and I repeat that, nothing compared to the need that we have. In fact, let's put it in perspective. Africa receives barely $6 billion on adaptation, external adaptation financing every year. Do a quick math, divide 6 billion by 1.3 billion people. And that will give you a sense of the adaptation resources available for one person in Africa per year. And that is $5. Please ask yourself, do you think $5 can solve your climate change crisis in 1 year? Absolutely not. And as we go forward, it's more, and it's important that we change that. Number two, complexity is the fact that even the limited resources that we've received, there is a strong bias towards agriculture and water. Now, remember yesterday we said some of the drivers that determine the success in agriculture are not within the agriculture sector. So there are things like education, social protection systems, ecological management, biodiversity conservation that all feeding into our agriculture and food security, and we're not paying attention to them. So it's also very important, and complexity is how do we make sure that as we scale up financing for adaptation in agriculture, we also scale up financing for adaptation in other sectors that contribute to adaptation, and that is very important. Next slide, please. The third one is also to understand that it is so easy to think Africa is vulnerable and everybody in Africa is vulnerable at the same level. That is absolutely false, because it's not true. Within Africa, there are more vulnerable than the other. And we've been able to place them in terms of their streams of vulnerability, the degrees of it. And so it's very important to say vulnerability in South Africa is not the same as vulnerability in Chad. Vulnerability in Morocco is not the same as vulnerability in Malawi. And yet, unfortunately, the most vulnerable people are the ones that are getting either nothing or the least of the least. And it's very important. In fact, 60% of all climate finance in Africa goes to 8 countries. 60% out of the 54 countries. So the Niger Republic, the Burundi, the South Sudan, the Chad, the Mauritania, who is going to support them. So it's very important to also understand that there is a degree of variation in access, but there's also a degree of variation in vulnerability, and we have to do a targeted approach in how we do it. Even within a country, in a country like Nigeria, the degree of vulnerability between South is not as within South is not the same as within North. Even within North, it's not the same from one community to the other. So how do we, and there's a complexity that we must be able to solve. Next slide, please. So here's the thing. I'm going to leave you with one thing. I propose, and this is a work that I've been doing personally, and I propose that we must not make the mistake of leaving mitigation and adaptation in the same pot and expect them to compete, because adaptation would never compete well with mitigation, against mitigation. You must be very deliberate with adaptation financing. So I propose, in my thought leadership and the work that I do, and in the passion that I have for adaptation finance, that we create what I call a national adaptation financing framework. And the key word, financing framework, something that is very targeted to adaptation financing in a more elaborate and deliberate manner, different from whatever goes to mitigation. And there are a number of options, and because of time, I won't go into them. But I'll leave you with one thing. Think about it. Today, in northern or semi-arid region, if I put a solar panel water irrigation structure, and thank you for emphasizing that, if I put a water pump that is using solar to pump that water, is that mitigation or adaptation? You don't have to answer me, but you know where I'm going. So the solar part is considered to be mitigation. We can easily raise money because of the language of carbon. What if I can use mitigation finance to achieve adaptation results? And the more we are able to do that, and in what I propose, I call it NAF. So if you domesticate it, in Kenya, it will be CAF. It could be Kenya Adaptation Financing Framework. In Nigeria, it will be NAF, Nigeria Adaptation Financing Framework. And it depends on how you want to take it. But what is important is understand that there are multiple ways that we can finance adaptation differently in the country. And that is something that we have to go about, as opposed to the idea that everything is climate action. For the interest of time, I'm going to keep it here for now. But thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. for painting that picture of complexity. And he has really mentioned some very, very key points, which also are very, very important, even for the next speakers. He has talked about, of course, global finance being skewed towards mitigation. And in Africa, only 22% of adaptation or of finance goes to adaptation. And this, of course, is despite the fact that Africa has gone a long way towards developing national adaptation plans, NDCs, that are adaptation centric, because adaptation is our priority. But it's really ironic to see that it's just like a drop in the ocean of the finance that goes to adaptation. And this is also what we see in the negotiation rooms. For instance, negotiations around the NAPs, where there's a back and forth in terms of enhancing finance to be able to implement some of these important climate policies and plans. So, of course, he has also mentioned about some countries being more vulnerable than others, and also challenged us to think about really what do we need to do differently. And to be able to take us through, to answer some of those questions, respond to some of those questions, I would like to invite Madame Ibironke Olubamise, sorry for, I hope I've pronounced your name well, from GEF Small Grants, in terms of how do we turn the tide? What are some of the existing opportunities, for instance, within GCF and GEF, especially in terms of financing adaptation and scaling finance for, agriculture adaptation and transition within agriculture. So what are those opportunities that we can tap from? So please, as you reflect on Dr. Alfonso's presentation, please let us know how we can turn the tide. How can we address some of those challenges and complexities that he has already mentioned? So this is the last presentation we will have. So if you can project the presentation, and I hope 5 minutes or 6 minutes are going to be enough for you to help us unpack how we can turn the tide based on what Dr. Ari has presented. Thank you so much, and over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much to PACJA for inviting me to this very important conference, and I appreciate the opportunity to share my experience and some of my thoughts about addressing or accessing climate finance in Africa. Well, my name is Ibironke Olubamise, and I'm the National Coordinator for the Global Environment Facilities Small Grants Program. It's a UNDP program, and the GEF Small Grant is implemented on behalf of the GEF implementing agencies by the UNDP. I'm sure many of us know what the GEF is all about, so because of time, I won't really bug you with that. But one of the things which I want us to know is that GEF is the largest funder of environmental projects in the world, and of which climate change is part of it. We have for biodiversity, for international waters, for land degradation, for land degradation, international waters, climate change, and chemicals. So, but I will just, because of time also, I will just share from my experience and some of the things that I think we can start thinking about. This is about, please, let's slide rule because of the time. I may not even refer so much to the slide, but I just want to share my thoughts with us. With regards to accessing climate finance, and as far as the GEF is concerned, I think that's a saying that if you don't know where you're coming from, it will be difficult for you to know where you are going or how you are going to get there. So I just want to raise some issues, some things that I thought about while preparing for this and while listening to everyone that has spoken here. I think it is important. First, the GEF Small Grants, we only work with civil society organizations, and the idea is that we have the communities that are closest to the natural resources. Unfortunately, they don't have the wherewithal to apply for the big full size and the medium size of the GEF, and that is how the small grants came to be. And then the idea also is that many of these communities cannot even write the simple proposal that would need to access this fund. And that is the reason why we partner with NGOs, civil society organizations, and community-based organizations, and even currently, we also partner with social enterprises. to see what we can do to help some of these communities to address some environmental problems that are bedeviling them in their different communities. And I would just say that of all the funds that comes to, okay, Jeff SDP is also in almost all African countries. So I'm just talking generally as in terms of Jeff, small grants, and then of course I can just give some specific as far as Nigeria is concerned. So we have this project, we target communities in particular, and the funds flow through the hands of the CSOs. Unfortunately, we have had challenges. We have had so many beautiful stories, so many beautiful results. We have those that have won many more opportunities to scale up whatever they are doing. But we also have some challenges. And the challenges, so this is where I want us to just think about some of these things. Somebody was talking about, I think it was you, talking about the complexity of these funds. I'm just talking about just Jeff small grants. That is still the full size and the medium size. And this is just Jeff. We have many other financial mechanisms and instruments that are available. Gotten some of the figures, the facts and the figures as far as these funds are concerned, whether they are for mitigation or for adaptation. But one thing I want to say is that government responsibility and coordination is very important. If we want to get the results that we actually want, there are so many times that we've had the coordination within the government sector is really something that we need to work on more, because at times you want to work with a government agency, and then you discover that the one who is in charge of this particular project is in another agency, and you're already working with somebody in another agency. It's an issue. The second one is this issue of turnover. When a director leaves a position, you start with another director who was probably brought from another ministry that knows next to nothing about the Jeff or how the Jeff small grants operates, and then you start the role all over again. In the same vein with the CSOs that we work with, we have these challenges. Each time, in fact, the Jeff makes it to, in Nigeria is very big, and the Jeff gives the instructions such that, look, you don't just concentrate the fund with one or few civil society organizations, but it has to spread across. So each time we are dealing with a new set of NGO, a new set of civil society organization, we have to start the training all over, start the facilitation all over. These are some of the challenges that we have. One of the innovation, the strategy we used in Nigeria was that, okay, if you are a grantee of the Jeff Small Grants, then it is one of your success factor for you to help some other NGOs and civil society organizations to be able to access the Jeff Fund. And that will be part of your success stories if you implement any of the Jeff SDP project. So we have these CSO challenges also, empowerment and knowledge capacity to be able to implement. There are so many of them, that so many of these proposals that we receive, and we go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then before you know it, time is gone, and so many things we would have thought that we want to achieve, we're not able to achieve them. So we also have the community challenges. I'm here, we have spoken about this in several meetings, of the peculiar challenges that women face in the communities when it comes to implementing whether a climate change project or any other environmental project for that matter, because it has to do with the environment, it has to do with the natural resources, and they don't have access to land, and it's a big issue. So some of the things that we are also thinking about and we're trying to do is to kind of, work to get directly with women and see how we can help them to at least improve their access to land and natural land resources, as far as them implementing climate change projects or any environmental project in that community is concerned. So these are some of the things. Then flow of funds. I want to say something about when you talked about the flow of funds to Africa, that maybe about just 20%. Yes. One of the challenges that Africa has, which I know of Nigeria, is that when they are in international meetings and as delegates, and they are negotiating for funds and all that, one is the capacity of them to negotiate very well, if they know what they are even talking about, because it can happen that maybe somebody was just put on that seat, and then the next thing is you have to go out there to go and negotiate for financial instruments as far as your country is concerned. So we have this. Some of them, they just travel, and it's another thing they go for. Maybe they have some other agenda outside there. So these are some of the things that we face that are affecting funds to Africa. I have been part of a discussion where the JEF, we have the core fund and we have the star fund. Nigeria is one of the highest beneficiary of the star fund. But I know there are so many African countries in Africa that don't even have the star fund. Why? Because they could not negotiate for this fund when the time comes for them to negotiate for this fund. So these are some of the things that we have to start thinking about. And you find out that a chunk of this money, because there are nobody from Africa, or there is not many people from Africa to argue for this fund, to negotiate for this fund, the chunk of it just moved to Asia. And we don't have anything to say about it, because it is like, okay, this is meritorious and this is what has happened, this is what has happened. How are you going to go about it? Another thing that I know is also that countries in Africa, when they go to negotiate in these international meetings, they commit so much that, okay, they are going to do this, they are going to do that, so that this can flow into the country or can flow into Africa. Unfortunately, when it comes to implementation, the case is not like that. So people, when Jeff says, I'm going to give you 10 million, for example, and Nigeria says, okay, if you are giving 10 million, we are going to give 10 million. That 10 million from Nigeria, I can beat my chest and say it may not even come at all. Maybe in 10 years before we talk about it. So these are some of the things, the complexities that are there that maybe can hamper or hinder the access to some of these finances that we have to think about. And then I am so happy when I heard that the CS DevNet is one of the organizers of this project. And I know that CS DevNet is a coalition of NGOs, sustainable development or environmental NGOs, in Africa or in Nigeria, as the case may be. I think I want to also throw this challenge to us, that look, I know that in terms of national development, maybe some of our leaders have disappointed us, because I know that if we have, I was talking to somebody during lunch, that if our leaders think nationalistically, if they think like, okay, this is not about myself, it's about my country, then the people that are under them and the CSO will also do that. But if they are disappointing us, I think the CS DevNet is a very good platform for you all to come together and see, okay, what can we do? If the leaders are not thinking the way we think we should think, what can we do? I know that when it comes to this issue of politics, there was a particular NGO that came up one time, and they call it follow the money. And they put the government on their toes as far as it was possible to follow whatever the government is saying they are doing. If CS DevNet will come up with something like that, so that they also get a very good understanding of this climate finance issue, and then come up with a very solid background and a solid strategy on how to go about it, whether in Nigeria or in Africa, as the case may be, I think we would be able to make some progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Olubamise, for really enlightening us on some of the existing opportunities within the GAF small grants and how we can access, but also for challenging us on how do we negotiate for these funds. I think that's a very pertinent question that we didn't need ourselves, and thank you so much for that. allow me, Nicholas, to come to you. You don't have to stand here because you don't have a presentation. And because of time, civil society organizations really play a key role in the climate change discourse, including mobilizing climate finance. Just briefly, maybe in 5 minutes or less, let us know what are some of the perspectives and messages from the civil society organization on how we can mobilize or unlock finance to be able to advance adaptation and just transition, especially in agriculture.
Okay, thank you, Obed, and thank you to my previous speakers. But I want to really build on what Dr. Somarin said, particularly when it comes to lumping adaptation and mitigation in the same pot, because they cannot compete favorably. Always mitigation will win, taking the lion's share. Now I'm talking about agriculture and food sector. You know, one interesting thing about this sector is that it is both a villain and also a victim of climate change, in the sense that it contributes significantly to the emission of greenhouse gases, accounting for as much as a third of the greenhouse gases, but at the same time suffering the greatest impact of climate change, particularly on drought. It could be accounting for more than 80%. You can imagine the implication of that. Then the question is, how did this happen? Particularly on the aspect of it being a villain, contributing the greenhouse gases. It is because of the existing practice. Conventional agriculture practice is actually accelerating greenhouse gas emissions. And therefore, for us to attain the net zero and the climate resilient future, then this sector needs to be reformed. We need a transition from the conventional agriculture, which has been blamed for contributing to the significant proportion of emission of the greenhouse gases. And I don't want really to dwell so much on that, because this has been a topic of discussion since yesterday, and particularly on the need to transition agriculture to become more environment friendly. Agroecology was discussed here yesterday. Now, then, having said that, the question which comes on just transition, particularly on agriculture and food sector, is that we cannot discuss that outside the provision of the Paris Agreement. That one is something that I'm afraid I've seen it coming out here, and then people don't really refer back to what are the provisions of the Paris Agreement, particularly on Article 1, Article 2, 1, A, B, and C. And that's very critical. And when you read B and C read together, it reads like this: increasing the ability to adapt to adverse impacts of climate change and foster climate resilience and low greenhouse gas emissions development in a manner that does not threaten food production. That is very important. That I was watching like news, some discussion this morning in Nairobi. I think that was NTV. One of the leading experts on agriculture in Kenya was saying that agriculture, Africa has got 60% of the arable land, and yet we have the largest population of people are going hungry. That's a paradox. So the question is, then he said, of course, and this was said even with Dr. Somarin and others yesterday, the difference is just lack of technology or inadequate technology in agriculture sector to spur increased production and productivity. But we want this to be done in a manner that does not undermine food production. I think that's critical. Whatever we do, should be done in a manner that does not undermine food production. But again, that part or paragraph 1 or 2B of the Paris Agreement is read jointly with 1C, 21C, which makes that and making flows consistent with pathways towards low greenhouse gas emission and climate resilience development. And actually, if you read and cojoins B and C, You know, the implication is that it should be done in a manner that is consistent with working towards the net zero and climate resilient future. I think that's what we would like to see for our sector in agriculture. And that one lays a very strong justification for the need to transition from the conventional agriculture that is in place to a more agriculture practice that works for the environment and for people. I think that is critical. Then, having said that, so that I move on, is that when we look at the real test of just transition in agriculture and the food sector for African countries, this will be in the investment needs for the net zero and climate resilience. I think that's critical. Dr. Sombrona has already pointed out the adaptation gap. I think that's a critical aspect that we need to consider. Then moving on, so that I can conclude in the interest of time, is that generally, or specifically speaking, is that the concept of just transition is relatively new within the framework of international climate finance. I think it is not until COP 2026 when at least this was taking shape and form. Yeah. Therefore, there is lack of empirical work or data on just transition policies and financing channels in developing countries, particularly in Africa. At least that is it. I know African Development Bank started some consultative process sometimes in the future about the same. I don't know where it reached. I've never seen an outcome of the same. But Somerin might help us when he will be intervening, if time will allow. Therefore, there is need for more practical, granular advice on what works and what does not work, as well as the need for better targeted just transition finance for agriculture and food sector. And I can recall what Nancy from WWF presented, I think yesterday, in terms of some of the policies that are evolving in Africa. And I think she cited Nigeria as a good example, which has gone ahead and to include aspects related to transitioning conventional agriculture into a more environment-friendly agriculture in their NDC, among a few other countries. Then the other thing I would really point out is that you know, and this is really obvious, is that many of African countries will definitely have difficulties raising national financing for just transition efforts in agriculture and food sector, and to a large extent they will depend on support of climate finance, for example, from entities like JEF and GCF and even African Development Bank, among others, and maybe ODA. Yeah, so that is known. So to fulfill its critical role, the international climate finance architecture must find a way to systematically integrate just transition into the UNFCCC mechanism and instruments. I think that is critical. Yeah, as they are currently, they don't pronounce themselves on financing of just transition, leave alone agriculture. There are other sectors, including energy as well. So then the question is, how should we integrate just transition principles more deeply in the design of funding proposals, or whether additional funding mechanisms are required? I don't know if Jeff has thought about that, yeah? Or do we need extra or additional funding that is dedicated to just transition funding in some of these sectors, agriculture being a critical one? Then really to wind up my remarks is that the elements in question could include enhancing the climate resilience of agriculture with the new technologies, crops, for example, and irrigation systems, while the broad definition of adaptation also leaves space for integration of other just transition elements. As you know, adaptation is context specific and therefore is flexible enough to really integrate aspects related to just transition. So existing climate finance channels are not adequate to fully cover a comprehensive just transition approach. For instance, smallholder farmers in areas whose agricultural activities will be completely lost due to climate change impacts need to be offered a solution. I think that is the reality. When I read about the Sahel, for example, I think the ecosystem can no longer support a mobile pastoralist in many of the countries in the Sahel. And they have been driving their livestock to some of the areas which are not traditionally grazing areas. And we've seen increased incidents of conflict, which could be linked to that. So how do we address this? As eventually it's not sustainable. If they will have to abandon mobile pastoral keeping, then we need to find solution for such. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Nicholas. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe thank you, Nicholas, for that. And of course, you've really mentioned some very, very important points, including that whatever we need to do really should be done in a manner that doesn't undermine food production or food sovereignty. You've also mentioned on issues of data and how just transition is still relatively new in these discussions. And of course, we need for more practical, granular advice on what works and what does not work. And of course, we've also mentioned that the international climate finance architecture must really find a way of integrating just transition principles in the UNFCCC mechanisms. So probably in the next, as you respond to the question, we'd also like to hear more about what are you doing within the civil society? What has already been done, or what are you doing to push some of these messages so that can also inspire others in terms of where do we go from here and how do we push some of this message in the policy discourse or in the policy discussions. So allow me to go to Prince. Since Monday, of course, since we came here, we've been talking about the role of youth and how it's really important, especially in agriculture. Today we talked about how youth are already innovators and how already they are innovating and how they need to be sort of supported, including financing for youth innovations. And of course, we talked about how agriculture is an essential driver of economic development and how it can create jobs for the youth. And of course, harnessing opportunities in agribusiness, entrepreneurship, and innovations, including ICT. So from where you stand, we would like to briefly let us know some of the policy options that you think from the youth perspectives and funding architecture that you think can support youth adaptation and just transition in agriculture. If you can limit your intervention within 5 minutes or less.
Thank you very much. But I cannot sit down when my elders are sitting, talking to them. It's not cultured.
Thank you so much.
So a very good evening to you all. My name is Prince Roreka, the Executive Director of Connected Advocacy for Empowerment and Youth Development, the thematic lead for Nigeria Civil Society Framework for Paris Agreement and the SDG. So today we are just going to look at how we support youth in agriculture, a just transition mechanism, looking at policy options and funding architecture. Youth still remain the backbone of every society and the driver for any sustainable development. Can you hear me, my people? Build the youth. Build the youth. Yeah, there is still energy. So today I just want us to just feel at home that I think help is coming. But there are some key concerns. Looking at how do we support youth in agriculture and a just transition mechanism. Policies are fine, but actions are also needed. What are the concerns currently? There's urgent need for increased action to mitigate the impact of climate change using their various adaptation means to ensure that local communities, youth groups are not left behind. I quickly want to say this quote from Dr. Akiwumi Adesina, who says, the president of AFDB. He said by 2030, the size of food and agro-business in Africa will increase to $1 trillion. So if you are thinking of how to make money, that is the sector to be. So youth, if you want to make money, you want to make just living, not Yahoo living, agriculture is the sector. Did you get that? So how do we take advantage of this? Since the elders are already there, they said there is a table, we don't have chair. How do we bring ourselves to the table? So let us look at the key issues that we begin to look at as a way of entry point to find ourselves in the table with our chair. First, there is food inflation. I'll speak more because I'm in Nigeria. Since the removal of fuel subsidy, I think Nigeria, our inflationary rate right now has gone between 30 to 40%, which is very, very the shockest of all. There is trouble. But how would young people weigh into this as an opportunity? So, and how do we make agricultural sector attractive to youth? These are some things I want you to be looking at the back of your mind that will help tackle unemployment and also ensure participation. Then looking at the 30 to 40% of our agricultural yield do not make it to the market. This is also an opportunity. How do we begin to think of innovations around these things for food preservation? How you can locally do something. I was hearing Richard yesterday say I've started something close to a meal farm where it can be helping farmers process their milk. Fantastic innovation. Are we thinking towards this direction, or we are saying government is not working and I cannot do something? So there is something for all of us. I'm just teasing it out so that in this room, there are elders here you can go and meet, sir. If it's to lay hands on my head, teach me this thing so that I can go back with something. So if you leave this conference without taking anything back home, you are one of the cause and the fault to our local communities. And you have failed one of us who has given you the opportunity to be here. So then poor leadership and lack of political will to drive reaction in agricultural sector. It will interest you to note that as Nigeria, we have our priority needs in the NDCs. And I'll tell you, just agriculture just feel 15% of such in our sector, while we are giving energy generation to about 60.2% of that sector. So, but agriculture is what we are known for. But today we are doing the same thing like our next one countries who have technologies, advanced technologies. But we are trained as farmers. My father was a farmer. So I pay school fees with farm product. I know the farm systems. What are we planting? Seasons are these are what we are trained for. These are our local systems that we have. Even before the advent of the Europeans, we already have systems and structures in place. But so painful today that we have neglected this structure and we are speaking grammars of the West just to suit what they are bringing in. It's a big shame on us. And I think youth do not fall to this prey again. It's another brainwashing that has led us to where we are today. We have system, we have structure. Why do we abandon them? Because we just want to feel like the West. So, political will and leadership to drive these actions to make agriculture more lucrative so that young people can find themselves places in these things and earn a living, just living, without even going into fraud or anything that will jeopardize their future. Then policy implementation. It is more to note that in this part of the world where we come from, our policy don't work. They are called like a decorations in the shelf. Do you have this NDC policy? Yes, we have. But the operationalization of this policy is a key concern. No way. So, Nigeria have the Nigeria Adaptation Policy Framework, but how well is this operationalization? So it's a real key concern. We have a very beautiful strategy. One of the strategies on agriculture is that crops and livelihood, livestock, and we want to adapt and improve agricultural system for both crops and livelihood. For example, diversifying livestock, improve range of management, increase access to what? Drought, resilient, sustainable food and seeds to help manage practice and provide early warning, meteorological forecast and related information. Fantastic. We have it like that. Beautiful in the shelf. Are they really working? Is the local people in the local community, are they finding this? Is there connect? There is big disconnect. How do young people bridge this gap? That is where we come in. That is why you are here this afternoon. So I want you to challenge every one of you that you should not leave this place without looking for one solution to tackle one challenge from where you are coming from. Because there are so many ideas flying here. So many ideas flying here. But you will just look for one and work on it. Looking at our Centauria NDCs, I've said it before, they are beautiful. But we only have 15%, 15.7% as what we are pursuing to achieve our NDC in agriculture. So more, if you present that to a developed person or somebody that want to give you finance, you see that you are not even paying priority areas to agriculture, but you are looking for technology that will still carry the same money back to Europe to buy the same thing. So as I give my own key takeaway, what do we do? Key next step. I think there is need for capacity building for youth in agricultural value chain, and there should be more, we should advocate more for youth involvement in decision making, program planning, and budgeting. Then also access to land for young people. Young people should be given access to land. Not only becomes marketable because for those who already have money. Then lastly, there should be co-creation initiative. Learning and lessons from the wise. We have those who have this capacity already, elders. Can you please mentor these young ones? And this is the way. Follow it and have what? A better path for your future. Thank you very much.
Let's clap for Prince. Let's give him a proper clap, please. Thank you so much, Prince. I mean, that was very powerful. And the youth really, we keep talking about the future belonging to you, but the present belongs to you. So you need to take up that mantle, that space. You talk about, of course, capacity building, but I believe the youth already have the capacity. You have, it's not about building, it's about probably strengthening, but you already have the capacity. You already have what it takes to really take that mantle. Of course, youth engagement in agricultural value chain, decision-making processes, and of course, accessing assets, like access to land is really, really important. I want to open the room for questions, but before I do that, Dr. Olufonso, allow me to come to you for just 2 minutes. Of course, as we talk about unlocking finance to scale up adaptation and just transition in agriculture, we can keep on also talking about innovative sources of finance. So if you can take us briefly, let us know what are some of these innovative sources of finance probably that we can explore to be able to unlock finance to scale up adaptation and mitigation in the agriculture sector.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Obed. I'm very mindful of time, but I think it's important to put forward some ideas. 3 of them. Number 1, there is a lot to learn from mitigation. And I'm going to keep saying this. There's a lot to learn from mitigation when it comes to financial resources. It will interest you to know that in Africa, there are about 11 different financial instruments that we've used for mitigation. Do you know how many we've used for adaptation? Only 2. If it is not concessional loans, it is grants. So everything about some of those innovation, those instruments, and it's something that we're not talking of foreign, we're talking of things that we've used on the continent, whether it's mezzanine debt, whether it's risk guarantees or risk sharing facilities, all of those things, equity, structured finance, all of those things, we have not tested them for adaptation. It's very important that we really need to learn how they've worked for mitigation and see how can we adapt this instrument. Do you know, Obed, and I think I want to speak to you about this. If you went to a restaurant and there were only 2 food items on the menu, and there's another restaurant, there are 11 food items on the menu, tell me, which one will you go to? The one with 11, because if that is the only restaurant in town, chances are that you want diversity to that. And we need to expand the menu when it comes to financial instrument for adaptation. That's the first thing. The second thing is we need to understand the language of money. And I don't know how to explain this better and I think our continent, we have not fully understood the language of money within the broader global financial system. There's a language that money speaks, and we need to understand that. And sometimes this language, they need to harmonize with the language we understand. I'll give you an example. If a financier tells you, I'm looking for a bankable project, it will interest you to know that the way the financier looks at the word bankable may not be the same as the person who is developing project. Because someone who's developing project, probably someone from Prince, will say, look, this thing can work. I have done it in this place, it can work again. But a financier is saying, show me your account record, show me, your track record, show me in terms of your earnings before profit and tax, and your amortization and all of those things. They're not jargons. They are things we must understand, and we must be able to find a way to teach them and that. The last point again is we assume something, and it's a danger, that climate finance, it means climate fund. Look, what you have is a fund. The scale of money that we need is not going to come from fund. Writing proposals, because when you talk to a lot of people in Africa, what the idea of climate finance is writing proposal to GCF or writing proposal to Jeff. And that is very limiting. I mean, they don't have a lot of money. I hate to say this, but I'll be honest with you, they don't have a lot of money to share and to a lot of us. What is important is for us to be able to understand that the world of finance goes beyond fund. So any financial source that can do adaptation or mitigation is climate finance. So the source could be private capital. It could be a CSR project of a private company. It could be a community group. It could be a trade union. It could be even carbon market. It could be a capital market. Do you understand what I'm saying? We need to move the notion of what climate finance is beyond writing proposals to these funds, and I'm not against them. I really like them, but they are they're not anywhere close to what kind of skills that we need. So what is going to be innovative? Innovative is understand the language of money. Number two, develop the proposals that are needed, but don't develop proposals because of Jeff. Develop proposal for a private bank and tell them you can be part of the climate change agenda. Develop proposals to a trade union or even a transport union and help them to green the transport parks. Those are the new things that we have to start doing in order to be able to aggregate that. Final point, we are a development bank, and I don't want to sound like we don't have a role. AFDB has been very much. The largest adaptation project anywhere in the world is a $25 billion adaptation project funded by the AFDB. And we've done our best. We're a big champion of that. But I'll say this as well. If AFDB has $100 to invest in a project, it should not spend that $100 on one single project. I would love to see more of AFDB resources divided so that if you can divide that $100 into four, $25 will go to one project, and that 25 will be able to crowd in other capital sources, either from private sector or public sources or even philanthropic capital for that project. So the $100 can do 4 projects as opposed to $100 doing one project. And that is the way of blended finance, and that is something that we love to see on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Understand the language of money. That is really powerful. I don't want to add anything. So we are way beyond time, and we may not be able to take all the questions, but I want to pick 3 most burning questions. Burning. If it's not burning, please don't raise your hand. Help us to help you. Okay. All right. So this side, I'll go with Henry, Catherine, Pap. Yeah? Okay, let's take the last one here. So Henry. And please, straight to the point, yeah, and address your question to a specific presenter or panelist.
Yeah, thank you very much. My question is directed to Dr. Yes. In his last word, he said there are multiple ways to financing adaptation in Africa in your presentation. So basically, I want to know what are the barriers for upscaling adaptation finance, and how barriers be reduced. looking at adaptation finance as a critical enhancer for climate action. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine?
Thank you. This question is to Dr. Alfonso. This morning, 3 organizations which are doing solutions in adaptation, mitigation, and productivity presented, and all of us talked about how scaling up required resources. So instead of using jargon, and I want to understand the language of money, I'm asking you specifically, how do I get money from AFDB to scale up my climate mitigation project that I'm doing now?
Good question. All right, let's go there, please.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor. It's directed to Mr. Maureen and Ms. Ibirunke. And if possible, let me put Mr. Sam Ogala on the spot as an African Union representative. With the differential capacities in assessing funds, okay? With the differential capacities in assessing funds, how do you support other member states? Is there any kind of transfer of skills or experts between states to be able to support? Because we don't like the idea of saying that we've lost the money to Asia, okay? And secondly, the African Union has always advocated for a block negotiation. Is there a possibility, is that an option for the African Union to negotiate on behalf of the African states to be able to access this fund, so it will be less tedious for them? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Here. If you can write your questions, please.
Okay, thank you. My question to Dr. Samorin, a quick one. Adaptation with the farmers has been there. Okay, in five regional economic countries, every country has got some contribution from the farmer. The farmers or agricultural product, which is GDP, is being contributed. And now, being based on that, forgetting about borrowing money outside African continent, how do you, a learned son of this community or African continent, that what we pay into the basket, that is the agriculture sector, and then plowed back for adaptations?
Thank you. Thank you. Let's have one more so that I don't get swallowed. There. Otherwise, he'll swallow me.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Because of time, I won't introduce myself. I have a question for the lady from GCF and the gentleman from AFDB. One thing I've noticed is a majority of the people who are engaged in agriculture and the people affected by climate change are sort of at the grassroots level, and literacy levels are not so high. Another thing I've noticed is that you literally need a master's degree or a PhD to apply for funding, such as funds for the GCF and the GEF, and some of the Africa development funds that do come through at member state level. My question is, are we investing in building the capacity of the potential applicants, or actually transforming these application processes for the normal, everyday young farmer or women farmer to be able to apply for? Thank you.
Thank you. There's a youth here. Last one.
Thank you. My question goes to Dr. Olofunso. He mentioned about mitigation, using mitigation financing for adaptation outcomes. And I just want to know, how can we do that, and how can we scale that, even for grassroots organizations? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, I want to give my panelists 1 minute each to give your last remarks as you respond to any question or any reaction to what has been mentioned. 1 minute each, please, as your last remarks.
my last remark is for young people to get organized. Get organized and begin to understand the critical issues and how you begin to build movement around climate finance for agriculture at the local level. Nobody will sing your song. You must sing it yourself. So get organized. The day you get organized, the day you begin to see attention. Thank you.
Yeah, mine is very brief. Basically to say that even as we advance just transition in agriculture and food sector, we must ensure that there is inclusiveness and participation. Even if it comes to policy formulation like the one developing one, it just...
Thank you very much. Just to respond to the question about capacity building. Well, I want to believe, just like we have agreed that different fund has their own different agenda and their own goals, but I know that there is no fund that will not build in a form of a capacity building strategy for people to be able to, organizations to be able to access their fund. What I know about the Jeff is that at the beginning of all, we work in phases, and at the beginning of every phase, and even all through, I know of when we first started in Nigeria, the federal government used to gather all environmental NGOs together, and then we train them on how to access the fund, how to even come up with the idea, write the proposal, implement the project, and all that. And I know that this happens in almost all the countries where you have the Jeff Small Grant Program. This can just be enhanced, and as a last comment that I will make is just that the CSOs, we need to, just like he said, we need to go get ourselves together and really know what are our goals as far as making impact and adding value is concerned. So if it is capacity building, then we have to look out for the opportunity, and I bet you the opportunities are there. Anyone or any of the NGOs that are really serious to make impact, the opportunities are there. Thank you very much.
All right, so 1 minute to answer the questions. It's not going to be possible. But look, this is the beginning of conversation, long conversation. We'll continue after this panel discussion. The biggest barrier to adaptation finance is that we've not been able to make the economic and business case for adaptation. It's simple. And there was a lady, the lady in red, I don't know her name. Hi. And she made a presentation in the morning. And when we begin to do that, when we're able to get to a point where if a natural spring of water or a river is providing water for a bottling company, we need to be able to do a cost-benefit analysis to say that if the company invests in soil and water conservation, it is cheaper to do that than to be doing investment in chemical purification of the water for the bottling. Does that make sense? And that economic cost and benefit analysis is a pathway for adaptation, because adaptation in the ecological side would not make sense to somebody financially. But if you're able to justify that down the road, you're spending less or you're almost spending nothing to purify normal water, then that's the case. So the more we're able to do that for water, for food, for agriculture, the more we're able to crowd in and appreciate investment into adaptation. How do you connect? Look, there's a question of scale, and scale is relative. The bank would not come to you when you're still at the idea stage or level 1, and you need the bank to help you get to level 2. If you are able to reach level 2, and then you need to get to level 5, the bank can do that. But it's even easier when you're able to aggregate people together. So if a minimum size ticket for the bank is $50 million, and you only need $1 million, so it means that you need 50 of you to aggregate together. And that aggregation gives scale. But also the aggregation also reduces the cost of transaction for you and also for us. And we need to help people to understand that we're better off cooperating than competing. And there are too many ideas out there that are competing. They're very micro. We need to find a way to coordinate an aggregation platform that helps us to do that. Last point, the tree you're going to need for tomorrow, plant it today. Okay? Or the one you plant in the evening, you plant years before. we're looking at our capacity building as if it's something that we need this morning so that we can write proposal in the afternoon, we can get the money in the evening. It is not. It has to be an institutionalized approach. In a country like Rwanda, there is a whole team within the ministry that is training people even when they are not writing proposal, when they are not called for proposal, constantly training them until the point that that training becomes institutionalized and they are ready for proposals that will come in 5 years, 10 years down the line. And it's very important to tell our people that, look, that it took you years to go to school to get to this level. It's going to take you years to also get to be able to develop that expertise in writing proposal, but also in building partnership, not just proposal. And that is a timeline that is important. But look, we can use some resources that we have, and we have done that in many countries to provide that. But it's better if the government makes it its own way of preparing the next generation of climate actors in the country. I have to keep it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's give them a good clap. Let's give them a round of applause, please. A good clap. Please, let's clap for them again. They've done a good job. I know we were rushing. We are really running out of time. And I want to invite you for a group photo. And also take the opportunity to invite Philip or Charles to tell us the next program or what next after this. Over to you, Philip. Thank you.
I would have loved if Obed transitioned the session to the next moderator, but nevertheless, I think they deserve a better clap. Can we give them a better clap? And a part of the reason as why we are giving them a better clap is that they have been able to salvage time for us. I think we want to hear some crystal thoughts that are actually emerging out of this particular conversation and basically beginning to look at priorities for our next action. How do they look like? To do that, we have Eugene, who will actually lead an important session of ensuring that we are able to bring all the ideas together and additional other eye-opening insights as we start to descend towards the end of this conference. So Eugene will do that for us. Eugene is our thematic lead for just transition and energy access for the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, and he will be moderating that particular powerful session. One of the things that I've observed as Eugene comes forward is that when people get to this podium, they gain their eyesight. So if your eyesight has been improved out of being in this particular podium, we will only say amen, hallelujah, and we leave it there. Anybody who might have left his specs, we'll still keep it here. But if they don't need the specs, that is still great. Let me invite Eugene to take it over from there.
Okay, thank you so much, Philip. So this is a wrap-up session, and we'd like to keep it as snappy as possible. It's been 3 hectic days, and I'm sure that a lot of us are reaching the limits of our resistors are burning in us, so we're going to keep it short and snappy. Now, all of the discussions we have been having are taking place within the context of the global processes, negotiations, dialogues, and whatever you want to call them, that aim to address the climate crisis with all of its complexities. But in our case, with relation to adaptation, and specifically adaptation in the agriculture sector. So if we were to leave from here, what are some of those key things that we want to move forward and try to influence these processes, try to influence the discussions, try to influence the narratives, and potentially, which is ideal, influence decisions at COP28 and thereafter implementations of those decisions. And that's what my next panel is going to try to do. And once they have shared their thoughts, as usual, we'll invite participants to join us in the conversation. And I'm going to, before I invite the panel, plead with them, if you came with a presentation, to just talk through the ideas you have, so that it's a more fluid conversation that can go back and forth and open up the nuances that may not be quite easy to do when you are doing a very structured presentation. Let me start by inviting to join me here, and I'll plead that we stay seated throughout. That can help us go quicker. Let me invite Mr. Yao Safo. He's a coordinator for the Global Stake Talk for the Africa Group of Negotiations. Please join. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. Let me also invite to join me here Anne-Marie Abagu, who is going to be sitting in for Dr. Priscilla Akpakpa from the Women Environment Program. Where is she? Please join me up here. Let me also invite Mr. Richard Umar Abubakar. Richard is here. Let me invite Dr. Huzi. Michelia Huzi. And let me also, if he's in the room, I can't see him, Mr. Charles Mwangi, Head of Programs and Research at PACJA. And also Mr. Musa Ibrahim, if he's here with us. I just want to check to see if Mohamed Kaloga is here. We didn't get any confirmation if you were here. Oh, he's here. So take a seat here with us. How about Dr. Inyobong Abiola? Is he here with us? It's not. So that works because now we just have enough people for the seats we have. So as he settles down, I'm going to be using first names to make it easier for us. Yao, the Global Stock Tank is the big thing at this point, heading up to COP28. And adaptation is a big issue. Progress in adaptation is a big issue. But can you, to put this conversation in context, share some thoughts about where we are in terms of adapting to the impacts of climate change, especially how that relates to the African continent as we take stock of all of what we have been doing since the Paris Agreement, and perhaps provide us an idea of what direction you think we should focus on in terms of our advocacy to elevate the issues of adaptation in the global processes.
Sorry, and I'm not following all your rules, but it will be snappy. I know it's a wrap-up session. Even I'm looking forward to having some rest. My name is Yao Osafo. I'm the lead negotiator for the African Group on the issue of the global stocktake. And thanks to PACJA for organizing it. In fact, I noticed on the title of it that there's actually no word that really denotes environment in the title of the conference. And this is the case. We're finding that climate change, whilst an environmental problem, is increasingly becoming a development issue. And those same complexities are taking place. You're discovering those in the COP meetings. Now, outside the UN General Assemblies, the next events that host annually the largest gathering of heads of states are the COP meetings, and that because it's straddling issues of all the economic sectors, energy, AFOLO, which is where agriculture is involved, health, and all those others. And this year we're all going to be convening in the Dubai, in the UAE. So what I'm going to, you're talk about implementation, but I think for the past 2 days, you've mostly been covering issues of implementation. What I want to talk about is the negotiations and where adaptation and agriculture features in the global stocktake. So my slides are still hopefully about to be displayed. But the global stocktake, basically, when we negotiated the Paris Agreement, previously in the Kyoto Protocol, it was a top-down approach. So there was going to be, we're going to negotiate how many reductions developed countries would have to do. And then they were obliged to do it. This wasn't working for them. They didn't. The idea where every country would make their proposals of what they were going to do to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement.
Can the IT team please roll his presentation as he speaks as quickly as you can, so that he speaks through it? Thank you so much. Can you roll it? Do you have it? Please go ahead while they sort that out. Sorry.
The narrative, quick one, so it doesn't matter. We'll get. So let me continue with the introduction to the global stocktake. So we decided that we're going to have a bottom-up approach, whereas before you would negotiate the cap in emissions at the multilateral level. Now every country would have an internal conversation amongst themselves about what they should do to support meeting the goals of the Paris Agreement. And then they'll put them forward, and then they would implement. We knew negotiating it that because of the painful economic decisions that would be taken, that this was, nobody was ever going to do what science was requiring them to do. So we included in the Paris Agreement, Article 14, what they call the global stocktake. And it's like a periodic review. So every 5 years, we will come together, we will review our implementation, and then we'll compare it to what science says we should do. And if there's a gap or we're not doing what we're supposed to do, then we will all go back, and we are legally mandated to enhance and update our NDCs and submit the new ones, I think a year and a half after the end of the global stocktake. So we've been having this stocktake or this review for the past 18 months. It's got 3 phases. There's the information gathering phase. Then you have the technical assessment phase where we all sit together and review the science with the scientists from the IPCC guiding us. And then you enter the political phase, which is where that's where the ministers and the heads of state come. So, the process is, the political phase started earlier this year. There were a series of meetings in New York at the Kenyan Summit, the ACS. There's going to be the pre-COP in a week and a half's time. And then we expect a fairly large gathering of heads of states and ministers at the COP in Dubai, and there'll be the outcome coming from that. So the technical assessment phase, we completed that, and the report came out in September. You would, if you were following the headlines, you would notice that there were some, the global media houses covered the findings of it, and basically what it said was that since we adopted Paris, we have been pursuing efforts to limit global average temperature to 1.5, not more than 2 degrees centigrade, but it's not enough, and we're not doing what science requires us to do. There's about a 23 gigatons of CO2 gap between where we should be and where we are. So the implications are quite clear that when we leave the COP, we're all going to have to undertake our internal discussions and then put new proposals forward. What the scientists are also telling us is that to achieve that 23, to cover those gigatons by 2030, which is where we really need to be in order to avoid overshooting 1.5 degrees centigrade, it will require what they've described as unprecedented scale and pace of transition, which requires integrated and holistic solutions that would promote the eradication of poverty and sustainable development and the protection of natural resources and systems. Part of the conversation has been the issue of what you've been discussing this morning, just transition, or what we are also calling equity, and that's fairness. And that the transition should be it means having inclusivity and collaboration of all stakeholders. So in the efforts to reduce emissions, this requires action at all levels, including everyone, but also we should also ensure nobody is left behind. And that's important for the next point I'm going to make on agriculture and adaptation. But first, in the technical assessments we did, we looked at AFOLU is the agriculture, forestry, and other land use changes. And that's the term that the IPCC uses, and it covers all activity on the ground. So there's no sort of specific focus on, well, there are, but it's part of the AFOLU sector. And in the AFOLU sector, the findings that we had when it comes to mitigation was that we can achieve a third of the mitigation needed by 2030 to keep the world on track to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement using the AFOLU sector. And to reach that, they're proposing a number of measures: halting and reversing deforestation and degradation, sustainable management of land, and improving agricultural practices, which includes shifting agriculture and food systems. And then more importantly, the demand side measures to reducing emissions from the AFOLU sector. And there they propose things like sustainable healthy diets, reducing food loss waste, and intensifying sustainable agriculture without further land expansion. We discovered that when it comes to the AFOLU sector, 22% of global greenhouse gas emissions are coming from that sector. And they are largely driven by large-scale commodity production. And those are usually taking place in Latin America and Asia. In Africa, the nature of our agriculture and the deforestation and degradation is more of small landholders, farmers, and small scale, 2 hectares, 3 hectares, or 5 hectares there. And it's usually for subsistence. It's not like clearing of vast swathes of virgin forest land for soya beans and so forth. So when they talk about mitigation, they are really looking at what's happening in the other regions of the world. And there are some interesting figures. There are about $1.8 trillion being spent annually on subsidies that drive these land use changes, and that's to feed consumer demand. And even then, out of the 2.5% of funding that goes to mitigation, it's only 2.5% that goes to AFOLU. So there's insufficient focus on trying to reduce emissions in the AFOLU sector. When it comes to agriculture, to adaptation and loss and damage, the findings from the technical assessment showed that the current levels of warming were causing losses and damage to human and natural systems. We're, for instance, noticing reductions in crop production. And the findings also recognize that the global goal on adaptation that we have aims to enhance adaptive capacity, to strengthen resilience and reduce vulnerability to climate change. So that's basically climate resilient development. If you look at the national adaptation plans by countries, they cover agriculture. In fact, most African countries, their NDCs contained actions that they were going to take in adaptation. And a lot of them had components in the agriculture sector. But what we discovered when we did the assessment was also that even though there's ambition in developing these plans and the commitment to do it, most of the observed adaptation efforts are fragmented, they are incremental, they are sector specific, and they are unequally distributed across the regions. So there's a need for mainstreaming these adaptation actions into national development plans, into long-term reforms, and then there ought to be sustained implementation after. Let me go to the last point, and then I will talk about the African position. So as part of the technical assessment, we looked at what are some of the best practices and the options for adaptation. In the terrestrial ecosystem services, which is land, experts were suggesting that forest-based adaptation was important, and that involves agroforestry, planting traditional trees and root crops, green belts and reforestation, and promoting soil conservation schemes. When it came to food systems, They were proposing improved cropland management, planting multiple species with different ripening periods, switching to heat-tolerant crops, switching to drought-tolerant or low-water crop varieties, garden relocations, salt-tolerant, and also diversification. So they positioned the African, which is the 55, are part of the African group. The position we advanced, which we believed was in the African interest, was first to highlight the issue of fairness. Our land sector contributes about 4% of global greenhouse gas emissions. It's also a critical economic and livelihood sector, and you've heard a lot about that this morning. The impacts on the food systems, on the crop production and so forth is leading to significant GDP losses. I think UNECA was suggesting that it ranges, depending on the African country, between, and that's for adaptation as a whole, but between 5 to 15% of GDP. So when you look at that, you realize that the sort of ground-based, project-based funding that they are using to finance adaptation across developing countries is insignificant. We've called for increased funding from up to about at least 50% of what is being allocated by 2025, and then $400 billion a year by 2030. The other point, and I think that's what the AFDB officer was pointing out, was that there's not a balance or parity between funding for mitigation and adaptation. This is a provision in the Paris Agreement which calls for a balance between those two. So it's important that we stressed these points. And then finally, if you are following larger climate negotiations, you'd realize that they are signing what they call just energy transition partnerships. South Africa got 8.5 billion to transition away from coal towards renewable energy. I think Senegal has got 2.5 billion. But these are focused on the energy sector, and the points we've been making is to, when it comes to just transition, it's not just the energy sector, but it's also the agricultural sector and all those other sectors. So those sectors should be included in those packages. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and for taking us through that history of how we got to this point. And it's interesting to hear. I think the summary is that we're not making sufficient progress, whether it's on the adaptation front or the mitigation front, and that presents quite catastrophic scenarios of us in the room. Now, one of the things that has emerged from the conversation since we came here was how the impacts of climate change in the agricultural sector disproportionately affect women and similar groups. And I wanted to turn to you now, Anne-Marie, to tell me, how do we advance the gender agenda? What critical issues should we be paying attention to in terms of the gender agenda as we go to COP28? If we were to go to COP28 with only 2 major demands around the gender question, what, in your view, would that be?
That's a tough one. I don't think we can categorically come down to just 2 demands. There are lots of demands that we need to take to the COP. I think one of the key issues that we've been having in terms of the gender negotiations is that, yes, the gender action plan has been adopted, and a lot of countries are trying to implement it in their individual countries. The most challenging issue is finance, and they've been bringing that out in all the negotiations. But it seems like the UNFCCC has been shying away from taking that responsibility to prompt parties in terms of providing financial aid. And another issue that was reoccurring was that most of the focal points, the national focal points. Since they were always changing national focal points, most of the new focal points that came into the negotiations were, I won't say clueless, but they didn't have the enough capacity to negotiate on behalf of their countries. So one of the recommendations was to build the capacity of incoming national focal persons, which was still yet to get how do I say it? To achieve. Issue that has been coming up is the fact that a lot of parties, or should I say countries, have not been able to successfully implement the gap in their countries, mostly because of funding. And for the countries that have actually implemented the gap, it's because they got funding from civil society. I'll use example Nigeria. So yes, some of the countries already have gender mainstreaming. They've mainstreamed gender in some of their policies, but to actually adopt the gap officially has been an issue. Now, even if the gap has been adopted, what about sensitization all the way down to the communities, the grassroots, to know about the gap and the NDCs? Then another issue is budgeting. So one of the recommendations is that countries should adopt national budgets to mainstream gender, and even the countries that have adopted the budgets on gender mainstreaming, they haven't successfully implemented it the way we were hoping. The results has been very low. So most of the results in terms of gender mainstreaming, community-led initiatives has been mostly led by civil society and private companies. Like I recently learned that there is a company in, they've been implementing in 10 different states on agriculture. They've been building the capacity of community women in terms of growing seedlings, which I don't think they have been, I don't think the government is aware of what is happening in those communities. So I feel that that is something that we need to, I know that an organization right now is doing a documentary because of the upcoming COP to capture some of the community-led initiatives that have been going on in around the country to go and showcase. And it's not just to showcase, but they're also trying to gather some of the community leaders to see how they can take them to COP, to go give their own testimonies of what's happening in their communities.
So thank you so much. And I think you're right, because you can actually make a very solid argument for the African woman in these conversations. If you had, for example, a map of responsibilities for emissions against climate change impacts, I think the African woman is going to be in one top left corner all alone, because they're responsible for the lowest amount of greenhouse gas emissions, but yet they are the most hit by extreme climatic conditions and weather. And I think it's an argument that we have not sufficiently made, that in all of these things about vulnerabilities and who is vulnerable, the African woman perhaps easily as the most vulnerable demographic globally. And I think the financial resources, as you point out, going to this group has not been commensurate to that position they hold in the whole picture. of the climate crisis. But it's also perhaps the same story with African young people, and I want to turn to Mohammed now. How do we enhance youth inclusion and youth voices in these processes?
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mohamed Kalouga. I'm from Guinea-Conakry. I work as a project assistant in the NGO Green Transformation 2050. So it's a great opportunity for me here today to be standing in front of you and talk about this important topic. Is about youth participation in COP28 and multilateral process. First of all, Africa is one of the continents most vulnerable to climate change. And according to the United Nations, Africa is having the youngest population in Africa, in the world. About 75% of the population are between the age of 18 and 35. So it's very vital for us to participate in different discussions related to climate change issues. Climate change issues fight is not only for one person or one family. It's very important for all of us to get together and narrate different legislatives to be taken during the COP28. Also, African youth are heavily impacted by climate change due to extreme weather, floods, and heat waves, impacting a lot of youth. We can observe in different countries in Africa, a lot of youth do not have access to education. A lot of young women have been forced to get married because they have to support their different families. So this issue should be denounced during the COP28 in order to tackle different solutions that we taken into account during the elaboration of different policies. I will take an example from my country, Guinea-Conakry. In the elaboration of the national determined contribution, youth don't have any responsibility to play. I think it's very important that we are empowered. We should not only go to participate to the COP, we should go there and give our own point of view, but also take part in decision making. This year, the COP presidency have planned to set 100 youth to participate during the COP28. I think watching the population of youth, I think we need to participate more. The African youth population is about 1.520 million. So I think we need to participate more during the decision making of COP28. So I will give some recommendation about youth participation during the COP. Create more opportunities for youth. In Africa, we tend to say that you need first to have experience before you start to work. But if opportunities are not given to us, how are you going to fight against climate change? But also establish youth advisory boards and ensure that our voices are heard in the decision-making process. But also provide funding for us. A lot of countries do not have funding for youth to participate during the COP. So it's very important for us to have funding to participate during the COP28 that is coming, because we cannot fight against climate change without the inclusion of youth. Also, we need to maintain transparency in decision making, including sharing outcomes and feedback with participants. Like my country, sometimes it goes to COP and come back without giving a restitution of what they have really done during the COP. So it's very important when they come back in different countries, they should give us what they have done, what the different impact they have done during the COP. So I will end by saying that as a young leader, it's more important for all of us to unite in this fight against climate change. It's more important to remember our planet and forget our agendas. Let's mobilize and take our flight, and this starts by youth participation in COP28. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I agree with you totally that youth voice is critical in these processes, but that's not all young people can do. There is also the potential for young people to be innovative and to find solutions to some of the problems we're facing. And Richard, you here. My question is, what is required to unlock youth innovativeness on the continent, and how do we position that in the discussions, especially leading up to COP28?
Yeah, thank you very much, Eugene. Actually, young people in Africa have been doing wonderfully well in terms of pushing the conversations of climate action and the need for youth inclusion, especially as it affects providing solutions. And recently, the UNDP People's Vote research shows that 70% of young people below the age of 18 are viewing climate change as a global emergency. They did that research in 50 countries. And this is a good green light showing that the younger people are now coming up to understand that climate change is a global crisis. And this will further provide a sustainable mechanism in terms of bringing solutions from these young people. And so to say, not to push too far, I believe that young people in different countries in Africa are coming up with innovations ranging from providing alternative sources to charcoal production, like provision of briquettes. We have young people in Ethiopia working on seed balls, which drones fly them and shoot them from the air in order to plant economic trees, which are supposed to provide, let's say, carbon sinks, provide economic growth, and provide what they call it, forestation for our continent. These are innovations, and we have young people coming up with green cars. In Nigeria, we have somebody in Maiduguri that have now built solar cars, and the automobile sector in Nigeria has brought him to the front, and for him to come forward and help build more cars. And I believe automobile companies will be going to him for his own technology. So these are contributions on the continent. But what I feel is that as a continent, we have to be deliberate about harnessing our innovations in hubs in order to see how we can provide more solutions across board and see how these solutions can become global and attract direct foreign investment to the continent. Because most of our governments are overwhelmed with their budget issues and they lack monies. They have to go into borrowing. But when you have innovations that can stand global innovations and they are coming from young people, this can attract direct foreign investment. And this is like opening up the green economy of our continent. So I believe that we have a lot of things to achieve, and we have to focus more on young people in order to develop their green skills so that we can expand the status quo. Because as it is now, we're having them just in droplets. So we need to be deliberate about it in order to, like I met some young people, they've developed climate solution games. They have climate solution games that is now being played. You can play it online and earn money. And as well, you can have a player in another country and you are in Nigeria, you're playing with that person. So this is something that triggers innovation, invention. So we need to see how we can expand that. Our colleagues here in Nigeria have just a card game for climate solutions. So they are taking it to COP, and I believe it to be at the Nigeria Pavilion for them to be playing, and other pavilions to play and show the world that. And some of our African colleagues at this event are even buying the cards. So they are taking them back to their countries. So these are deliberate actions by young people, and I believe we need to invest in them. We need to, I'm happy that PACJA is bringing Nigerian government, and I know they are doing more in other countries. We have to look at how we can bring more government participations to the table in order to ensure that we activate policies, not just keep them, so that we can push at events like this. We can push to ensure that young people are put in front, are allowed to chart the cause, because we've been talking here, they say we have elders here, we respect elders, and we have majority in the hall are young people. So that means there's a succession plan. So we need to expand in terms of policy to ensure that we do that. Then we need to see how we can involve young people even in our agroecology so that they can add value to the value chain. Let's start pushing it. And again, the informal sector. We have a lot of untapped resources in the informal sector, untapped revenues in the informal sector, that we need to look at how we can harness this. Despite the fact that we have young people that are out of school, does not mean they are not skilled or they are intelligent. So we need to look at how we can even tap into indigenous knowledge and see how we can create an economy around that and see how it can all link into climate solutions. I believe young people deserve a lot of attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. in a nutshell, what I'm hearing from you is we need to first of all recognize the potential that's in our young people, especially given the examples of what's already happening, but then move ahead to create an environment that enables them to scale, so that we're providing solutions not only for the continent, but we can even compete globally. And I think that's possible. The question now is whether we are able to market that sufficiently so that it's attractive. And as one of the last speakers spoke, the question of bankability and is I think it has been instrumentalized to hold Africa back in some sense, because I'm seeing people investing in ideas that even the investor doesn't fully understand. Why can't that be the case for the continent, especially when we're dealing with issues like this? But there are other issues that we also need to take on board, and we're talking agriculture here, but there is a close relationship between agriculture, biodiversity, desertification, and of course youth action. In your view, Musa, as we move to COP28, how do we balance these three things? What kinds of ideas can you put forward to help us craft a narrative around this triple nexus of biodiversity, desertification, youth action, perhaps a four-pronged nexus with adaptation issues in the agriculture sector?
Okay, thank you very much. Warm greetings, everyone. My name is Musa Ibrahim. I am the land hero of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. I'm currently the youth champion of the National Agency for the Great Green Wall, and I'm also one of the thematic lead of the land tenure working group of the UNCCD Youth and Caucus or constituency. So over 2 days, we have been talking about issue of agriculture. But I would like to start by saying that the food does not come from the kitchen, but it comes from the land. And as a land hero, I think that it is very important for us to perceive how we treat the land. Because land is more than the feet we walk upon. Land is food, land is feed, land is fiber, and land is agriculture. In Africa today, we are losing our arable land at an alarming rate because of the issue of desertification and drought. So it is important that we re-examine our relationship with the land. We are in the decade of ecosystem restoration from 2021 to 2030. This further reinvigorates our effort to ensure that we do not only sustainably manage the land, we also protect it and restore it. An example of successful land restoration initiative is that of the National Agency for the Great Green Wall in Nigeria, which has successfully carried out land restoration activities across 11 frontline states in Nigeria. And one thing about land restoration is that it's not just about planting trees, but it is about ensuring that you put vitality into the life and livelihood of people that are living within this locality. And land restoration is a cost-effective solution to solving the issue of land degradation as well as drought. Agriculture is the mainstay of economy of Africa. And today, one of the first victims we have when there is issue of land degradation, drought, or other climate impact are young people. Young people account for a larger chunk of people who are the first victim around issues of land degradation and drought. So I can emphatically say that the issue of desertification and climate change has become more serious and is a threat multiplier. I would also like to look at the angle of the multilateral system, which is the Three Rio Convention. Over 30 years ago, the world came together through the Rio Summit or the United Nations Development and Environment Conference to discuss how can we move further to solve our common issues, the climate crisis. Part of the resolutions was to establish 3 Rio Conventions or 3 sister conventions, which is the UNFCCC, the UNCBD, and the UNCCD, which I am mostly engaged with. If you look at this convention, land is at the center. If you want to solve the climate, you can't solve the climate change today, solve the issue of loss of biodiversity tomorrow, and solve the issue of land degradation next tomorrow. Land is at the center. You have to solve them you have to solve them jointly. So let me give us a perspective. Most of us do not really see land. We see land in different perspectives. A scientist sees land in his own perspective. An environmentalist sees land as an habitat or an ecosystem that needs to be conserved. But we have companies, corporations, they see land as a resource that they can exploit. What are the major reasons or major things that are affecting our land today? There are basically two. I know land degradation is all-encompassing. There are basically two issues. We have the issue of mismanagement of the land and overexploitation of the land. When we mismanage and overuse our land resources, we keep that land to become degraded. What are we facing today? More than 20 to up to 40% of the global land is degraded. The land we are using currently is the land we borrow from our future generation. We can't continue to use our land in this manner that we are using it today. Business as usual has to stop. Now we are talking about solutions. There are many solutions to upscale and accelerate agricultural adaptation. One of them is composting, even at individual level. Many households today dispose their waste indiscriminately, and we are talking of the issue of methane pollution. So if households can begin to encourage composting, carry out sustainable land management practices, even at subsistence level, we can begin to see the upscaling of food, upscaling of agriculture, and ensuring that our lands are protected. I would also like to put a remark on one of the things somebody responded to initially, the issue of land tenure. Land tenure should be at the front and center of our conversation at the UNFCCC COP28, because land tenure security is looking at the relationship between land and humans, and what are those factors that govern this relationship, whether customary, traditional, or formal government system that govern this relationship. Imagine a girl or a woman works from morning till night on the land, but do not have complete access, control over that land. So these are critical issues, and I think that for us to make progress, we should put land tenure security at the front and center of this conversation that we are going to be having in COP28. And I also like to, I'm coming to an end now, I would like to put an emphasis on partnership and collaboration. Partnership and collaboration is key, because when we work together, we achieve a lot. Let me end by saying that, working together, let me end by saying that, according to Erin Ford, coming together is the beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success. I remain united for land, and let's ensure that anything we are bringing out should be fit for purpose, and there should be exhortation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So this is what I'm hearing, that we have a tendency to disaggregate. Biodiversity people are talking their own issues. Energy issues like us are talking their own issues. But that seems to be useful only for analysis and understanding the problem. But that when it comes for policy and decision making, an integrated approach, perhaps it what works. Because there are so many areas of overlap that can become very difficult to solve the problem if we focus on one area and ignore another area. And I think that's a useful lesson, message, not lesson, that's coming out of the conversations that we're having. Now, Charles, we've heard things, and the question is, so then, what are the key issues for us as we go to COP28? What are the burning issues? Let me borrow from Obed. As we go to COP28, that Africa needs to draw a red line on if I want to be a little radical in my proposition.
Thank you so much, Eugene. If you ask me what are some of the burning issues, I'll probably say that we go to COP28 with a heartburn as a result of the many rights that we've been fed, all through. But that's also a simple question, and I want to refer the same question to the plenary. And I do dare ask, good people of Africa, what do you want? When do you want it? That is our clarion call, really, for COP28. But again, we must ask ourselves, why have we been calling for climate justice for the last 27 years? We have had 27 COPs. Now we are going to COP28 because we have not seen solid answers in the last 27 COPs. And for Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, we've been there for the last 15 years. And therefore would assume that probably we've been there for 15 COPs. But I want to say this. If you want to bring a tree down, and you have an axe that you're going to use to bring the tree down, wisdom demands that you keep hitting the same spot once, twice, many times, and for sure one day, one time, the tree will come down. And that is why we're headed to COP28 with demands that are not necessarily very different from the demands we had last year and the previous year. But we must continue pushing. We must continue really asserting, the truth that we know for this particular continent, because the continent relies on us really to bring the change that we need to see and to save ourselves and posterity. And therefore, my answers are going to be very simple. We always like being black and white, or presenting things in black and white in very clear terms, because we represent all constituencies, the women, the youth, the pastoral communities, and those who don't have a voice. And therefore, we are going to use that particular platform to push for several things. One of them, and sometimes it sounds ridiculous when we keep pushing for this, and maybe just also to mention that our position is not usually fundamentally different from the position taken by the Africa group of negotiators. Because those are our soldiers. And our work is to inform them, our work is to support them, our work is also to guide them, our work is to ensure that we are speaking in one accord as members of one continent and members that are suffering the same plight. So we therefore continue calling for recognition of Africa as a region with special needs and circumstances. That remains our clarion call. And we are not going to relent until that is taken as a matter of principle. Because if that is admitted, therefore, we are going to look at mitigation from the perspective that Africa is a region with special needs and circumstances. We'll be looking at adaptation with a view that Africa is a region with special needs and circumstances. We are going to look at just transition pathways, again, under the same principle. And Augustine will tell you that you need to refer to the UNFCCC convention and go to Article 4E of that convention. Indeed, it alludes the fact that we need to come up with the proper adaptation strategies, to be able to cushion our people, and most importantly, focusing on Africa region. And I'm only paraphrasing, it comes in different ones. But basically, the convention envisioned a situation whereby Africa would actually be one of the regions that needed to be treated in a special way. And why are we calling for this? It is because data is very clear now. IPCC has been churning out, report after report, and the last one, of course, being the one that was released in March. And it's quite clear that this continent is already spending 2 to 9% of its GDP in financing adaptation. I think Augustine will tell you that we actually spend 5 times more adaptation than we spend on our health budget, which Eugene will tell you that we're actually paying, for adaptation using our own health. And considering that particular fact, but also looking at the fact that 60% of Africa is not prepared, for early warning, doesn't have proper early warning, systems. The other reality is that the adaptation cost for Africa is going to reach $70 billion by 2030, per year. Yet we've been talking about doubling global adaptation finance from 20 billion to 40 billion. which is not even sufficient for Africa itself. These are clear realities, and the fact that Africa is also warming, already beyond, the 1.5 that we've been talking about. So considering all these issues, we are therefore calling, for recognition of Africa as a region with special needs and circumstances. The AGN, of course, together with our support, put a spirited fight in Madrid during COP25. And even last COP27. But what has been happening is that this has never been admitted as a COP agenda, in all those particular COPs. It has been a war that has been fought, but that has never been actually permitted. So we continue pushing, and really supporting AGN to push for that particular position, because that is what it is, and we really must continue pushing, for that. Now, climate finance is what we've been discussing around, all the way for the last 3 days. And finance that is supposed to go to agriculture, and of course those other sectors. And there has been negotiations around new quantified, finance goal. And data is now very clear, and we have heard from my good friend Alfonso, giving figures here of what is needed and what are the gaps that have been there, and other speakers have also alluded to the same. So we are therefore saying we must hasten, the process of really arriving at this new quantified, finance goal. Remember the 100 billion target and the commitment that was given and the money that has never been seen. We have never seen that particular money. But that figure was a political figure. It was not necessarily based on any needs. It was not necessarily based on any analysis. But now we are saying we need a new goal really that reflects the needs and the urgency of addressing some of these particular challenges that are actually affecting the continent. And connected with this, like I did mention, we are now shifting from calling for doubling or honoring the commitment to double adaptation finance. We are actually saying, modifying the narrative and saying that we need much more than doubling adaptation finance. Of course, considering that big gap that is there and that is existing, in terms of funding adaptation, in Africa. And it was also indicated here that actually 22% of climate finance, flowing from to Africa goes to adaptation. The other 70-something% actually goes to mitigation. We must therefore call, for a lot of resources coming for adaptation and not 50-50 balance. We are not calling for that parity, between adaptation and mitigation, because adaptation is actually a key priority for the continent, as member states in Africa have actually indicated. We are also calling, for MDBs, multilateral development banks. There was a call last COP that they need really to easen, the modalities of access of finance, but also increase the resources that goes to financing, climate, action. And we continue pushing that challenge must actually be taken up so that we get to see, changes around that particular area. A few days ago, we were in Marrakech. And because there was IMF and World Bank meetings that were going on, and we know these are the biggest multilateral institutions that are making Africa poorer than we're supposed to be, simply because the amount of money that is being released, even climate finance, coming from these institutions, is coming in the form of loans. And loans that are attracting a higher interest rate than the rate at which, or the percent at which our economies or our GDP, is growing. So we must therefore continue calling, for favorable, tax, interest rates, for the loans that are being administered, but more so, let's see a lot of money coming in form of grants. I also want to mention that we celebrated last year, of course, because we had a very, very big push, and a big call that we have at least a special fund, a special facility for addressing loss and damage issues. And you can recall last year, we had a big, big workshop in Malawi where we developed a position that we used to actually push for that particular decision. Give and take, we have that decision, but you can imagine the time lapse between when adaptation, finance decision was actually arrived at, and the time when that was actualized, it was about 7 years. Now we have a loss and damage facility, a decision on the same. But when are we going to see operationalization of that loss and damage? Is it going to take 10 years? Now, note, if it's going to take 7 years, that will take us to 2030. IPCC is telling us by 2030, we'll probably have already arrived at 1.5, the dreaded 1.5 degree increase in temperature. And therefore, we are saying there's need for urgency, in terms, of availing resources, in terms of actually operationalizing, that loss and damage, instrument that was actually, that is actually informed by science, and a framework really that reflects the needs of the African people. There are a lot of conversations around how that framework is going to look like, but we must work very quickly to make sure that the framework is there and that it incorporates all the indicators necessary, including the means of implementation, if we are going to ensure that we have a framework that is going to work for this continent of Africa. So ladies and gentlemen, again, what do you want? Justice is about really having these things happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Charles. So let's now bring in the audience into the conversation. Perhaps I wrap up a little bit. So we start off by observing that the stock taking that has happened almost concludes we haven't made significant progress, adaptation or mitigation front. And even though we've made progress with integrating women's issues in the discussions, the financial resources to make that work are not coming. Young Africans particularly are not sufficiently represented. Their voices are not yet echoing in the rooms. And there is need to unlock youth innovativeness to be able to move things forward. But even as we do that, we must remember that these are interconnected with issues of biodiversity, desertification, and other issues. And therefore, we need to advance Africa as a region with special needs and circumstances that takes into account the unique circumstances in which Africa finds itself. All of the issues that have been raised, but also the fact that the climate change is affecting Africa in a way that it's not affecting any other region of the world. So, how do we move forward? I invite you now to join the conversation. We have only about 15 minutes, so I'm going to invite you to be snappy, quick, straight to the point, and if it's a contribution, make it one idea. We can't exhaust all of the ideas. I'm going to start with Dr. Jamshe here, Chair Political and Technical Affairs of PACJA, and then I'm going to open to others. Microphone, please. We had a senior microphone manager the last time. That's the microphone executive. Yes. Come here. He's going with the microphone.
Thank you very much for this, for the panelists. You've all been very brilliant. And moderator, permit me a few more minutes, because what I'm saying is policy of the institution that has brought us here. For the progress on adaptation and mitigation in global stocktake, we said yesterday, and I would like to repeat, you can only make progress on something you are committed to. Adaptation was unfortunately ignored by most of the African countries in their NDCs. So we cannot make progress on what we did not commit to. Although you would have thought that they would do progress on mitigation, but they were conditional and the money has not come. We don't have to look elsewhere to see why we are not making progress on the global, on mitigation and adaptation in the global stocktake. So the question now is, are we as African countries willing to change the trajectory and flood our NDCs, the future NDCs, with adaptation, because we are doing adaptation anyway? What Charles quoted, if we had it in our NDCs, we should have seen that we are making a lot of progress because our governments are spending a lot of money on adaptation. But that cannot be counted because it is not in the NDCs. Let's look at it from this perspective and change the trajectory. Then the issue of land tenure, and that is why I'm standing up again. There is what we call possession, and there is what we call ownership. Possession is for that person that is having access, is using the land, whether they own it or not. Ownership is a person that has access to the land and owns it again, right? That is where we are looking forward to. This argument, this discussion is very sensitive in Africa, especially sub-Saharan Africa. My call is that while we have possession, while our women possess the farms that they possess, how can we maximize benefit from that situation? I'm not saying that we should stop fighting for ownership to have more security, but how can we make use of the possession? Because when we come to land, our argument and our effort is only in the ownership. And it's sometimes an uphill task. Can we see how to make use while we are having the possession of the land? Let's bring that into our future discussions. And look at this. All these deals, false solutions, carbon whatever, markets, you will not see any land that has been sold. Ownership has not been passed. What we have, what those people have, is possession. And by the time they possess the land, they make use of it in such a way. If it is restored to us, there will be nothing left. So let's think smart, okay? Again, I like the gentleman that said we should not implement the 3 Road Conventions in silos. It is very important. There are a lot of things we gain in the CBD, for instance, the Convention on Biological Diversity. Article 8J is about traditional knowledge. It's about our ways of life. How are we making use of that in the discussion on climate change? So if we if we apply that as in a holistic manner, we'll be gaining so much on that. So I'm just trying to confirm what you said. Then, youth participation. Things are changing. Things have changed. For the last decade, youth have been asking for participation. And I think we are not where we used to be. We may not be where we have to be, but we are not where we used to be. Those of you that have access, that are participating, what are you putting on the table? Because once you are given an opportunity, the microphone I have now, I should not be asking for permission to talk again. It is what I say while I have the microphone that matters. So I'm seeing a situation where some youths have the opportunity, they are participating already, they're in the meeting, they're in those spaces, yet they're still asking for participation. Okay? So let's be ready. Once you have the chance, what do you bring on the table? For that reason, Pan-African climate justice over the last 3 or 4 years has been prioritizing the participation of youths. If you see our COP delegations, about 60% is always youths. Now, it is what we take there as youth. For this year, we are taking one thing. We have a campaign called Keep Your Promise. Keep Your Promise. From 2009 till today, we've had feel-good promises where a country says we are going to be providing this amount of money for Africa for 1, 2, 3, 4 things. And then at the end of the day, you don't see where the money has gone. So the Keep the Promise campaign is about saying, don't continue to give promises. Let's look at what you have promised in the past. If you make do with those ones, then we can start again ahead. Because the Keep the Promise is not just about money. Your promise to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, promise to You know, to transfer technology, this is all about keeping the promise. But yet, we have a specific promise that the youth should take. It is more than doubling adaptation finance for Africa. Because in Glasgow, we talked about doubling adaptation finance. People are celebrating. The question we asked was, doubling from what amount? It is insignificant already. So if you only double it, it will mean nothing. So we, the Youth for Adaptation Finance, which is an initiative of PACJA, are having a conference in Yaoundé on the 16th. Yaoundé is in Cameroon, by the way. 16th to the 19th of November. And it will bring about 150 African youths physically and thousands of them online to have what we call the Yaoundé African Youth Call on more than doubling adaptation finance for Africans' resilience. I hope you will participate. That statement will be a very strong statement that will be taken to COP28. So let's continue working together as a people because we know what we want. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, with 15 minutes, 10 gone, let's take one hand on this side. I'll take the lady at the front. Just one. And I'm going to take one side. If we have more time, we can take another round.
Thank you so much. Ambassador Caroline Usikwedo Lisowe is my name. I'm the Executive Director of Noble Data Women for Peace and Development. So I want to add to his own, coming from Marrakech, that the forced solutions, it's time we say no to the forced solutions. Because it was very clear at this annual World Bank IMF meeting that whatever they are bringing to Africa is completely false. They are not interested in convening, but using a style to bring them and push them to take more loans. A lot of the governments that went there used the name of climate change to go for more loans, and they are looking for solutions. That is one. Then another thing is that they are coming. I'm going into land grabbing issues. Another thing they are hiding now is land grabbing. They will come with big technology and say, this is what we are bringing into the community. And then they get there, they put their machineries there, discuss with them, and then begin to take over the lands. All the promises, they keep promising that we are coming, we will get there. The face of the project, we have not gotten there. Exactly. I remember I cannot say what red plus, and it came to red, I'll be red plus. And then they begin to launch, and then they came to my government house, and then they said carbon credit, and we were all jubilating. Till date, till the governor left, another one came, 8 years and left. We are still waiting for red, will be red plus. So issues like this, as we are going to COP, please, let's engage with our governments.
Thank you so much.
Because our negotiators really need to hear from the ground.
Perfect. Thank you
Grassroots
so much.
voices for climate justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me go to this side of the room. Is there a hand? In the next 3 seconds, if there's no hand, I'm going to go back to this side. So there's a hand right at the back. The gentleman with the hat.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tama Yari. I represent African Center for Youth Development, Education and Advocacy Initiative. You know, my worries in the area of youth inclusivity when it comes to climate issues, you know, because I've come to understand that he who pays the pipers dictate the tune. And oftentimes, young people are not in the position to take decision. You know, it will shock you that most farmers are older people. In the next 10 years, you will find it very difficult to have people who are ready to go to farm. You know, we keep having issue over and over again. So I urge the House to make the value chain. Let us move away from making things look like we are farming just to feed. Let it be like we are farming to have a living, to just like a banker go to work so that at the end of the day you'll be able to get something. Let it be like that. So
Thank
that
you so much.
the next we'll have a sustainable
Thank you
farming
so
system.
much.
Thank you.
I know I've seen a few hands, but in the interest of time, I'm going to give the panel here, it's quite people. So I'm going to ask you just in 30 to 60 seconds, 1 minute each, to wrap up your thoughts, but if possible, respond to some of the issues that have been raised. Most of them were in the form of contributions rather than direct questions. This time I'm going to start with you, Charles, because you were the last speaker.
3 points. 1, Africa must remain united. We must speak in one voice. This issue of being segregated and fragmented, between North Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, least developed countries, vis-a-vis now the others, that has been a big disappointment, especially in the negotiations. I think it's important to speak as one. In Madrid, we had one category, especially the LDCs, that are actually against a common African position on special needs and circumstances for Africa. So you must speak in one voice. Number 2, I want to actually agree with my sister here. We must avoid distractions. And the distractions in terms of some of the false solutions that are being presented. And one of them being the carbon market. The other one, of course, being some of the issues are introduced in some of the decisions that are actually arrived at. For example, loss and damage. We are now hearing issues of insurance being put in between. We must be very clear about those tactics that are diversionary, tactics, to ensure that we don't achieve, what we're calling.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's just run the microphone down.
All right, my final thoughts are young people need to be more proactive in terms of taking up the challenge. We don't need to sit back and say because we are youth, we need to wait to be called upon. It's high time we push ourselves into the conversations and see how we can take charge, even as young people, so that we can have our voices heard in the Committee of Nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, my final thoughts are that we need to leverage on the gender-just climate solutions that have been taking place in most of the communities. And that way, I feel that a gender disaggregated data, the government can actually leverage on those initiatives to report some of the initiatives that have been contributing to the NDCs.
Thank you.
So what am I going to say as my final word is that youth have the potential to take part in different consultation about climate change issues. So we need to work together in order to reach our climate change ambitions.
Thank you so much. Send the mic down the road.
Yeah, thank you. Very briefly, look, trust is a big issue. It's been raised at all levels. If trust is not reestablished at the end of the COP, we're going to have problems trying to achieve what science requires us to do. We're in this situation because 94% of the carbon space was used by rich developed countries to develop, and they've gained the advantage from that. Unfortunately, if you look at some of the analysis of their contributions that they're making to reduce emissions, they are still issuing licenses to exploit more oil fields in their countries whilst denying us access to financing to do ours. If there's no climate justice, I think going forward, we're going to struggle to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement.
Thank you so much.
Okay, my final thoughts are, I want you to understand that we are in a tipping point. The loss of biodiversity is alarming. The climate change is becoming more, the climate is becoming more erratic, and the issue of desertification and drought is becoming more evident in Africa. So I want young people to look themselves beyond leaders of tomorrow, but they should see themselves as potential or change makers of today. And the issue of land grabbing and land tenure is a serious issue, And I want, when we want to carry out the interventions, those interventions should be towards building young champions in the grassroots, because they are going to be the defenders when these corporations come to carry their land or grab their land. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you, everyone. Thank you, great panel. Great panel, isn't it? Round of applause for these guys. They are very brilliant people. We're happy to have you, and we're lucky to have you here. Thank you so much for your insights, and thank you for your participation. We take a photo, and we take our seats. Philip, over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. May I just ask you to kindly stand up? Abu. Stephen Abu, Made, please come forward. We need a quick energizer to energize people as we close this session. Today is dressed in the attire for, energizers.
Thank you. All right. Can we be all standing? If you are sitting at this point, you are wrong. You are not going to give us adequate energy. We want energy that will push this agenda so we can achieve it. Now, I realized recently that there's no part of your body that cannot actually write A, B, C, D to Z. You doubt it? You will see it now. All right. We will start by using our left hand, and then you will write capital letter A in the air. Oh, some of us, our writing are so bad. All right, let's talk about capital letter. We now do a small letter A. Some are not ending. Okay, you are writing in Arabic, you. Yours is like this. All right. Let's use our leg to write small letter A. You got it. Oh, all right. Now, you are going to use your head to do it. Some of you, your A are looking like O. All right, let's make it B. No. You are doing small letter. Please, can we make it capital letter B? Thank you so much. You have done well.
Thank you so much, Abu. Thank you so much. And there's somebody who left their jet lens here. I don't know. All right. Okay. Thank you so much. I think now I want to call upon my colleague, Philip. We have been here for the last 3 days, ladies and gentlemen. And can you imagine you have sat here and you have listened to more than 60 presentations? Can you kindly clap for yourselves? You know, we came here as different constituencies. We had farmers in this particular conference. We have academicians. We have researchers. We have negotiators. You know, we have MDBs represented here. We have the African Union represented. We have government officials. I mean, it was a mix of all these people. And I want to equate the conversation here to a situation where not three, but 5 visually impaired men were put in a room. And there was a big elephant in the room, just like we had a big elephant in this room. And the big elephant really unpacking the whole question of really accelerating agricultural adaptation. So they were put in that room just like we are, and they were told to experience that big elephant. So one of the guys only had an opportunity to touch the tail. And therefore the impression he got about that elephant is that the elephant must be a very, very small string or some sort of a rope. The other gentleman was able to touch, and you can imagine the belly of an elephant. So he got an impression that really an elephant is such a big wall. The other one was able to touch, you know, the big ear of an elephant. And he got an impression that an elephant must be a big blanket. But you see, when they were put together to reason and to share their experiences, they were able to create an elephant and understand and appreciate how big an elephant and the structure of an elephant are for that matter. So therefore, we came as different constituencies, probably with various and different perspectives about agricultural adaptation and how we can accelerate the same. But I think as a result of sharing, listening to government people speaking, policymakers, listening to civil societies, listening to the African Union, listening to MDBs, we now have our bigger understanding of what it means, you know, to accelerate really agricultural adaptation. And therefore, I want to call upon you to clap for yourselves again. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this cannot come to a close if we don't read our common position. And I want to say and thank the team who have been listening carefully, that has been putting together all the issues that have been, you know, of course, discussed on the floor and at the plenary. And out of all that, they have been able to generate a document, which I think we are going to call the Abuja Declaration, or whatever name we are going to call it. So I want to call up Brother Philip, our head of policy and advocacy at PACJA, to actually lead through that particular statement. We may not have time to do a lot of input in that particular document, but I will actually urge you, after we read the statement, we can adopt it, probably with any other amendments that you may submit, you know, even after this particular conference has closed, so that we can be able to issue it out to the rest of the world. Because until we release such information to the rest of the world, we have wasted our time here interacting and talking amongst ourselves. So Philip, kindly take 5 minutes or so, read through the statement, and then I'm going to read you through a very, very quick closing ceremony. Thank you so much. Let's clap for Philip as he comes to take the floor.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I'm not a fast reader. The screen before you will be basically for projecting what I'm reading, but quickly building a context to it is that, again, we are keen not on the traditional conversations that have been happening in agriculture, but more or less how best we can actually connect those conversations with climate negotiations. I think throughout the conversations there were emerging issues, advancing political leadership, multi-stakeholder approaches, and the climate financing for resilient agriculture in Africa in face of climate crisis. And that becomes our broad theme for this particular statement. This statement is being released today, October 18th, here in Abuja, Nigeria. And I'm beginning to read by saying, in partnership with the National Climate Change Council of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the African Adaptation Initiative, various civil society a non-governmental organization. The Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance organized the inaugural conference on accelerating agricultural adaptation in Abuja, Nigeria from October 16th to 18th, 2023. The conference aimed to assess the state of agricultural sector in Africa amidst climate change challenge and devise strategies and approaches for accelerating political commitment and action to strengthen adaptive capacities and resilience of agricultural sector. After 3 days of expert presentation, experience sharing, candid discussions, the participants, bullet 1, noted the 6th assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, which states that the world is not on track to keep within the reach of the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit agreed in Paris. We were alarmed by potential implications of growing emissions as a result of observed relapse to dirty energy and inadequate action, especially by the high-emitting industrialized North on agriculture and other economic sector. We noted the findings of IPCC reports, that's Act 4 and Act 6, that are conclusive on the reality of climate change impacts and assert that Africa will be impacted by climate change under all emission scenarios. And projections for the region projects the region to experience more frequent and intense heat waves, drought, floods, cyclones, wildfires under all emission scenarios. We reflected on the economic losses that are already piling up. Of course, with IPCC estimates pointing to Africa as having incurred annual losses of $7 billion due to climate change, and that is between the period of 2010 to 2019, and which could rise to 50 billion by 2040 under high emission scenarios, and reduce gross domestic product growth in Africa by between 2 to 4% per year by 2040, and between 10 to 25% by the year 2100. We drew on the IPCC report that aptly points to the need for changes in the manner in which we undertake agriculture and offers useful thoughts on framing. The framing in this particular case being a shift from commercial to agro-based production system, a framing that is actually consistent with Africa Union strategy on climate change response 2022 to 2033 that aspires for a climate resilient production system driven by people-centered nature-based solutions to climate change. We reaffirmed that adaptation to climate change is a priority, a matter of survival for Africa, which also brings core benefits for development, and that agriculture sector is core to the adaptation agenda of the continent. We elevated the discourse on climate change, health, environment, and agriculture, and delved into the nexus issues between these sectors, the impact of climate change on the fragile health systems in Africa, the role of meteorological data in health and agricultural systems, and the common position on climate change and health, and the need for Africa to adapt or to adopt a holistic adaptation approach in COP negotiations. We were conscious that climate change is impacting people, ecosystems, and economies, and it's potentially expected to push 122 million people, mainly farmers from Africa, who are ill-equipped, both in capacity and financing, to pursue uncertain transitional pathways out of extreme poverty by 2030. We introspected on the implementation of the Africa agricultural sector blueprint, notably the Comprehensive African Agriculture and Development Program, CADEP, and the Malabo Declaration, and the critical pillars that anchor climate action in agriculture in this broad-based policy framework. We recalled that previous efforts in reforming African agriculture, as informed by externalized revolutionary approaches have been largely unsuccessful in transforming the sector, and this failure is too linked to weak political visions on agriculture sector in the continent. We were concerned that the North has dictated decisions on transition pathways in advancing commercialization and privatization to feed the bulging global population with little participation in decisions by African farmers. We were aware that the climate-triggered insecurities and migrations that are threatening African people, economies, and ecosystems are impacting the agricultural practices, decent employment for young people, and resulting in increased burden for women, both in care economy and in sustaining agricultural production. We were conscious of the contribution of agriculture to carbon emission with 1/4 of the greenhouse gases and emitting from agriculture, forestry, and other land use option, mainly from global north, and the need to strengthen and sustain green, low carbon agricultural practices in Africa. We were disturbed by the increasing number of false solutions that are being peddled, both as solutions to the challenges facing African agriculture and as global solutions all over the world. We were particularly concerned by the expected impact of carbon market solutions, particularly expansion of forest land expansion of forest land, what expansion of forest land would have, the impact expansion of forest land would have on agricultural production and food security in Africa. We were aware of the meager resources that developed countries receive for adaptation, estimated at 34% of the total share of climate finance, and with data on what goes on to the agriculture sector being largely missing. We were disturbed by the consistent failure of the rich and developed countries responsible for the climate catastrophe to provide adequate and prompt support to developing countries to adapt to climate change. The conference marked an important step in fight against climate change in the agriculture sector. The insights and reflections shared by the participants offer valuable guidance for policymakers, stakeholders to take prompt and decisive action to tackle the threats of climate change and ensure the well-being of African people, ecosystems, and economies. In this light, the attendees called upon African governments, parties to the UNFCCC, and other stakeholders to prioritize local-led adaptation in agriculture and related sectors by taking the following actions. 1, securing locally led adaptation. In this regard, the participants recommended for in regard to securing local-led adaptation, the conference recommends or pushes for greater advocacy action for the finalization of the framework for the global goal on adaptation under the Paris Agreement. And this will enhance adaptive capacity, strengthen resilience, and reduce vulnerabilities to climate change. The impact of this effort should be measurable, reportable, and verifiable. 2, prioritize greater decentralization and locally led climate action in agriculture sector, which centers the interests of women, producers, young people, fisherfolk, pastoralists, and other frontline communities affected by climate crisis. This would involve adopting the principles of locally led adaptation, especially in terms of devolving decision-making to the lowest appropriate level and investing in local capacities. 3, embedding locally led adaptation principles in the policy and regional program designs of key African and other policy institutions to build resilience for smallholder agricultural producers in Africa. 4, establishing and strengthening a community of practice that draws on all stakeholders, including African researchers, policymakers, smallholder farmers, and others. Together, this platform can help assess the challenges, come up with standard solutions for sustainable agriculture in a changing climate. This approach should be people-centered, bottom-up, based on locally led adaptation principles. 5, deliver more support for technical, financial, and technological needs for adaptation support. And the Global North needs to increase its ambition in this area to address urgent need for those impacted by climate crisis. 6, strengthen existing African adaptation strategies for the health, including aligning them with national adaptation plans and frameworks. B, in terms of securing land and natural resource rights for resilience, the following is what will be pursued. I think number 1, it's crucial to ensure safeguards for communities that are at the front line of climate crisis. This includes protecting their rights, security of tenure on land and natural resources, livelihoods, agricultural systems against any decisions on land-based and investments that are likely to impact them. 2, private investments in Africa must undertake the necessary due diligence to reduce on potential losses and damages inflicted by such investments by embedding just transition principles to address and to exacerbate injustices. 3, governments in Africa must implement comprehensive and coherent policy and legal reforms that advance landscape approaches in environment, land use, natural resource governance for enhanced resilience. The formulation and implementation of these policies should be inclusive and participatory to reflect views of communities impacted by climate change. Number 4, policy and program actions must take into consideration the disadvantaged women and youth in terms of access to land and other natural resources. Their property rights must be secured as a basis for building sustainable nature-based production system. Item number 3, accelerating access to climate finance. In this regard, we are saying, 1, accelerating access to climate finance is crucial for African countries to combat adverse effects of climate change. And therefore, in this regard, African countries and regions must work together in sharing best practices, knowledge, experiences, and mobilizing climate funds to scale, advancing cross-border programs, promoting renewable energy, strengthening early warning systems, and building resilient infrastructure using nature-based solutions. 2, we urge African countries to prioritize and anchor adaptation imperatives for agriculture sector when reviewing the national adaptation plans and the nationally determined contribution. And this to ensure priority funding for agriculture sector. To ensure priority funding for the agriculture sector, we encourage the demonstration of adaptation and mitigation core benefits and drawing on funding from both mitigation and adaptation baskets to implement holistic actions in the sector. 3, parties must agree on an innovative alternative sources of grant-based finance that guarantee new and additional resources for climate action and adaptation in agriculture. The approach to mobilize such funds must be rooted in the principle of polluter pays and the UNFCCC foundational principles on equity, justice, fairness, and access. 4, consider creating national adaptation financing framework that mobilize funding from multiple sources and aligning these funding streams to the adaptation imperatives. On the negotiation process, item D, in order to increase investments and enhance action in adaptation in agriculture and related sector, we urge all African countries, all African governments to review their national adaptation plan and their NDCs to ensure they incorporate key priorities and actions for agriculture and align their negotiation ambitions to their NDCs. Number 2, we strongly urge parties to the UNFCCC to accelerate the implementation of recommendation of the Korovia joint work on agriculture, and in this regard, adequate financing and technology transfer in agricultural sector is essential for this process. Number 3, African leaders must prioritize adaptation agenda in agriculture and amplify voices to ensure that agriculture is recognized as crucial to adaptation agenda. This should be heightened or highlighted in COP28 and in subsequent UNFCCC process. Number 4, we advocate for an approach to the implementation of technological transfer in agriculture that supports local initiatives and co-creates innovations with farmers in their local setting for relevance and practical applicability. This will strengthen local ownership and benefits to the farmers, advance low carbon transition, including agroecology, and enhance value addition and market access. 5, elevate health at COP28 negotiations, taking into account the implications of climate change to ecosystems, new and emerging patterns of plant and animal diseases, and its overall implication on food and nutrition security and human health. Number 6, the position of agriculture in global stocktake should be secured to facilitate sustained assessments and a course correction in implementation of transformative actions in agriculture and related sector. E, on securing just transition to low carbon, climate resilient pathway for agriculture. 1, securing a just transition to a low carbon, climate resilient pathway in agriculture for Africa is crucial. And to achieve this, African leadership should prioritize global diplomacy in climate change that focuses on policy options and program actions centered on just transition in the sector. These transitions should be structured in a purposeful manner that allows agriculture to contribute to climate change mitigation and adaptation consistent with African Union response strategy. 2, a just transition in agriculture should address several important dimensions, including the carbon footprint, human rights, socio-economic rights, and ecological benefits, health implication, inclusivity, and sustainability consideration. It should focus on how food is produced globally and promote safer, people-centered, ecologically sustainable production model. Number 3, at COP28, global north countries should be urged to repurpose global food subsidies to major commercial producers to agroecology, food systems, and market reforms. Attention should be given to ecosystem restorations and how food systems impact water sector. Number 4, the energy and agriculture nexus should be carefully guided by well-developed programs that promote accessibility, decentralized energy systems. Control of the energy sector should be centered in communities and systems such as, control of the energy system should be centered in communities and systems such as biomass that promote circular economy at farm levels should be promoted. Microprocessing plants and value addition in villages should be encouraged. F, in terms of response measures, we call for effective, implementation of cattle-wise committee of experts on implementation of response measures, KCL, work plan, by fast-tracking the conclusion of midterm review so that Africa is able to undertake the new proposed activities for implementation in the context of its national circumstances. And number two, the urgent need to provide the needed support and enhance African countries' capacity to carry out their sectoral assessment and analyze the impacts of response measures, including for cross-border impact, just transition, impact on trade, competitiveness, among others. Item number G, on just transition, we are calling for adoption of an ambitious decision under the work plan on just transition pathway that operationalize equity in the pathways for mitigation, adaptation, and the finance under the Paris Agreement, and that is cognizant of the continent's unique needs and circumstances. This should ensure a fair, equitable shift to a low carbon and climate resilient development. And number two, the need for just transition to consider divergent yet key intersectoral linkages between energy, transport, agriculture, waste management, and health that offer unique opportunities for ensuring and maintaining just transition of the workforce and the creation of decent and green jobs, leveraging the power of youth and future generation towards securing a sustainable and equitable future for all. 3, emphasize that just and equitable transition encompasses that pathways that include energy, socio-economic development, workforce, and other dimensions, all of which must be based on a nationally defined development priorities, including social protection, so as to mitigate potential impacts associated with the transition and highlight the important role of instruments related to social solidarity and protecting and mitigating the I can take that again. Emphasizing that just and equitable transition encompasses pathways that include energy, socio-economic, workforce, and other dimensions, all of which must be based on nationally defined development priorities, including social protection, so as to mitigate potential impacts associated with transition and highlight the important role of the instruments related to social solidarity and protection in mitigating the impacts of the measures taken. AIC. And AIC is about accelerating people-centered innovations. We are saying innovations on agriculture should be grounded on local realities, engaging local communities, including smallholder farmers, directly in the process of developing, testing, learning from the innovations can help reduce risks and enable them to articulate what is working and what is not in line with their unique challenges and context. Number 2, adaptation finance channel must be reformed to increase allocation and access to support agricultural innovations at local level, and financial inclusion and promotion of access to flexible finance, affordable credit facilities are crucial in helping innovators, including smallholder farmers and the youth, to take part in climate action, including developing relevant solutions to address climate challenges. Number 3, call for coordinated action among sectors and strengthening platform for participatory dialogue among diverse range of stakeholders and decision makers to develop new partnerships and business model that involve the public and private sector, civil society, research, extension, farmer organization in advancing innovations. And number 4, we call for adequate investment in youth-led innovations in agriculture, which is an essential driver for economic development, job creation by harnessing opportunities in agribusiness and entrepreneurship and innovation, including ICT innovations, along all value chains. That brings me to the end of the statement. It has been a long one. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Philip. You agree with me it's a wrong statement, but you also agree with me that it captures all the views, maybe not all, but most of the views that came from you. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I know the document may not necessarily be final. So we'll be projecting some email addresses where you can actually send your views and your comments so that that statement can be finalized, for consumption by the rest of the world. But may I take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to ask you, may as many as of the opinion that we approve and we adopt that statement say aye. So the ayes have it. Thank you so very much. We have an Abuja declaration on accelerating agricultural adaptation. Thank you so very much. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I now want to very quickly invite the following forward so that we can be able to close this ceremony or this conference. And I want to invite Professor Ibitoku Hart, who is a board member of CS-DevNet, to come forward. Let's clap for Madam as she comes forward. Welcome, Professor. On the same wavelength, I want to invite her neighbor, who is Dr. Didi Abano, representing the Pan-African Parliament. Let's clap for those two powerful ladies. I also want to invite none other than Dr. Sam Ogara, representing, of course, the African Union Commission. Welcome, my brother. Let's clap for him. I want to invite my brother, Dr. Rufunso Somorin, Regional Principal Officer of the Africa Development Bank. Kindly come forward. And last but not least, I want to invite my senior, none other than Dr. Augustine Jamshi, Chair, Political and Technical Affairs Committee of the PACJA Continental Board. Welcome, Augustine. Let's clap for him. So that powerful panel is going to bring the curtains down to this inaugural conference on accelerating adaptation in agricultural sector. And without further ado, I want to take this opportunity to invite Professor, who is also the chair, not the chair, but one of the board members of CS-DevNet, Professor Ibitoku Hart, to give her closing remarks. Thank you and welcome, Professor.
Good evening, great Africans. Great Africans, we are great. I stand on existing, already established protocol. But I want to thank PACJA. I want to commend PACJA for organizing this excellent conference. A conference based on the 4 A's. I also want to thank them that we at CS-DevNet, we are honored to be part of this. It's great Africans coming together, united to face one front, one common enemy, climate change. We've been here for 3 days. We have learned a lot. Agroecology, setting up seed banks, gender issues, carbon emissions. There's nothing we have dealt with here. Land tenure, climate financing, climate funding. We've had people from the private sectors, from the academia, from all parts, farmers, everybody, NGOs, people have come here. And they've shared their experiences with us. As an academic, if Paja were a university, we will be awarding each of us a degree now in agricultural adaptation. We have learned so much. But I have picked three main things. One, collaboration. Two, coordination. We need to be properly coordinated for us to achieve all we have learned. We need to collaborate. Different angles. And when we do that, we'll be able to forge forward. And the third thing is, we need to improve. We should not throw away our local agricultural practices, our local knowledge. Instead, we should improve on what we have. So for me, the key thing now is that we should all go home to our different countries, our different niches, our different ecosystems. We should go home and implement all we have learned here. It is good to learn. It is good to be taught. It is good to talk, but it is better to implement. So we should go home and try and implement all we have learned. And in that area, the first A is the one that appeals to me, accelerating. So we should all purpose in our hearts, and CS DevNet will also be part of this, to go home, to implement all that we have benefited from these past 3 days, so that Africa can stand tall with regards to agricultural adaptation. We will stand tall. We'll be able to have sufficient food, available food, affordable food for all Africans. And with that, we will not be dependent on others. The beggar is always down, while the one who gives is always on top. We've been down for long. We should rise. And I'm happy our youths are trying. They showcase to us their skills. So I say to you, my brothers and sisters, the Hausa will say Sanjima. The Yoruba will say Odabo. The Igbo will say Gankoma. Then the Ijaw, where I am from, the little coastal town of, we will say Baba. But I plead with Pagja to into this emerging blue economy, especially the fish production aspect, because it is part of agriculture. It is emerging now, but I know it will grow with time. So Pagja should please key into it. And you cannot come to Nigeria without experiencing part of the things that make us Nigerians. Please, media, can you give us the music? Please, just for 1 second.
Don't sleep, don't sleep.
Thank you. Woo. Thank you. You may take your seats now. I think Professor is under 16 with about maybe 40 years of experience. Thank you so very much, Professor, for those beautiful ones. Again, for reminding us as Africans, and we must enjoy our music. We must always be happy about what we have. Thank you so very much, Prof. I now want to invite another powerful lady, Dr. Didi Abano. Dr. Didi represents the Pan-African Parliament. When you see things moving, in Swahili we normally say, ukiona vierea, ujue vimeundwa. If you see vessels floating on the ocean, know there is some engineering work that is behind it. And therefore, when you see this working very well within the Parliament, or Pan-African Parliament, she is actually the force behind, working from behind the curtains. So Didi, kindly come forward and give us a few words. Let's clap for her as she takes the floor.
Thank you, Charles. Nobody can beat what Prof has done, but let me say something. Thank you so much, and I want to thank PACJA for sponsoring this very important event. I think it's a culmination of so many things that's happened over the year. We have collaborated with PACJA in hosting a parliamentarian summit in Midrand, a parliamentarians dialogue as a pre-session to the African Climate Summit and the Climate Summit. And it has come to a declaration that focuses on climate financing and adaptation. And one thing I appreciate about PACJA and this event, and of course the sponsors that are all listed here, is that we are taking these recommendations out from the paper and we are trying to implement it, and that's what they have done. What they have also done is to bring so many stakeholders to start developing a framework on how to achieve this adaptation. So here we have had so many people talk about their experiences, some of them talk about their challenges, and some of them talk about best practices. And I think that civil society organizations all over has a role. They have a role to play to further this agenda. And I want to plead with PACJA not to just stop here. I can see most of the interventions I've had is from West Africa. So I hope you're doing the same to other regions of Africa. And what we have discussed so far, we see that there is a huge role for parliamentarians to play in developing, in the policy formulation processes. And that is why I appreciate the intervention that stressed on policy coherence. There is need for us to start mainstreaming the issues of climate change adaptation in our policy formulation processes, especially for parliamentarians. And I'll let you know that the Pan-African Parliament has 5 representatives from all over Africa, all member states representing the Pan-African, representing member states in the Pan-African Parliament. And we have that collaboration with member states to ensure that this agenda of Africa is pushed. In terms of policy coherence, I just want to bring out the model law that the Pan-African Parliament has developed that will be launched this year, and which is the model law on food, nutrition, and security. That's the model law that contributes to African Union theme for 2022. And part of it, the guiding principle is to ensure or to account for political, ethical, social considerations in the food and even cultural considerations in the process of food production. And likewise, the climate change model law that we're going to develop will also mainstream these aspects that we have deliberated in the last 3 days. And we will continue to work to ensure that the voices of Africans are included in this decision-making process. There will be huge and broad consultation, and we call upon each and every one of you that is interested in that process to contribute to that process. We want to thank PACJA again and the Republic of Nigeria for hosting this, and we pray for a continued collaboration to push forward the agenda of Africa towards achieving and addressing issues of climate change and adaptation in the agricultural sector. The Pan-African Parliament will remain consistent in representing the African people and will continue to provide that platform to mainstream the African voices in the process of decision-making within Africa and within the African Union. I want to thank you all for coming, and I want to thank you all for your active participation, and I want to thank you all for supporting the African Union and the Pan-African Parliament especially. One Africa, one voice. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Didi. And Didi is the daughter of this soil where we are studying. So thank you so much, Didi. I want to now invite Dr. Sam Ogara, of course, who is an advisor on climate change within the African Union Commission, to give us his closing remarks. Let's welcome Dr. Sam Ogara with a big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, program moderator. The PACJA Chair of Political Affairs, Augustine Jamshi, my brother Somori Didier, and the Chair of CS DevNet Board, Professor Hart. Colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good evening once more. Maybe before I just give the brief remarks, I want to also recognize my colleague, my former colleague, and also who has been with us. He's supposed to be in Belgium now. We worked together at the Commonwealth. He was Commonwealth Climate Finance Advisor to Tonga and then to Zambia, but he's currently with the Organization of African, Caribbean, and the Pacific States, which is a membership of over 70 countries, including Nigeria. He's been with us in and out for these few days, and I think we are privileged to have him, and also have an African represented us in the organization headquarters in Belgium. So he is here just for us to appreciate his presence, and then he's listening to us all this while, and I believe he's going to help push the African agenda within the OACP. Please, Dr. Otne Oyila, please can you rise for a recognition? Thank you, Dr. Oyila. Coincidentally, he's also from Nigeria. Good. So we've been here for the last 2 days, and now today is the third day of this event, discussing issues relating to agriculture and acceleration. This event wouldn't have been possible without the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, who, together with the National Council on Climate Change, NCCC, and the Climate and Sustainable Development Network of Nigeria, the national designated platform of PACJA chapter in the country, and team of other partners that have supported to make this event a huge success. I think PACJA deserves a round of applause. Also to thank each and every one of you also for being here. You stay put all through. And this event wouldn't have been a success without you, including even our representative and the honorable from the Republic of Burundi. Please, let's give ourselves another round of applause. Because our time is short, I won't go into detailed protocols and mentioning name, but just to say that from the African Union Commission, we deeply appreciate this process that has taken place and the role of civil society organization in shaping the Africa Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. And we see that what you're doing here is also contributing to the implementation of the African Union Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy and Action Plan 2022 to 2032, and the Green Recovery Action Plan 2021 to 2027. So your voices, your input will not go in vain. We've heard the deliberation, we've heard the communique, we've heard statements and all that you want to be taken forward. This is just the beginning of the conversation. We need to accelerate this agenda and bring it to the front burner that adaptation finance for agriculture on the continent is key to us. Again, be rest assured that the African Union, through the technical support team of the African Group of Negotiators, will be looking forward, and we have a member of the AGN who was here to share with us. As long as these inputs make their way into the African positions, they will be taken forward at COP28 in Dubai. But beyond COP28 in Dubai, there is a lot of work to be done. And people keep asking, are you not tired of from one COP to the other? I think it is now time for real work on the ground. And the work, how we deliver on this, is your responsibility, is my responsibility. Once again, I want to assure you that we'll work with you because this is one Africa and one voice and one cause that we all believe in. And it is because of that, the support and the belief in what you are doing and the partnership with civil society organization that we're here to walk through with you all these 3 days. Now that we say we are accelerating, let it no longer slow down. Let's begin to change the gear from gear 1 to 2 to 3 until the aim is achieved. Professor Young from the Africa Development Bank told us that we need to break the genes of the 3%, everything about Africa, 3%, adaptation finance, 3%, global greenhouse gas emission contribution, 3%. I think we are not a continent of 3%. Can you tell your neighbor no to 3% from this place? Say we reject 3% from now onward. So let's begin to now, I see Augustine saying to Fiakwa. So colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you so much. And we look forward to the outcome of this deliberation on how we can work with the African Group of Negotiators, who are our technical arm, the Committee of African Heads of States on Climate Change, the CAHOSC, and the African Union to implement some of the recommendations. Again, don't forget that we also look forward to you as we commence the implementation of the African Leaders Nairobi Declaration on Climate Change and Call to Action. As you enjoy Abuja for the remaining part of the day, I wish you a successful return to your various countries and various destinations. God bless you. God bless Africa.
Thank you so much, Sam. As always, very, very, very inspiring. We are not a continent of 3%. We are a continent of 4 A's. And A means excellence. So we have continued accelerating agricultural adaptation. So we are a continent of 4 A's, not a continent of 3%. Thank you so much. And I want to invite, ladies and gentlemen, my brother, Dr. Rufunso Somorin, Regional Principal Officer of the Africa Development Bank, representing, of course, AFDB, to actually give his closing remarks. So let's clap for him as he takes the floor.
Thank you very much, Charles. Now, when Sam was talking about 3%, I said, wow, do you also know that 3% of global cereal production is only coming from Africa? We really need to break that 3%, okay? Now, having said that, I think the advantage of being one of the last speakers is that you can say you agree to everything they have said. And I think, indeed, they've raised a number of very good points. I want to assure you that we remain your bank, the bank of Africans for Africans. We are the African Development Bank, and we continue to support the work and some of the big ideas that you put forward as a priorities for us. Our job is to those into investment programs. And our job is to make sure that we can mobilize the scale of financing and the partnership that we need to make those ideas become projects, and from projects to create impact on the ground. We will not stop doing that. We assure you of our commitment and our support. But I also want to leave you with one final thing. More than ever, we have to deepen our partnership together. We've talked about it. We have tried in the past, and we've done some things well. And we think we've achieved some things together. But the scale of the challenge that we're dealing with is not a small thing. And if there will ever be a time that Africans need to come together to put a collective goal and put a collective energy together to be able to achieve it, it is now. And we hope that you will join us in this journey, and we will continue to provide all the necessary support, all the necessary resources to make it happen. As we look forward to COP28, please, let's use every medium possible to push for our voices and to make sure that the work that you send us to do, we keep doing them. Thank you very much. God bless you. Have a safe journey.
Thank you so much, Somorin. He's actually a walking encyclopedia on issues finance, especially climate finance. So thank you so much, my brother Rufunso. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, to bring the curtains down to this important conference, I want to invite none other than my senior and our chair of Political and Technical Affairs Committee of PACJA Board, Dr. Augustine Jamshi, to take the floor. Welcome, sir.
Somebody has forgotten their glasses here. Wow. It has been 3 hectic days. Let me first of all apologize for the absence at this moment of the Director General of the NCCC. He was here with us and was just called to State House. He said he was coming back, but I'm sure the meeting in the State House is taking more time. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear Professor, thank you very much. We have had reflections, and reflections like the ones we've had for the past 3 days are needed to inform us and sharpen our arguments and devise strategies to influence the global climate dialogues. Broadly speaking, we agree that adaptation is a top priority for Africa, and that action is urgently needed in the agricultural sector. We must now engage our governments and other stakeholders to take these issues forward. As PACJA, we can guarantee you that these issues will reach the highest level. We must remain united, hopeful, in spite of the challenges that we usually have. Dear comrades, ladies and gentlemen, for a meeting of 3 days that ends at times after 8 p.m., and you still see people sitting in the hall, nursing mothers, traditional authorities, political authorities, farmers, young people, and members of parliament sitting for this number of days. If this is not proof of the fact that the subject matter is pertinent and urgent for the continent, then I don't know any other proof that we can bring. Thank you for being steadfast. We have just begun this process, dedicating time and resources to talk about adaptation in Africa has just begun. I'd like to announce here that this adaptation conference will be a biannual event in Africa. We have started in Nigeria on good footing, as you can see. So I know the next editions in other countries can only be better. Adaptation finance will remain our priority for the foreseeable future because, as we have said, adaptation, adaptation, and adaptation again. In fact, we usually say in Africa, we have only one choice. We either adapt or we adapt. We either adapt or we adapt. When we look at a continent that contributed little to cause the climate crisis, when we look at those women that brought their kids, babies, and were sleeping on the floor to discuss climate change adaptation, a thing they have not. Now, convince me what this woman has done to have this problem. If climate change is impacting her life as it is, and she has caused it, injustice to think that she has to contribute to solving the problem. That is why we believe grants are the thing that will solve our adaptation problems in this continent. There are people in the villages that don't own cars. And yet, they're paying for the cost of climate adaptation. It is injustice. It is inhumane to set fire on somebody's house and give them a loan to rebuild it. It is injustice to set fire on a man's house and sell them the fire extinguisher. This is what we should say, and say it at the top of our voice. Nobody should make us shy. Because each time we talk about adaptation coming in form of grants, they think we are begging. We are not begging. We are asking for what is our right. Logic is that when you spoil something, fix it. Don't ask the person that you've spoiled his thing, his or her thing, to help you fix it. And you behave as if there's nothing wrong. Let's frown at injustice. We can only win this thing if we are together. That is why we have hopes in our young people that you should learn and tell the story as it is. Some you are made to feel shy because tell you are radical. You are not radical. You are telling the truth. I'd like to take this opportunity, therefore, to thank our partners in Nigeria, CS DevNet, Abu and the rest, Professor Abu and the team. We can't thank you enough for the NCCC. We'd like to thank the director and our sister, Infatigable Chioma. She's not here as well, but we'd like to say special appreciation to Chioma and the team for having been with us to work on this. We would also like to thank our partners that are all mentioned here on the billboard, because without them, this would not have happened. Now, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank our friends, Uzi, Godwin Ojo, our goodwill friends who have come from far, that were advising in the background. I'm sure he's very embarrassed that I've mentioned that, because he's a shy person, but that is a thing. Finally, I'd like to thank the PACJA Secretariat. We just surrendered this thing in the hands of the senior staff. Philip, may you stand up? Where is Charles? Charles is here. You see that gentleman that is standing there? And Charles, to some extent, the kind of pressure we put on him has never been, because we kind of just surrendered all of these things in his hands. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Fathia. Thank you, Grace. Thank you, Anne. Some of you may not like Anne, but those who like her very well, because she's very responsive and does the logistics. Carol is sitting there, and I can't mention all of them, but thank you, PACJA Secretariat. This has been a wonderful one. As we leave from here, we pick an appointment for Yaoundé in Cameroon in the few weeks ahead. And then from there, we meet at COP28. God bless you, and thank you again.
Thank you so much, Augustine. As usual, we are going to take a group photo for this last and most privileged panel. And then I just want to do a few announcements, ladies and gentlemen. Majority of us are leaving tomorrow. So kindly make sure that you leave the hotel 3 hours before the time of your departure. Kindly 3 hours before the time of your departure. You can link with the reception, for how pickups are going to be done. But you also have Yusra. Where is Yusra? Yusra Abdi. You can contact Yusra in case you need to consult on anything regarding your travel. I think I'm also. Yes. All right, so that is one announcement. All right, now the other announcement before Philip also makes his other announcement is that tomorrow there are those of us that are remaining, because Augustine will tell you that we don't normally close our meetings. We adjourn. So tomorrow we have another conversation here, and it's about renewable energy and the role of renewable energy in supporting the agriculture sector. So we have a whole day, again, workshop connected with this conference, but that is only going to be attended by a few that have been invited to actually partake in that meeting. Now, for our brothers and sisters from Nigeria, if you come from Abuja and you're not traveling tomorrow, you are free to join. So if that is not going to inconvenience you, please just join. But if you are scheduled to travel tomorrow, well and good, you'll be represented by those of us that come from Abuja and that will find it easy, to come in. Announcement number 3. We want to have a very, very, very short conversation with our designated national platforms. That is the coordinators. And I know you have quite a number of them here. I see Sierra Leone, I see Tanzania, I see South Africa, I see Malawi, Zambia, and the others. Kaidre, you can take 10 minutes break and then we have a quick conversation. I know you need to travel tomorrow, so we're not going to keep you waiting for long. So Kaidre remain behind for a quick consultation. I know Burkina Faso is here and the others. So Philip may want to make another announcement. But from me, thank you so very much. May you travel safely tomorrow. Thank you.
Just a quick one. Somebody misplaced his flash disk. And it seems to be containing his life. Mohamed Jallo, where are you? is here. Where is he? Yes, just stand up. In case you see that flash disk, please pass it to Mohamed Jallo. I know it has his life somewhere. Thank you so much.
Also, someone who has misplaced his glasses or her glasses, just in case you don't have your... Ah, okay.